past have 1 hour. But this is the thing, you can actually kind of break down things because you have sufficient understanding and information, not about the specific case, but about what is possible and what isn't possible. And at the very least, it narrows down the search space. It narrows down the list of possibilities. And I think that in itself makes it very engaging. I mean, look at how many people want to talk to you about it, because you can add a lot of this understanding and go from a laundry list of options, narrowing that laundry list down to a couple of post-it notes worth. And I think that's worthwhile in itself, and it's a very interesting intellectual exercise. You might
Yeah,
think
absolutely.
it's not.
I'm apologizing. I'm apologizing for not being able to give more. That's the. I'm not complaining about repeating the same thing over and over. Not at all. It's just that I wish I could. I mean, I wish I knew more so that I can tell people more. Right. I wish it's just not the case.
Bionade?
Yeah. I mean, Domin, you touched a point with the missing telemetrics and the good quality of the video and everything. I mean, I got a hint. Just this week, Germany delivered 2 unmanned surface vessels to Ukraine. I'm not saying these are the things which attacked it, but maybe they filmed it and made some reconnaissance operations. Would be a good coincidence.
And just this past week, the US provided some satellite communications to Ukraine, and just this, and previously there were other unmanned surface vessels provided to Ukraine as well. So options abound. No, it's a veritable buffet of options, isn't it? Lunchtime.
It certainly is. I'll tell you. I reckon I know at least. I know what at least one person in Ukraine is thinking, and that would be the CEO of the Postal Service, Ihor Smolinski. And I bet he's thinking, how the hell do I put this on a stat?
But let's wait for more pictures, and I'm sure there'll be a burning ship he can put in the next one. That's the way it will probably have to go. Alan,
It's a shame. Oh, sorry. Just to say, it's a shame you missed it.
No, it's great.
Because.
I will have listened eventually.
Yeah, he's really. I mean, I'd say just the sort of. I said this last night, but just the display of calm in the face of bizarre and unprecedented circumstance, and just the sort of pragmatic courage of the man was quite something. You would have loved it, really. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
Thanks, lunchtime. Alan, shoot.
Well, just want to sum up of all the brainstorming that did. That if the Ukrainians did it, and it's just so fascinating to see the ingenuity and the way they develop systems and provide services in a very fast and let's say convincing way, and the Russians, I don't think they would have the same capabilities to do such a thing, not just regarding these boat drones or but also in general the technological advances that are happening in several areas in Ukraine during this war. It's very fascinating. And we should celebrate them for this.
Actually, as we were discussing this, Tyler Rogaway, who is the creator and editor-in-chief of the Warzone at the Drive and Gizmodo Media Group and Time Incorporated, alumni, posted a thread that Doman will add to the nest right now that pretty much says everything that I have been saying for the last hour. So first he discusses the trade-off between fuel and the warhead or the explosive charge. Then he discusses the control concept, and he says it should be a beyond line of sight man in the loop concept, so there should be a relay at some point. It's relatively unsophisticated. They do not need to have close proximity line of sight control of the craft to execute dynamic attacks. Striking static targets is easier, blah, blah, blah. So pretty much he's saying that, as we had mentioned repeatedly years ago, as Iran began deploying improvised suicide drone boats, including operationally, this would be a major threat to contend with in the future, right? Especially with a much better resourced military. So Ukraine has more capable people and more educated people, and that's why they managed to put this solution together. So Doman, please add this to the nest so people can read it. And it pretty much sums. Thank you so much, Doman. Pretty much sums up the conversation. But of course, we can continue to discuss it.
William.
All right, so I'm gonna do one of these spectacular shifts. But when I was growing up, I lived in Europe, and my favorite books were the cartoon World War II stories. I don't know if you guys ever seen those. They were like little stories of wars or little stories about World War II. Some of them were fiction, and one of my favorite was the ones about frogmen who snuck into various German ports during World War II and did spectacular things. So what I'm looking forward to is seeing that story whenever the hell it comes out, because it's going to be awesome. And to really shift it is, I think the one word that I would use is morale. I think that whenever you see things happen over continuously over an area, I think you can get numb to it. So the Russian people, the Russian soldiers who are in a stagnated fighting environment right now, have gotten used to seeing them getting their ass kicked on the battlefield. Soldiers being blown up with drones and artillery and awesome Humvee actions, etc. But what they haven't seen lately is their Navy, the pride and joy, the Black Sea Fleet be under any kind of major assault, except the drone that they could kind of write off as that they did a good job. So what I'm thinking about is, what is the morale, not only of the troops that are seeing this happen, but also back home in Russia, where even if they didn't sink one of the major ships, the fact that they were able to pull this off, like how spectacular is that, and how devastating to these folks and just regular people. That's what I'm thinking about. After this long, amazing conversation that probably beat every expert, around since we've been on this conversation for the last few hours.
Gunny, you're the closest we have to Tom right now, and you understand the naval morale a bit better anyway. Thoughts?
Excuse me, I'm a mouthful of sausage. Yeah, this is going to be unpopular. I think they shot their bolt with this and probably screwed it a little bit. If they managed to get this capability in theatre, and assuming that the boom across the harbour was open, I'd have run this at about 2 o'clock in the morning. Warships have things called upper deck sentries. We assume that the Russians do the same. So you get your gangway staff who are armed, and you have what we used to call an outboard sentry. So someone with a weapon system whose sole job is to look into the harbour and look for any threats. And inevitably, it's a bit of a mong job. Nobody likes doing it, and most people end up tabbing up, having a smoke, doing whatever, and finding a little plastic seat in an alcove somewhere and getting their head down for a couple of hours. So ideally, you run 3 of these things at night. If the boom across the main harbour entrance is open, you do it slow speed. it's actually very difficult, despite all the illumination coming off different sides of the harbour, spotting something in, and it is inky blackness. And God knows I've stood and I've done outboard sailing enough times in my life. You're probably not going to see a low profile vessel doing a slow speed run up to you. What you are seeing is one probably being destroyed that has become immobile for whatever reason, and one carrying out a attack on a surface warship with a helo engaging it in bright daylight, and one wanging it round in Sevastopol harbour somewhere doing zigzags, probably also being chased. I'm sorry, that strikes me as a bit of a fail. They could have done some real damage here. Even maybe 50 kilograms, something like that, is going to put a ship alongside for a couple of weeks, good few weeks probably. And bearing in mind, ships run a reduced harbour watch, so unless they're at immediate notice for sea, you've only got your foreign emergency party on board. And seeing how bad their damage control is, they could have wreaked havoc here. So what we're seeing is a very good capability, and one which probably NATO navies in particular will be looking at in terms of harbour defence. And I don't think, for whatever reason, this really went entirely to plan. I think the psychological gains from it will still be substantial, but the Russians are going to be all over harbour security now across the board. And that makes a repeat of this virtually impossible. And that's really sad, because if they, as I say, if they'd had 3, 4, maybe 5 in the harbour area, they could have removed 5 ships easily. What happened to the minesweeper? We'll have to wait and see on that. We'll see if she was actually hit and damaged alongside. That would be okay, but not a major win, to be honest with you. You want to kill caliber firers, and until I see evidence of that, I think it's a good effort, but it wasn't 100%.
I don't know if we're. I don't think that. I hope that that's not the answer, and I think that we've got a lot to learn yet. I don't think that there's really a lot out there to make that broad of an assumption of how bad it might have went. I think people are making this a much shorter iteration. They're not talking about the differences in the time of the different actions, whether the helo's engaging or some of the first actions. We don't know when it actually started, when it ended. So I would say, this is a great conversation, but I don't think that we have to make these, as broad of assumptions. But I do think just the fact that they're getting into the harbors, this is what are they going to do now with the ships? Is it just going to be simply they're going to stay right in Sebastopol and then, attack them, or whatever the rockets that Ukraine has can now start to, be very deliberate in taking them out? That's some good questions to think about.
Well, my counter to that is I've done gunnery at sea, and that doing a daytime attack with something doing maybe 25, 30 knots against an alert surface vessel that's got top cover in the form of a helo with clearly at least a light machine gun on board, that's an utter waste of time. That was an utter waste of time. I'm sorry, but that you are just blowing in the wind there. They were probably quite lucky they got that close, and it tells me that the optronic fire control system on whatever it was that they were chasing is probably quite poor, or whoever was laying the main gun in local control, because it would have been local control. It wouldn't have been radar directed, because I doubt you get the RCS off that to lay and fire the gun by radar control. So it would have been in local control, in very benign weather conditions. I think what you saw was an example of extremely poor Russian shooting to start from the surface vessel. Had it gone any closer, it should have been getting AK-630, 30mm fire. Single vessel against an alert surface combatant, utter waste of time. Sorry, but that's it. Now, the fact that they got another one into the harbour, brilliant. right? That's great, but it ended up being chased round, and again, it was doing it during the day. Why do it during the day? You do that kind of thing at night. You run it in slow and silent, sneak up, maybe if you can, run down to where the amphibious ships used to be, or even just kill a Krevac that's tied up but that they're not using. That would have been a PR win. All right, no one's using those Krevac class frigates. Even better, with no crew on board, one of them would definitely have hit the bottom of the harbour. So that would have been, that would have been a good win. So, yeah, from a naval gunnery point of view, trying to carry that off was frankly a little bit of a waste of time, to be honest. I think it could have gone a lot better for him. That said, it's going to force the flotilla commander to reassess his seaward defence. It's going to make exiting and entering Sebastopol Harbour a lot more difficult. They're going to be on edge, and they're probably going to have to reorientate whatever's doing the radar picket for Crimea. But it's also put them on alert for
Okay,
what I can
CJ.
see, not too much gain at
Gunny.
One thing that I was going to say.
Stop!
All right.
I'm trying to jump in and nobody's letting me. CJ has an actual update of what we know, so a comprehensive list of what we know. So I would please like to go to CJ so that we get an update on facts as opposed to mere updates on speculation. CJ.
Again, well, sorry for the interruption here. I just wanted to clarify just a couple of points here, just so we can make sure we're all talking about the same event here today, right? Which is a massive attack in Sevastopol Harbor, which, according to Russians, not Ukraine, according to Russians, damaged 5 ships heavily, including the ones that Gunny mentioned, in addition to 3 more. In terms of what types of ships those were, I'm not quite clear. The damage on the Admiral Makarov is reported, again, by Russians, locals, not Ukraine yet. So this is not 100% confirmed, but the superstructure, the radar, and some of the gunnery platforms on there, right? So something that cannot be replaced very quickly. And they either, this is where I'm outside of my wheelhouse. I don't know if they would try and repair it there or tow it to somewhere else to repair. Maybe it can go under its own power. No idea. So what Russia also reported, of course, was the use of, up to 10 loitering munitions and up to, 10 unmanned surface vessels, and also some very large explosions with the term Neptunes and Attackans being thrown out. Very clear. There is still a lot of information we're waiting for. In terms of how successful it was, I mean, to me, just within the first couple hours, this is way more important than the Moskva, right? This whole attack. It's the synchronization of an incredible amount of joint assets. We know that one of the reasons why the Moskva was so successful and devastating was because it was, perhaps up to 2 TB2s doing some type of distraction or feint, or lasing in targets, as people have said, and addition of multiple Neptune missiles fired. But this was a whole bigger scale, right? We don't even know all of the assets that Russia doesn't know about that were involved. But to make this happen, of course, not only would Ukraine have to penetrate, the Russian early warning radar, but also the ground radar, and also the ground air defenses, and also all of the suite of components that are on the ships that I'm not very familiar with, but you would imagine are pretty substantial in terms of radar and early warning. And the last thing I'll say too is, this is clearly well planned and well executed, because for the last 48 hours, there's been a massive storm in the Black Sea that ended up bringing all these ships to harbor. And so, in terms of whether it would have been better a day or night, I mean, I'll leave that up to these guys that just pulled off an incredible hit, right? There's a trade-off with weather. If the weather is so bad that it forces these larger ships to come to harbor, as I understand it, it also probably means it's pretty unlikely that these very small unmanned surface vessels can do well in water that's not good enough for a massive ship, right? That's the limit of my naval knowledge. I'll defer to everyone else. So maybe perhaps the weather conditions were only good at that time. And I'll also, of course, end with the USS Cole that was hit by a ground ship. Granted, not the same conditions, because the status posture of the people on that boat wasn't necessarily as defensive as the Russians should have been, because it was a completely different situation. But that happened also in broad daylight. So I just wanted to leave everyone with that. My first glance when I saw how big the explosion was on the Makarov was, it probably was not just a loitering munition or one of these very small vessels, because as far as I know, they really can, as Gunny pointed out, only carry maybe up to 50 kilograms of explosives, which certainly would damage a ship perhaps, but not take out the top part of the superstructure. So, and also too, with these kind of loitering munitions that have to fly perhaps 150 miles to get in, assuming they're not just ground launched and tiny, people carry them in and use them, in which case they would only be 10 to 20 kilograms at most. These things had to be large, but Ukraine doesn't have a lot of large loitering munitions like the Shahed 136, Iranian drones that Russia has. They don't really have this capability, but they do have a known Neptune capability, and as per Saki, a known, ballistic missile capability that we may think is one thing, but definitely exists regardless of what exactly it is. So I just wanted to bring that up, that this is an incredible victory as of right now, unless I'm missing something, but please, that's just all I know for now.
CJ, quick question for you. Just slightly to the side of this. Then we go to Dr. Poe and to William Raver and so on. From a listener, does a strike like this move the Overton window for possible long-range missile strikes by Ukraine later on? Because after initial strikes in Crimea, after Kerch, after now Sevastopol, does that rob Russia of any silly arguments for possible escalation when more standoff weapons are given to Ukraine and they get to strike deep more often?
Yeah, I mean they're in terms of their red line, in terms of what they would escalate for nuclear usage. I mean, it's been crossed by Ukraine multiple times because it was always BS, and Russia doesn't, they're too scared to back it up. I mean, there was Tochka missile strikes inside of Russia by Ukraine within the first week of the war, and that never really stopped in different ways. And so this is, I mean, depending how you want to count the official strikes, at least that Ukraine has publicly claimed, at least, the second or the third in Crimea proper. So I don't think this changes any of that. The only thing, it really does change, and this is what I'm not too familiar with, is how the Russian naval posture will change. I mean, this is a critical thing that Kherson is so desperately in need of air defense and air cover by the Russians. And these ships leaving in part, degrade that capability. So the other problem that this, of course, is without these sort of larger ships that can, first and foremost, now that the Kerch Strait Bridge is still under repairs, help, defend supplies and defend that. Now they also have to consider the fact that if they were to pull back the Russian Navy to some other port actually in Russia, then the air bases like Baalbek, Saki would be more vulnerable than even before. And these bases have been hit multiple times. So this is an important consideration because basically they really don't have a choice. I mean, obviously they have a choice to leave, but if the Navy leaves, then everything else has to leave as well. So this is why they will probably stay and just keep getting hit from all sides until they really have no capability left to defend Crimea and make it pretty easy for Ukraine at that point. If there's, if the Russian Navy is mostly gone and their air forces are undefended, I mean, this is why it would be possible for a ground attack back into Crimea, whereas at the beginning of the war, it might have been unthinkable.
And lastly, CJ, Russia is requesting an emergency meeting of the Security Council on Monday in connection with the attack on the ships of the Black Sea Fleet. Surely that just underscores that something genuinely did happen and that all of these things that we were discussing are a real thing. Then we go to William and Dr. Poe.
I would just say real briefly on this, obviously out of my wheelhouse for economics or the grain deal, I'm just always skeptical of anything Russia claims. And so my first thought before I saw the litany of videos and reports was perhaps it was a false flag, but you don't false flag 5 of your own ships, right? And, Ukraine mockingly putting up the Russian statements. I mean, this is not how a false flag goes. So, obviously it was Ukraine. Obviously it was skillfully planned. In terms of the implications of the grain deal, I mean, perhaps, based on the experts in this space that I, trust, that the grain deal was always a bad deal to begin with. Perhaps it's not the worst thing then that it's coming to an end.
William?
CJ, good to be on here again with you, buddy.
Of course, I'm happy to be here.
Hey, I just wanted to point out that 126 Infantry Blue Spaders are right now forward deployed in Europe, which makes me really proud. They're 101 folks, but they got a heart from the 1st Infantry Division, which makes it more better. So that's a cool little jab. Always better than the 82nd, but you know, we got to have our own thoughts on that, you know. But hey, but really quickly, what I wanted to add, I got the chance to look at quite a few of the videos, and CJ, I'm so glad you came on. It was exactly where I was kind of leading with this, was that this was a complex set. If we were looking at it with just one video at a time, but the failures on the Russian behalf, because you know there was attacks at night, and when we look at that helicopter and the larger ship, I'm not sure which ship it was, and the unmanned vehicle, that was later on in the engagement, and it was heading out of the harbor. So the one video shows a crane, and you can see the helicopter. And to think about this, there's only one helicopter with one single door gunner engaging something that late into a skirmish. That's all it was. When you look at the rate of fire, the range, the way the helicopter is turning, it's a single door, probably a 7.62 caliber machine gun or whatever the Russians put on I think an Mi-8. So, I mean, that video alone is such a failure when it comes to it, because you got to think the first engagement were late at night or early morning with some of the video footage. So later on, an unmanned vehicle was still able to at least track down, and we still don't know where it exploded at, because they did blur a lot of stuff. But you know, I think this is going to put waves throughout Russia, and I'm just, you know, proud as hell of these folks that are, you know, turning technology into, you know, really changing the game when it comes to technology. CJ, it's just really, really amazing.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is the thing, right? Like, it's some pro-Ukrainian accounts release these videos. I mean, I don't know if they're true necessarily. They certainly look to be pretty legit, or at least not footage seen prior. So, you know, who knows whether they're real or not. But you're right, we don't know where in the engagement this was. I mean, if Russia says they believe they were attacked by, you know, 10 some odd of these ships, we don't know if they're actually hit with 20. And you know, the attacks may have been executed before we even saw this. So I would just look, you know, again, we don't have the official confirmation on the amount of damage, right? This is kind of the thing that we may not get for quite some time, unless things sink, in which case that'll be very obvious tomorrow. There's, I believe, good weather in Crimea. We'll get a satellite pass, and it should be pretty visible, or even the overhead imagery from today, pending the weather. I mean, I know some of those videos look like the sky was still pretty gray, so maybe not, but then we can see, and maybe we'll get more reports from the locals there. Again, this is you know, Ukraine at the end of the day, so there's plenty of people in Crimea that still want it to be that way. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And in terms of the 101st, you know, Will, it's funny because I saw a lot of pro-Russians talking about the 101st sling loading a nuke into Odessa, and I just couldn't help but laugh just how ridiculous that was. So I thought you would appreciate that.
Oh man. No.
Yeah.
Hey, since you're on really quick, I sent you a video the other day, and it looked like a Ukrainian barrage of some sort. I think maybe some, you know, more unguided rockets on a Russian area. And then at the same time, there was a cut-in of drones dropping 40-millimeter grenades while Russians were hiding in, and it looked like it was in the same area, and it looked like it was the same engagement. What did you see that, and what do you think about the combined arms of a drone dropping 40-millimeter drone bombs while, you know, folks are hiding in their little dugouts?
Well, the video looked to be either BM-21 or BM-27 unguided rocket cluster munitions. So this is something that is what Ukraine has requested now from the United States. These are, you know, basically not just artillery rounds or rockets, but they explode also on the ground or when they make contact, and so they're doubly effective. And one of the reasons why Ukraine wants these is because if you're using cluster munitions, you need less ammo, and so the barrels and your tubes can last a lot longer because you're not shooting as much. You know, to take out a tank or an artillery piece, it may take 40 to 50, you know, unguided high explosive rounds, but it might only take 10 to 20 cluster munitions. So it preserves the life of your artillery much more so. And then, yeah, combination with drones, I mean, that's the video is pretty incredible, but just shows you just how outmatched the Russians are in so many different sectors currently.
I'm going to drop down, guys. Hey, thanks for this great conversation this morning.
Thank you, William. Thank you, CJ. Dr. Paul, good morning.
Hey, gentlemen, good morning. You know, are you good with me switching topics briefly from the Crimea stuff?
Is it things that fly and go boom?
Always, always. So yes, okay. So listen, on Friday, yesterday afternoon, DoD put out a press release, you know, announcing, you know, that the plan to deliver 8 NASAM systems next month. Which, by the way, that's 3 or 4 days from now, 2 or 3 days, something like that. So I think that's very interesting. You know, there's some read-throughs and takeaways from that, because I believe the original guidance was when that was first announced many months ago, like the intent to send that many NASAM systems, that it could take years. Well, I believe was the original guidance. So somebody please correct me. But you know, my question really is, does anybody on the panel here have any idea where those are coming from? I mean, are those freshly produced ones? Because Raytheon CEO kind of made it sound like the first 2 systems were brand new systems. So what are these other 6 systems coming from? I don't believe the U.S. has like a high quantity of NASAMs, frankly, so I'm not certain about that. But I think it has important read-throughs for other procurement systems for Ukraine. You know, I've argued with others, you know, in the back channels about, you know, the number of HIMARS systems that are planned to be given to Ukraine could take years, right? 3 years, I believe, is what was said. Was that was announced, and I argued against that, saying no, there's ways to kind of like leapfrog and skip the line and make arrangements with other customers in countries. So just kind of curious what everyone's thoughts are, where those came from. Were they newly produced systems? Does the United States have that many systems to actually give out of their current inventory? Any thoughts on that?
I'm going to volunteer thoughts. No? Or Colby. I'm going to volunteer Colby for thoughts because Colby has thoughts.
Yeah, John and Colby will crush that.
I don't know where this 8 number is coming from. The plan remains that they're going to get 2 systems coming from Raytheon that were already in the pipeline, and the DoD is being very cagey. Being very cagey about exactly what the timeline is on that. Raytheon CEO was volunteering up all sorts of different information, so who knows exactly what is actually true there. But I'm pretty confident that we will see the system sometime next month. The other 6 are still, as far as I'm aware, scheduled to come over the course of the next year. Just looking at what Dr. Paul just sent me right now.
Yeah, Colby. So that came out Friday afternoon, a press release from one of the DoD, sources. As part of I believe it's part of a presidential drawdown of the.
Yeah, I don't know where, like, who wrote that right there, but that is definitely not accurate because that was not in the actual PDA news release. Somebody took that PDA list and they added on the stuff about the NASAMs, because the NASAMs were not included in that release. I will link the release right now in the nest that came from the DoD. I suspect that a reporter wrote that up themselves when they were listening to the press conference in the Pentagon briefing room and included the information about the NASAMs because the press pool was asking about the NASAMs during the press conference about the PDA. But these are 2 separate things. All of the NASAMs are coming through USAI, including the first 2. And the subsequent 6 are also coming through USAI, which is a long-term program to procure capabilities from industry. And yesterday, the announcement was PDA, which is different. It's coming from existing American stocks. Now, the interesting thing is that the United States does, in fact, have 2 NASAM systems in current inventory. They're deployed around DC. Obviously, the Pentagon feels that they need those systems and they are not willing to part with them. And so they haven't been sent to Ukraine. Theoretically, they can, but obviously, that's not something they've recommended. They feel that they need them to protect DC, or they need them just to maintain a current capability that they feel it's important for them to have. But the United States does have those 2 systems in inventory, and Ukraine will get 2 coming from Raytheon, with 6 more in the pipeline.
John?
Thanks, Domin. So yeah, to go off of what Colby said, the first 2 systems, they already physically exist. The subsequent 6 are completely new build systems. It's not clear to me where those first 2 systems are being sourced from.
They're coming from Raytheon. That's
Okay.
100% definitive. They're coming from Raytheon. They were already in the production pipeline, which is why it's not taking as long to get them to Ukraine.
Understood. I had initially assumed that they were either coming from U.S. inventory or U.S. service, or from another NATO member's service, or systems they have in service, or an inventory.
Yeah, I assumed the same thing as well initially.
So yeah, so the other 6 are they're going to be fresh build systems. I suspect, in regards to the 8 number, there may be some crossed wires regarding system versus launcher. That press release would make more sense if the first 2 systems had 4 launchers per system, so a total of 8, and somebody conflated launchers with the overall system, which tends to happen when you have these multi-component, air defense systems like NASAMS or, Patriot, THAAD, S-300, etc. That just happens a lot. People use imprecise language. So that would be good to figure out. What is if it's been publicly stated what the number of the number of launchers to be included in the first 2 systems is. I thought it was 6, but I could be misremembering that, so I need to double check that. I saw some numbers somewhere for the number of launchers in the subsequent 6 systems, but I don't remember the figure off the top of my head. I want to say it was more than in the first 2 systems, between 6 and 8, I think. But again, I need to go back and double check those numbers. And it also isn't clear if we are sending NASAMS 2 or NASAMS 3. I haven't seen that referenced anywhere in the publicly available information. The thing to look out there is, anybody has seen anything about AMRAAM ER being sent, that would definitively tell us that it's NASAMS 3 specifically.
I'll just add one quick thing, then Dr. Paul can go to follow up. The Raytheon CEO said when he was on Squawk Box on Monday or Tuesday, when he made his announcement, that NASAMS could intercept ballistic missiles, which was a bit of a shocker because that's never been publicly advertised by Raytheon. So that suggests to me, if he's being truthful, is that with AMRAAM ER, NASAMS does have some capability to intercept ballistic missiles, because it's very doubtful that they would be able to achieve that with the standard range AMRAAMs, but with the extended range variant, it would have probably more of a chance of being able to achieve that capability. So that's one indication, but we don't really know how accurate that information is.
If I could briefly point out on that point, it would make vastly more sense for AMRAAM ER to be able to intercept ballistic missiles than a generic AMRAAM, because an AMRAAM ER, although it's billed as an upgrade of an AMRAAM, it's not an upgrade of an AMRAAM, really. They took the motor and general body from a RIM-162 Evolved Sea Sparrow missile and put a AMRAAM on it. So the Evolved Sea Sparrow, it is designed to intercept mainly supersonic anti-shipping missiles. I think what its max velocity, according to published sources anyway, its max velocity is Mach 4 to 5. So that would, put it within the realm of being able to intercept some classes of ballistic missiles. AMRAAM, I don't remember what its exact specs are off the top of my head. But according to some people I spoke to, they seem to imply that, its acceleration is not super large compared to, say, something like an Evolved Sea Sparrow long burn time. So an AMRAAM ER would be vastly more optimized for ballistic missile defense than a generic AMRAAM.
Dr. Paul?
Hey, thanks, John and Colby. John, I hear what you're saying, that it could be confusion of the number of launchers per system. Frankly, I don't believe that. The reason being is, there's a great NASAMS pamphlet, right? Like a marketing pamphlet, like 20, 30 pages with all the information. And to my understanding, and not that my understanding is the right one, just that a more standardized number would be around 12 systems, 12 launchers per system, not 4 per system. And frankly, I think given the way that they set up in the limited range, I'm not sure 4 would quite do the job as well as something like 12, right? So, not to say it's going to be 12. That's just I don't think that's the case. And just the last point, I mean, personally, I'm really excited about if it is 8 systems, that does in fact kind of justify and validate that Ukraine was bumped up the list to get the NASAM systems on the procurement list. And again, I'll say this: I personally think Ukraine's going to get all those HIMARS by the end of next year. They're probably going to get 2 to 4 per month, starting January. Let's call it. It's going to be rolling in on an ongoing basis. Now, I just pray to God that there's enough ammo to support that many HIMARS, which there is a lot of ammo, but that's a lot of HIMARS, and that can fire a lot of ammo. So for me personally, the interesting thing here is the expedited procurement process and delivery process. In fact, just to one point, because I was kind of arguing with language a little bit about this, L3 Harris was able to turn around a request from Ukraine for something. And, my understanding, L3 Harris is more like ISR, Intel sensors and things like that. But they got an ask, an order, and delivered within 7 days to Ukraine. So, just that's a great example of industry getting their butt in gear to help Ukraine.
If I could briefly respond to that. So you are correct in that 12 launchers is the maximum number that, again, just according to the published data, that a single NASAM system can support. However, I don't think that they're usually shipped with 12 launchers. Most countries that have adopted NASAMs, if my memory is correct, when I went and looked through the various inventory lists, was that most countries that have them operate them with significantly less than 12 launchers per system, usually in the ballpark of 4 to 6 per system.
Thanks, Sean. That's great.
Finland has 3 launchers per battery. I'm digging in to see what other countries operate, but Finland has 3 launchers per battery.
And how many systems does Finland actually operate? Do we know?
Finland has 8 batteries. 8 batteries times 3, 24 launchers, times 6 missiles each.
Do you guys think it's possible that the U.S. 4 deployed more Patriots somewhere, and somebody, our understanding for the NASAMs is they were procured, right? So these were newly built, is kind of how we're thinking about it. So I guess not. But do you think that's like a reasonable approach in general? Like, do you think that that's a feasible option potentially for at least some of these systems?
Well, what they could be doing, and this is purely speculative, I don't have any specific evidence to indicate that this has occurred, is they could, for at least the first 2 systems, they could have pulled some that were already in the process of being manufactured or had just been manufactured, and then send those over and then supplement them with additional launchers backfilled from other sources.
It was basically confirmed that these 2 first units were in some process of the pipeline already. They weren't starting from scratch. The DoD, somebody said that at some point in time. It wasn't like super advertised. I think a reporter asked about this, and that was confirmed to the reporter. I speculated that this order might have been Qatar's order, because Qatar's had this order for 3 years now, and as far as I know, Qatar still doesn't even have them in country, which is kind of weird. But that's just pure speculation that this is a Qatari order, but it's possible because we there's a limited number of countries that have these on order. Hungary has also got them on order, but I think it's unlikely that Hungary would agree to that. I see Daman, go ahead.
Colby, 2 points. One, Hungary is in a bit of a financial pickle. Maybe they'd prefer not to, pay money for certain things right now. And B, you said Qatar. Guess who was at that NATO Plus conference in Ramstein, and everyone since, I think.
Well, there you go. I don't know whether Hungary has paid up front or not, and whether they could defer payments or not. But like, I would just probably bet more on Qatar than Hungary right now. Those are the two countries, as far as I know, that have the orders actually in with Raytheon right now. So that would be my bet. And this is important because Qatar has in fact ordered the AMRAAM ER. So this is NASAMS 3 with AMRAAM ER if Ukraine is getting the Qatari system, which is significant again and explains why the Raytheon CEO would have said that these can intercept ballistic missiles.
Also keep in mind that NASAMS can also launch the IRIS-T SL missiles. So I'm not sure if they can launch IRIS-T SLS or specifically IRIS-T SLM, the SLS being the short-range version, SLM being the medium-range version, but it can fire one of them or both of them.
And that added flexibility, of course, gives you. But I think there's just so many fewer of those IRIS-T missiles around that I don't think that's necessarily a capability that's likely to come into use. With that, I'd like to very warmly welcome Olga. Olga, good evening.
Good evening. I just wanted to join the conversation on technical details and the engineering of those drones. Yeah, of course not. I have absolutely no clue what you're talking about, guys. But I'm glad that we're back to the topic of grain deal, because when I've been asking for a month or so, what do you know about grain deal? Are we going to continue grain deal? Not are we, just I've heard the news that Russia is not going to continue grain deal. And everyone be like, oh, okay, next question. And suddenly look at us. It's the hot topic again. But my question is, it was quite apparent that Russia was looking for just an excuse not to prolong grain deal. But I'm sorry, I missed who said, John, I guess, or Colby, some knave, I guess, who said that grain deal wasn't a good idea from the beginning, and I'm really curious why you think so.
I think Craig was saying that a little while
Craig,
ago. I don't know who said it more recently. Yeah, so I think Craig has a big issue with how it was devised from the start. By anything that gives Russia so much extraordinary power over it, between the time limit of 120 days, and obviously it's been scuttled before it hit 100 days now, right? But that being one element of it, another one being these checks on ships going both ways, and by checks I mean checking the ships, not checks the people.
Yeah.
Sorry, my usual joke here. That's been massively slowing things down. When we had Elena Neroba on, who's a Ukrainian commodities analyst trader, she was saying ships are waiting to leave the Black Sea at the Bosphorus for weeks because the inspection capacity is so limited, and Russia refuses to expand the inspection capacity, right? And
yeah,
that costs the Ukrainian agriculture deal. So it wasn't that a grain deal would be a bad thing. It's just that this grain deal was constructed in a way that's very bad for Ukraine, and that gave Russia way too much power. Like, I suspect that that's what he was referring to.
Yeah, but it's either a bad grain deal or no grain deal. Okay, we'll be seeing how it's going to work, because I know from what I've heard that UN has more chartered ships to export their grain from Ukraine. This is all contracted, so maybe they will somehow step in and will. But not much hope for the UN, of course. But we'll see. Thank you.
No, and it's really painful and it's really frustrating, right? And it's been kind of like on the one hand. So the one thing, actually, there's one little technical thing that I've been alerted to, and that I think is the most interesting kind of little thing here. I reckon. if Russia does scuttle the grain deal, because they said they would, but I don't think they've technically done it yet, right? Because I don't know how they would do it under the agreement anyway. But if they do scuttle the grain deal, does that mean that all of those ships currently parked in front of the Bosphorus can just pass through without inspections? Because some of them have been waiting there for literally weeks. And this is seriously, costing the Ukrainian agribusinesses quite a lot of money, because the shippers are charging them for extended ship use, right? Because they have to wait in front of the Bosphorus. So could it be an interesting twist here that actually this will save them quite a bit of money by
I guess
letting
it
them
means that.
through?
Yeah, I guess it means that now the passage is even less safe than it used to. I think this is the implication. And yes, from what our local channels say, there are like around 170 ships waiting to leave the Bosphorus by now. And Russia says it suspends the deal indefinitely for now. So not like it cancels it or terminates, but just suspends. But well, we know what it means. And I'm not sure who pays for war, because the many parties that charter the ship, and then the cargo owner and ship owner and all that stuff. Not sure who pays for what, but well, that's not the essential thing here.
Thank you, Olga. CJ?
Yeah, while we have Olga, if she wouldn't mind, we've been talking a lot in space the last 2 or 3 weeks, John and myself in particular, about just, sort of the Shahed 136s, the drones, of course, the Russians have been using. But, we've seen incredible footage over the last 2 or 3 days of particularly air defenses in Odessa, or at least off the coast, just lighting up these drones. And at least the Ukrainian government posting successful interceptions rate of something between 90 and 95%, if not on some nights 100%. And I just want to know from either yourself or your relatives still there, what is the situation like now? Because the reason why I ask is, so far Russia has launched somewhere between 200 and 400 of these drones, which is quite a lot. However, we think that they maybe only had 600-ish to start. We know they ordered 2,000 plus, but they haven't arrived yet in Belarus and in Crimea. So they're coming to the end of the first batch. I just wondered if you could share, if you wouldn't mind, of course, a little bit more details about what the situation is like in Odessa in this regard.
Well, Odessa was the first who get acquainted with the drones, and then they started hitting other cities. And I'm not sure the percentage, but it's quite high by now, because we kind of adapted and adopted some techniques, and because they are launched, most of them, I'm not sure about most of them, because I know some come from Belarus and from Russian border on the north, but many come from the sea, from Crimea, Kherson region. So I like this reference when they say that Odessa, like and in a deep prayer, but we forget that actually where the frontline cities is, the front goes on the sea, and people keep forgetting about that. It's not a very comfortable thought, but nevertheless, so many drones and missiles come from the sea or from Crimea, and well, this is our job, our air defense job, to intercept those coming from that region, not let them go deeper. And yes, the percentage is quite high, and actually, in the recent, I think for 84 hours we didn't have even sirens over here, and no interceptions, no booms. 84 hours is a lot. No crying emojis. That's really come period of time. Come on. So and those not only air defense, not only the I'm not the ground-based, let's say, but also aviation. I think they kind of figured out how to deal with them, and also we got this latest German air defense system, which the unannounced surprise visit of German Minister of Defense, where the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Odessa governor, and Mykolaiv governor were present, and many other Ukrainian officials. And she kept her promise. They promised the air defense Iris or something. I'm really good at technical stuff and names. So they provided it, and I think it contributed a great deal to the success. And I wanted to say something else. Also, I tweeted about that, but maybe it is a curious thing, more than something super efficient, but quite curious for now. There were the let's say volunteer team, maybe of tech specialists. Yeah, actually the volunteers of tech specialists. The core team is from Odessa. They developed the app called e-air defense, ePPO. And it is for regular citizens. You can download it on the phone, and once you spot the flying object, either a drone or a missile, you can just hold your phone and the direction where it flies and just hit the button, and the signal goes to the military, and they process it, and they just compare if your sport and mark is consistent with other sports and marks on the route of the flying object, and it really helps. And reportedly, the first missile was taken down thanks to this app, and citizens are very active, and there are many downloads already. So one part of this app is for civilians, and the other part for military. So it like works in various domains.
All right. Thank you, Olya, for that. Dr. Paul, please go ahead.
Yeah, so CJ, I'm curious where you and John are estimating 600 of these Iranian drones that Russia likely has right now. The reason I bring it up is, I'm not sure if you two are aware of this. There was 22 flights from Iran to Russia territory, and Craig and I were talking about like trying to model out the space and weight and figuring out what that could actually equate to. But I'm curious if you guys did that.
CJ, please go ahead. Okay, I think we lost CJ, Paul. So as soon as there he is. Let's just come back. CJ.
Sorry, Dr. Paul, if you don't mind, if it was for me, could you re-ask your question? I was trying to cycle back up again and I missed it.
All good, yeah. So there's 22 Iranian flights from Iran to Russia. And, if you go on the assumption that they were all carrying the drones to deliver to Russia, we don't know how much that equals. So I was curious how you and John came up with like the, potentially 600 that Russia got in this first batch.
If my memory serves, this was based on the Ukrainian government's reporting of about 600, with the idea being these things, I believe, are on racks of 5. And if you were to space them in a plane, you could maybe get 20 at a time. So not necessarily too many, but 20 flights, that would be 400. That'd be quite a sizable amount. But I think, what we have to consider is the fact that these things, yeah, they're cheap, but they're not necessarily produced very quickly. And obviously Iran needs them for other things. What I'm honestly more concerned about, and more relevant to what could make a difference on the battlefield in Ukraine, of course, is these cruise and ballistic missiles from Iran, which tend to even be slightly better than the Russian ones. But what I don't understand is the announcement was made 3 or 4 weeks ago, and these things haven't showed up as far as I know. I was going to ask Kobe and John if they'd heard anything, and with the NASAMS coming eventually, and maybe more than initially described, and also the IRIS-T systems from Germany being pushed up in terms of when they would be delivered, which is great news because that system is very successful. Even when it comes, which is probably coming soon, where Russia uses these missiles against Ukraine, Ukraine will be in a stronger position than they were, a month ago. So I'm not trying to be doom and gloom, but it's just important to consider. So I would kind of take your question and really pose it back to the group if we have any updates there, because I think it is important.
John.
So I haven't seen anything specific that the Iranian short-range ballistic missiles have arrived. I haven't heard anything on that front. Regarding the potential of Iranian cruise missiles, that's been thrown out there, but I haven't seen anything concrete that such a transfer has been agreed to, just that it's a possibility. Whereas with the ballistic missiles, the implication based upon all the reporting that we've seen is that the transfer has already been agreed to and is being arranged. But unfortunately, I haven't seen. Well, fortunately, I guess at this point, I haven't seen any indication that they have the systems have actually arrived in Russia at this point.
I've seen nothing about the arrival of the ballistic missiles either, and this is the first I'm hearing about any mention of the possibility of Iranian cruise missiles, which is interesting because I think Russia probably has a larger inventory of cruise missiles than they do ballistic, and cruise missiles are much easier to destroy than ballistic missiles are. So I'd be less concerned about that possibility if there's any merit to it, which sounds like John's saying there isn't. But yeah, nothing on the arrival of the ballistic missiles so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. These, not only are they not translated in terms of that's why they need Russia needs Iranians actually to help, at least as I understand it, with the launch itself, and they're entirely complicit in this. But I guess my second question then, or what I think is important also, is what the stockpile of Russian missiles is, I think is always kind of up in the air. I saw a number that they were down to something like 13% of either calibers and Iskanders, and just kind of makes me shrug, right? It sort of doesn't matter as long as they're willing to strike Ukraine with whatever they have. Their reserve is kind of meaningless, but I could understand then why, if they were getting low, why they would want to lean more on Iran or another country to provide that, so that they still have something left at the very end of the day, whether it is to, if a civil war breaks out or some other conflict breaks out, they will not use all of their missiles to this end. They will, and that's why they're shifting to these really kind of mediocre Shahed drones, which again are doing damage, but I don't think they're doing the kind of damage that Russia hoped. And that's really thanks to, the innovation Ukrainians, as Olga pointed out. These things are very slow. They fly between 100 and at most, I think, 140 miles per hour, which seems fast, but for a plane that's very loud and very low, is possible to intercept just by having some people help. So that's all I wanted to say.
All right. With that said, let's go to the hands. Sergey.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hi folks. I'm on the outskirts of Kiev now, and I think that we more or less know how to deal with the separate attacks of cruise missiles and drones, and air defense system is working just near me, and over the last few days there were 5 explosions, obviously air defense systems, and they managed to shut down whatever was flying. But I think the main problem is with the massive attacks, when there are drones that overload the air defense systems and the cruise missiles. I think this is a major challenge. And obviously it requires some preparation from Russian side, and this is what I actually expect following the latest attack on Russian Black Fleet. I assume the beginning of next week, maybe on Monday or on Tuesday, there will be a massive attack on Ukrainian civilian and critical infrastructure and civilians. And this is where we need to really expand our air defense capabilities and capacity to deal with the multiple targets. And as you know, Russia has up to 100 cruise missiles ready for launch, which is quite a number. If you add to the available Iranian drones, this is more than 100 targets to deal with simultaneously, and it requires expanded and quite improved air defense system. So let's see what happens beginning of next week. I am expecting retaliatory measures from Russia, because Putin was trying to show that he's kind of open for negotiations on Valdai Forum. But this was a brutal, disrespectful reply from Ukrainian military on Black Fleet, attack. So I think the next week will be quite tense. So let's see. But we obviously need to expand it. Otherwise, we won't be able to manage. This is when they shot the huge number of rockets and drones at the same time. So obviously, it needs preparation, but this is how they attack us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. Masilius?
Yes, hi. I got a quick question for CJ. You've been mentioning some damage on the vessels in the port, actually, which you have seen in some Russian channels. Can you elaborate a little more about this? Is this somehow available on Twitter? Can we find it? And share the good news somehow? Because it's not within the shared links, as I've seen.
I would. Sorry, if you want to go. Sorry, I was just gonna say it is pretty unconfirmed at this point. John and I are looking very closely for the satellite footage, and so that is what I would use more than anything else to just see the scope of the damage. Because, well, sometimes Russians aren't to be trusted in this situation. But this imagery should be very easily available, since this is one of the most photographed areas in the world in terms of satellites. So I'm sure we'll get the extent of the good news pretty soon.
Okay, then there's nothing which we can already share, right?
Unless you want to share just kind of Russian rumors, which I wouldn't necessarily advise. But again, with the Ukrainian government officially, the only official statements they're putting out are ones mocking the Russian statements. So not necessarily the most to go off of, but a good sign that it is in fact quite devastating.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, CJ. Fiona.
Yes, good evening, Em, and all the listeners. I don't know if it's okay to just change the subject a bit, but I was just wondering if CJ knows what's going on at the Antonovsky Bridge and the deep Dnieper River, if he's got any updates on that.
Well, I'll say that Russians are trying to distract already internally on their networks from the extent of the damage in Crimea by posting that they're being hit in the vicinity of the Antonovsky Bridge, which, of course, on the M13 highway is a very critical crossing point of the Dnipro going into Kherson. At 9 o'clock local time, the strikes began. Russia claims that they shot down all the missiles. However, we know, since there have been no confirmed interceptions of Gimlers yet, as far as I've seen, they very much so did not shoot all of them down. So what probably happened? Well, we saw a video in the last 2 or 3 days of barges being hit in daylight. So Russians getting on these, makeshift boats and crossing, and it's just a brutal crossing. The boats are filled with blood. Reports from the Russians that the Dnipro is filled with dead Russians in certain parts of the crossing points. It's pretty brutal, but that's what Ukraine has to do to keep them from going across. So, based on the information, which is pretty limited, I would assume the same thing is happening now. Russians trying to cross in the middle of the night, and unfortunately for them, Ukraine can see them.
Thanks, CJ. And I just want to say congratulations to the Ukrainian army. I'm in awe of them. I think they're absolutely brilliant. And I hope they go from strength to strength.
Thank you, Fiona. Gunther, please go ahead.
Hey, so this is a question to Oscar and John. So my understanding is that the search radars and such theoretically could pick up all incoming weapon systems, all drones, all of it. But that the picture can be cluttered, and maybe these Iranian drones might get missed, or that there might be sort of problems seeing them all, and that having someone on the ground looking for things would be is definitely helpful, like more eyes on the problem. Also, there's one thing about like happening to see something fly overhead quickly and then trying to pull out your phone and trying to remember the directions and all that, versus someone who's actually in a location with their phone out, maybe with listening devices or binoculars or something, and being able to report on this stuff. And so, Oscar, I'm sort of wondering, you know, in England, apparently there are people who like literally sit outside and watch if a train is going to go by. So are there the equivalent of like train spotters for like drone spotters, like, you know, retirees going out to a hilltop on the weekend and just like hanging out and with their phones? Anyway, that's my question.
Actually, you're not supposed to be out when there is areas alert. Who would? It's not a train. Who would be sitting on the hill and waiting for the drone hitting you, or the missile? They cannot ask anyone for that because it's dangerous. I mean, only if you can spot it occasionally, just accidentally, if you don't go to the shelter. Like, well, many don't, and you spot it, and well, you can help. Also, I've heard it pretty much directly from the developers, because I was at the press conference for work, and they say that they expect the highest efficiency of it in the rural area, because lots of people and lots of devices and lots of everything in the urban area, like over Odessa, they have all kind of stuff, I imagine. Well, it looks like that. But in the rural area, where the drones and low-flying missiles like Kinjal and low-flying drones, which are very difficult to be detected, be spotted by the air defense system, the radars, they are trying to kind of hide on the terrain using rivers and such kind of landscape. And this is where regular citizens will play the role. Yeah, basically that.
Yeah, I definitely was thinking about more sort of rural areas or places not that wouldn't be targets, but would be good observation points. That's all. I was definitely not in a city.
Yeah, but it can
Good.
be it could be equally dangerous in the rural area, because if there is some kind of infrastructure or military facility or whatever it is, they are the targets. So
Yeah, just let me add that we are all ears and eyes in Ukraine. It's not like there is a pastime activity of drone spotting. You know, we are always looking at the skies, and every kind of irregular activities in the air. People are so overwhelmed with this visual data when they at night, especially when there are stars and people think that some stars are drones and report them. So we don't worry, we are so overwhelmed, but we need systems like AVAX airplanes so that we can see all the airplanes. I don't know, most probably there are huge political and some military implications, but we need fundamental systems like AVAX planes to see the skies and everywhere. Otherwise, drone spotting won't be so efficient.
John, CJ, and then we're getting a couple of extra. Well, we're getting Ziad, and where did Nur go? Okay, John.
Just noted me. Thanks, Dominic. So just to briefly add on to this, just as a disclaimer. So there's nothing OPSEC. There's no OPSEC concern related to this. What the Ukrainian air defenses have done is they've set up essentially a bunch of IP, so internet linked day and night, motion activated day night cameras. And with those, you can see, depending on the atmospheric conditions and day or night time, you can see out to about 2.5 kilometers. They've strung those up, one or two cameras every 2.5 or so kilometers. Those are directly integrated with the rest of Ukraine's air defense network. And so when something flies by, if the camera detects motion, it will activate, image the aircraft or other flying target, then transmit that back to the rest of Ukraine's air defense network. So they've already automated this process of visually spotting targets.
Yeah, thank you.
CJ, before you go ahead, I've just been sent by a friendly Swiss artillerist something interesting. I just want to read this out. A list of things that the West delivered and Russia actually managed to destroy. 10 M777 howitzers out of 210 pieces of towed artillery delivered. 1 Crab out of 185 pieces of towed artillery delivered. 1 anti-aircraft gun, which was a Finnish 23 millimeter something I've never heard of. And 8 out of approximately 300 delivered UAVs. I just lost some of your thoughts on that, and other than condolences to the parents of the 10 M777 A2 howitzers.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I just saw a strike by the Russian military, a loitering munition. I think the Lancelet, and it was, it hit a Buk and also one hit a 777, bringing the total, I guess, now to 10. And what's incredible about this is that out of the 150 some odd 777s that have been given, only 10 have been destroyed. I would hazard a guess that more have been lost to accidents or maintenance or other internal issues than in combat, because only losing 10, I mean, I know not necessarily everyone here is in the military, but when you're in a month-long field rotation and you had 10 artillery pieces, you could expect to lose 2 or 3, so 20 to 30%. So almost, twice as much as the Ukrainians have lost just to accidents or rollovers or things like that. The fact that Ukraine has been able to keep so many in the fight for so long, I mean, it just shows, how much they need these systems. They don't take them for granted by any stretch, and they're doing incredible measures to protect them. So while it's unfortunate, of course, to lose people and key equipment, it's a sign that they're doing incredibly well when they've lost so few. And more notably than any of that, they haven't lost a single HIMARS or a single MLRS, and that is just huge because at this point in time, even if Ukraine lost half of their HIMARS overnight, whether it be to combat or accidents, they still would have the same number of missiles. They still would be able to reach the same places. They still would be able to keep up the rate of fire. I mean, the cat's out of the bag with all of this equipment. There's too many people trained. The Ukrainians are too good at fighting. It does not really matter whether Russia destroys 10 or 20 M777s. It's just across the board. It just shows you just how skilled the Ukrainian military is. And this is the feedback we're getting from them too. I mean, everyone in the military knows sort of, other people that have trained Ukrainians, and the reports get to come back to us about, what the Ukrainians are learning by using our gear and how to keep it alive in combat against a determined foe. And it's not only helping them as we provide, more sort of tips or a better understanding, but it's also, helping us understand how good the equipment is. And that's the last thing I'll say is, everyone jokes in the military that the equipment is built by the lowest bidder. And to some regard, it's true. But I mean, most of the surprising things we've learned from the Ukrainians using the gear is how long it's lasted or how well it is. The only exceptions to gear that isn't necessarily doing as well as hoped is perhaps some of the artillery pieces from other European countries that had not been combat tested before and require a little bit more maintenance than I think the Ukrainians would have liked. But barring that, everything has worked better than expected, which is really as much as you could hope for.
Thank you, CJ. Sorry, carry on. Apologies.
No, off you.
CJ?
Yeah, while we just have Olga here, and I was, John brought up just, one of the very known ways that Ukraine has done an incredible job of defending against so many different threats. What we saw in the first couple Iranian drone attacks was they would fly over Mykolaiv and then even around the coast, and they would go up the highway up to southern Kyiv and attack over land. And I think they learned pretty soon that not only can Ukrainians see it, if it's flying over land, they're going to detect it and be able to intercept them better. So I just wanted to see if this is correct, Olga. I had heard at least in the last couple of weeks that most of at least the Iranian drones, obviously were coming from Crimea and spending most of the time over the sea, right, to prevent kind of what John was talking about and what you were talking about of people, successfully relaying where they were. And then we've seen videos of Ukraine firing over the sea and destroying them. So still, not necessarily the best tactic, but I wondered if that was what you were seeing as well, Olga, is that most of these drones are coming from the sea to avoid detection.
Well, I'm not sure that most of them. It depends where they target. I mean, those targeting Odessa region, the south, maybe some central regions, they do come from the sea. However, there were reports of the drones coming from Belarus and from Russian territories. This is what you're asking about. So they're coming now from everywhere. And I'm afraid that 600 is... I haven't seen the reports. Probably there were early reports about 600 drones. But we hear the number of like 1,000 and more, and that the more are coming. So I'm not sure about the figures. It's the speculation how many missiles are left, and they say okay, they have like 100 those caliber or something missiles, and they're going to produce more. And tomorrow they say, oh, missiles are not going to end ever, because they have this closed cycle, so we never relax. Just don't think about the day when missiles are over. Christo Groziev from Bellingcat would say, like in April or something, they'd have the missiles left for 2 or 3 weeks, and here we're going in very end of October, and they have lots of them left and keep attacking us.
Yeah, I don't.
They're attacking us with the missiles built in 2022, which means it's like a message for us that we have more.
Yeah, it just seems they don't care if they, because there were the rumors or something, or reports that the doctrine or whatever it is says that they cannot go below 20% to 30% of the amount of missiles, because, well, what if China attacks? What if aliens attacks or whatever? But it seems they don't care. They will just launch as many as they have. Because they're not doing great in Ukraine. So.
No, I just. Oh, sorry, Dr. Paul.
I don't see Dr. Paul. EJ?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. We could talk about numbers all day, but of course, it doesn't matter until Russia is beaten and stops, and that's why in the space we try and highlight just how well Ukraine is doing with their own systems, and systems have been donated to try and convince more to be given, because I think you couldn't be more right. Just assuming that Russia will stop one day when they're losing on the battlefield would be a huge military error. If they run out of Iranian drones, they'll use Iranian missiles. If they run out of Iranian missiles, I mean, who knows what's next? Perhaps North Korea, perhaps China. And it goes on and on and on. So all the more reason you free the Leopards, free the Abrams, free the ATACMS, and that's how you stop the missiles.
Ziad.
Should we go to
Evening.
Thanks for the opportunity. When you allowed me to speak, I put up 2 tweets into the nest. They're from a 20-year Russian diplomat who defected in May. His name is Boris Banderov. So he represented Russia in both Europe and Asia. So one of the two tweets is Friday night's PBS NewsHour interview with him. So PBS has interviewed Ukrainian, American, European experts, but this is their first interview with a Russian expert or a Russian diplomat. And then the second is also from Boris Benderev, and this is his lengthy article in the Foreign Affairs magazine entitled "The Sources of Russian Misconduct, a Diplomat Defects from the Kremlin." And I'm just reading that lengthy article for the second time. And, you know, while in the PBS interview, there's not a lot of new information that we don't already suspect in the West about misinformation going back to the Kremlin, going back to the Putin, and wanting to tell Russian leaders what they want to hear, being a large cause of the failure in Ukraine. It's sort of more remarkable that a Russian diplomat who's defected is now speaking on the record. With the second tweet, the longer article in the Foreign Policy magazine, one of the major points he makes is that the West was a little caught off guard or duped by the quiet behavior by the Russians in the late 90s and early 2000s. And as a result, the West thought that trading with Russia would spread democracy or at least non-aggressive behavior there. And so he, in that article, talks about his background as a diplomat and then how and why Russia's aggressive behavior came back. And one of the points he makes, which I think is universally known or accepted, is that Russia needs to suffer a comprehensive rout in Ukraine. And it's not just about Putin, but the entire political regime that is impersonated by Putin needs to be smashed. Just a final point, I'll look for this and then share it. Canada's Deputy Prime Minister, also our Foreign Minister, who has diplomatic experience in Europe herself, Chrystia Freeland, spoke at the Brookings Institution about a week to 2 weeks ago, talking about this practice that Canada and other countries have had in trading with autocratic and very nasty regimes like Russia, China, and others, in the hopes that trading with them would help bring democracy and free market systems to them. And she's saying that's failed and we need to change our strategy in the West. And even if we're dealing with more expensive suppliers than, let's say, China, we have to deal with our friendly allies, our political and ideological allies, because this hope of trading with unsavory nations in the hope they reform is misguided and has failed. So 2 tweets up in the nest, and when I find the third one about Chrystia Freeland, Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, speaking to the Brookings Institution about this trading with friendlies, I'll share that in the nest as well too. If there's any questions, I'm around. Otherwise, I'll drop back down to listener. Thanks.
Thank you, Ziad. Hey, Ziad, if we can just check your DMs real quick, that'd be great. But yeah, Serhi, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I wanted just to elaborate a bit on what Ziad told about the. Gunther may correct me if I'm wrong, but there was obviously for many years there was a policy in Germany like Wander durch Handel. It means that change through the economic activities, and it was encouraged, and there was a hope and belief that through the economic activities, like in Europe after World War, there will be a period of prosperity and peaceful coexistence. And even more, there was a hope of Verzonnen durch Handel, means reconciliation through economics, through economic activity, through transactions. It was a idea that economics is not just for the profit of the countries. It's for the fundamental change in a perception of each other. And obviously, this whole policy and whole idea spectacularly failed. And I'm wondering whether Russia is capable of understanding fundamental flaws that it has in its ideology, and to repent and reconcile with other countries, whether they're able to do what Germany did, because the nuclear weapons is a major factor in really instigating this belief that Russia is invincible and it is always right, and it defended Nazis in World War II. That is why it has a fundamental sacred right to be above all those other nations, like small nations, small neighbors like Ukraine, and to behave in the way it believes is necessary. So it's a very, very dramatic changes in European policy, in European philosophy, in Germany, and let's see where it brings us. And we obviously need to cook Russia a little bit like a frog, not instantly. Otherwise, it will feel and would most probably use nuclear weapons, but gradually with the concerted effort of all European and Western community, we will be dealing with dictators like Putin and his friends around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Serhi. M, do you want to take over real quick? Sorry, I'm just doing something at the same time.
Sure. AI Kalo.
Yeah, hey, thanks. Thanks for great discussion. I just have a question to especially to our Ukrainian speakers. As changing topics a little bit, there's been some talk about children, and I think specifically too, the AP had a report about, I think mainly children that are in orphanages that were transferred over to Russia. So that was, and there was also during the so-called Kherson evacuation that children were evacuated out of Kherson. And so my question is, who's involved in that space? Is the International Community Red Cross document who these kids are? Because Russia has the Red Cross movement on its territory. And by international law, they're supposed to register those children. And, there are these international laws, and I know people don't respect them sometimes, but they are on the books. And so my question is these kids who they are, being registered, documented? What's happening? That's just a question.
I can add just a few words that it's not evacuation, it's a deportation, and it's a terrible. It's just unimaginable. You couldn't imagine what happens. It's like thousands of children just deported from their places without their will and the will of their parents to unknown locations, and there is nobody that could properly track what happens. And as you know, there was recently quite tough discussions between presidential administration of Ukraine, where I worked as well, and the International Red Cross and other organizations to actually do their job, because they're obviously not able to do what they are supposed to do. and it is unimaginable tragedy. I couldn't fathom the depth of the grief and loss of the people that were just deported from the homeland to unknown, undisclosed locations. Then, as you know, the one of the Russian officials, they started to bring those Ukrainian children to their families. They start to distribute them across the Russia, and it's not manageable. It's just a terrible tragedy, and there are so many aspects of this war that we just couldn't properly realize and understand what really happened.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, a big favor, can you what would be the link to that discussion between the president of Ukraine with the Red Cross people?
Yeah, I'll send you. Okay.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, that's terrible. I mean, that's all I can say. I mean, that's one area that I think the international community should be much more vocal about. I mean, but thank you, Sergey.
Ali, sorry. Previous discussion concerned the Azov style prisoners. They were kept in these concentration camps or the prisons, and according to obligations, Red Cross was supposed to visit them and to make sure that they are in a proper condition, but they didn't do that. And as you know, there are tens of Azovstal defenders were killed under mysterious circumstances, and office of the president was almost shouting at the Red Cross that they didn't do their job, and they agreed with that. So they are quite behind their duties in Ukraine, and we're very critical. Ukrainians are very critical about the role of international humanitarian organizations, not because international humanitarian organizations are bad, that because Russia do not take them seriously, and they do not provide access to these areas, and they don't take them seriously.
Mm-hmm. But that's something I think the international community should be, I guess, more vocal about, honestly, because that's, I mean, just getting simple numbers and registries, and that's been in place since World War II, very clearly delineated in the Geneva Conventions, and so that's not happening. It's completely unacceptable. I mean, this is not high tech stuff. This is just very basic piece of paper and a pencil stuff.
Oh, let me just add one small thing. Unfortunately, in the West, there is a perception of Russia as the proper and counterpart in the discussions and the dialogue. Unfortunately, they do not show any willingness to properly discuss and to because even the notion of dialogue is kind of a Western notion. It was created in the West, in the liberal West. They have their own set of values, and if they think that they are right and they have a strength, they don't want to discuss anything. They just use this opportunities for dialogue as a just pretext to either build up their muscles to attack even more aggressively. So it's absolutely different set of values. You don't, please don't make a mistake of judging them according to Western standards. I think this is the biggest mistake that I see in perception of Putin's Russia.
No, I agree, but those are rules that are in place that Russia was part of setting those and signed, since 1946, and those are clear rules, and they're, they haven't changed in 50 years. And it's a piece of paper and a pencil. You draw lists, okay, and that list doesn't exist of these kids that are being, shoved, like you say, kidnapped, basically, is absolutely unacceptable. But the West should be insisting on these lists. Russia, it's true, they'll do whatever they want. However, on the other side, they're very often legalistic in things. They like to point out breaches in international law, and they'll find all sorts of, ways and arguments. They're very into that type of stuff, okay? And so if there's a way to show them, just say, where are those lists? Where are those kids? There's a war going on. There needs to be a registry. There are articles in the Geneva Conventions that specify these things. So that's all I'm going to
Yeah,
say.
Al, but you know what happened to Budapest Memorandum and all those
no one
pieces of paper.
No, but this is different. This is international law.
Nobody.
Yeah.
So was that, right? That's part of the international law. No one is arguing against that it should, except Russia just doesn't. And
no, I don't see any articles.
There are many.
I don't see. Doc, don't please, don't. There is nobody on the West that is insisting on this. I don't see any articles from Germany, Slovakia, or England, or the United States, or Canada that is insisting on this. There's nothing. Anyways, I just want to mention that we should.
What difference does it make?
Yeah. It will make a difference, I think. And anyways, I'm gonna.
Hang on. I got you. Does the NCS of the UK ask organized crime syndicates to make lists of their operations?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, well, yes, I know I know Russia works on as a syndicate, like an organized crime. I know that, and the Putin system.
So basically, you're asking a bad faith actor to give you Excel sheets?
No, I'm saying that this is an additional point that needs to be emphasized, and because Russia is not going to give that list, but it's going to make it.
Why would I worry about Russia giving me a list of those children? Well, this is a very tragic situation. So no one is trying to take away from your point of saying that Russia is engaged in a criminal activity, which is filtration camps and displacing Ukrainian civilians, mainly children and women, and in the elderly, into Russian territories without declaring the numbers they displaced, because, in their evil paradigm, they consider them Russian citizens that they went in to save from the neo-Nazi fascist government in Kiev, right? So, knowing that an evil paradigm, bad faith actor, is not going to comply with providing lists of whoever or whomever they displaced, and knowing that I can give the defenders enough systems and enough ammunition to destroy, for instance, let's say that, well, the Russian 11th Army Corps is no more. So that's like 12,000 troops and a whole lot of kit. If CJ is still here, CJ is gone, so we have John. Maybe John can comment on that. What do you think is more important? Publishing a piece in the BBC or the New York Times or Deutsche Welle or whatever news outlet that you want to pressure the Russians to publish lists of citizens they abducted, rather than providing the defenders with the means to stop them from abducting more? I mean, it is a tragic situation.
I'm saying both. You need
the
to
reality
do both.
of the thing is, hang on.
It's not one or the other. It's both. You need both.
Yes. It's both. I understand. But the thing is, that's not how it works in real life, and that's not how it works in real, in a war zone. Okay, we have a bad faith actor. They can give you a list. Oh, okay, we took away 100,000 children. Maybe they took 400. Maybe they took 500. How would you know?
There's I mean, it's all specified. That's why you got organizations like the ICRC that were created exactly for this reason. Okay.
Yeah,
And
without
and if they don't comply,
without
no, let me finish.
without
Let me finish.
without a
It's
full
a bit like documenting war.
AI.
It is
You're
documenting it's a
Kalo,
war crime.
Kalo, you're trolling
Yeah.
right now. So
Right.
okay, the Ukrainian civil servants and the records, right? Unless they are 100% fully digitized, which we don't know, that we don't have an estimation of Ukrainian civilians abducted from Ukrainian territories and moved to Russian territory. That's number one. Okay. And if there are any Ukrainians here who can correct me on this, we have Olya and we have Sergey, so they can add to that. So without a 100% digital archive of the entire population of Ukraine, we just simply don't have that information. And you cannot rely on the other side cooperating or not cooperating with international institutions to give you that
Listen,
ledger.
these
Secondly,
systems were put in
children,
place before computers were invented. Okay, those are paper and pencil systems that were effective. Okay, and so what I'm just saying is this is an additional piece of information that needs to be put together because there are international laws and war crimes. This war is going to end. Okay, at some point. These Russians, yes, there's going to be a change in world order and blah, blah, blah. But some of these Russians will want to travel to visit Italy, Rome, London, okay? And they're going to be criminals because they abducted children, okay? And then it's just plain criminal law, okay? That needs to be put into place. An additional piece to the HIMARS and everything else. Okay, that's all my point's going to be. And I
that's
think
already in
we in the
place.
West
And
we
so,
need to be
and
more vocal about this.
a couple of journalistic exposés have been published to that end.
That's not enough. It's not enough. They're obviously not enough.
Nothing is enough. Nothing is enough. No, everyone cares, but nothing is enough.
Right.
Nothing is
Okay.
enough because we have governments and we have bureaucratic systems, and it's a war and it's a mess. You know what? Someone caused a mess, and people, as they
I
go,
agree. I
they are
agree with you.
trying to stop this mess and fight this mess and reverse the effects of this mess.
I agree.
So
I agree. I agree.
That it is a
I
tragic
think,
situation, Kayla. But
yeah,
Sergey,
yeah.
please go ahead.
I would like just to point out that really it's not some criminal activities. This is a full-scale war, the biggest since World War II, where Russia, as they claim now on the official propaganda channels, they're waging sacred war against the perverts and against the degraded West, against the Satanists, as they call. So you couldn't imagine the degree to which those people committing those crimes against the children, against the humanity, to which they are committed to this sacred war. This is not just some criminal activities. And the capacity and authority of organizations like International Red Cross are not there. It's not simply taken seriously. It's like, there is a World War II. I don't want to make these comparisons and parallels between World War II, but could you imagine the International Red Cross involved in concentration camps that Hitler organized? It's just parallel universes. I'm sure that these realities are not they are not interconnected. And what International Red Cross is capable of doing, and they are not doing. Actually, I posted on the MriyaReport the timeline, the reference to this discussion between the presidential administration and International Red Cross. They're just capable, most probably, of addressing some specific issues concerning some specific prisoners of war of high media value, maybe 50 persons, maybe 200. But when it comes to deporting, thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, of children, it is simply not within their capacity to even theoretically manage it. And I think we do not appreciate the complexity and the scale of this war, and this is really huge civilizational clash. And even these international Red Cross organizations like International Cross, they are considered to be part of Western world, of the attempt and effort by the West to impose their will on Russian civilization and Russian people. So they are not considered to be equal. And when you talk about international law, I mean, Russia is because they have nuclear weapons and they have this willingness, and they think that Ukraine is part of their territory, and Ukrainians and Russians are the same people. They don't care about those pieces of paper. Really, we have to just take it for the fact.
Okay,
Thank you, sir. Kayla, stay with us. John, you have to comment on this. Please go ahead.
Yeah, just two things. As Em was saying, deeds, not words. Enabling Ukraine to materially affect the situation is what is of the most significant importance right now. And I would add beyond that, asking Russia to publish any information whatsoever is problematic because, as Em said, they're an unreliable partner. But beyond that, they are engaging in an information warfare campaign to muddy the waters surrounding the genocide, the war crimes, and the crimes against humanity that they have perpetrated and are continuing to perpetrate. So if any Western government was to, conceivably ask Russia to publish any figures on this subject or, any number of different crimes that they have committed, that provides them with an opportunity to release fraudulent, completely fictitious numbers in furtherance of that information warfare campaign to muddy the waters and just make everything more problematic. So it's not just that there is minimal potential benefit, it is potentially actively harmful to try and get that information out of the Russians.
No, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I totally agree with that. It's more like through an international partner. But my second question is, moving forward, are there any steps to avoid this from happening, making sure the kids are not around areas that are in active combat? And also, also recently, like yesterday, there was a news, I forget who published that, but that hospitals are being dismantled in Kherson. I mean, they're just basically dismantling, shipping all hospitals, ambulances, all that is being shipped over on the Russian side. So, medical facilities are also under attack. And so my question is there, moving forward, things put into place to basically shield vulnerable populations? Because we had a discussion just the other day about air power, which sounds like, who knows, that can be something that's going to happen down the line. And so is that something that's being done, and is the West helping out with that?
The West is helping out by providing superior firepower. You need infantry to liberate land, secure the population, conduct clearing operations, and save them. Otherwise, you can donate, sorry for saying this, a shit ton of GPS trackers and chips, and let's microchip the children so that we can track them. It's just there is no realistic solution for this because it's war. Because Russia decided to invade Ukraine and they decided to commit war crimes. So without the security force in place and superior firepower to neutralize Russian forces and liberate lands and cities and villages and towns and settlements as quickly as possible, and then conduct clearing operations to arrest and apprehend collaborators and stay behind Russian troops and uncover whatever plots that exist in those areas and send in AUD personnel and experts to clear those liberated lands from unexploded ordnance and IEDs and booby traps and whatnot. There is no safety.
No, I agree with that.
And the only prevention from perpetuating this crime is to prevent the Russians from doing it. How?
I agree with. I totally
That
agree that the military aside, but the fact is, if you know, if somebody's followed the the war in Syria, uh, one of the military tactic on the Russian side is terrorizing populations, and it's by destroying, specifically targeting where children are, and specifically targeting medical facilities. I mean, that's been their modus operandi for the last 10 years, okay, or longer. It's not a secret, and so they're going to do that. And so the question is, moving forward, yes, it has to be. I agree with everything you're saying, absolutely. But in addition, is there ways to harden that target, that civilian target, because they're not operating by the same rules. For them,
how can you
children
harden?
are a military target.
How can you conduct behind enemy lines operations to harden, quote unquote, that which doesn't exist in the military lingo or lexicon, to harden a civilian population, unless you have stay behind cells, or unless you send in special operation forces and undercover SBU officers who organize partisan action against the invading troops in order to limit civilian casualties. This is what happens in real life. There's no imaginative solution for this. It doesn't work like that. And by the way, as an Egyptian who was involved in tracking this civil conflict in Syria for the last 11 years, comparing what the Russians did in Syria to what they are doing in Ukraine is absolute nonsense, because what happened there is completely different from what's happening in Ukraine. But both interventions or both military operations speak volumes to the goals, the strategies, the tactics, the ethics, and the ideology of the current political leadership and the current military leadership of the Russian Federation. So
I mean,
there's no
would you
point
agree?
into
What do you mean? Would you agree that they attacked civilian populations in Syria? Yes or no? Yes or no? I mean, was
to what?
Aleppo bombed to the ground? Yes or no? Okay, and so
Al, may just a few words.
Sergey,
It
Sergey,
is
please.
different.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
is
Sergey, please.
different
I
because
got this. I got this. Sergey, please, I got this. Why bring Aleppo into it?
I'm just saying it was a different military tactic. I'm just saying
It's the same. The Russians don't know anything except early 70s doctrine. Use standoff rocket artillery and tube artillery to neutralize your enemy force, either by leveling population centers or attacking their forces. They are doing the same. Of course, they are doing the same. Any junior analyst knows that they are doing the same. What I'm saying here is that's a different conflict and different history, right? So there's no need to bring in Syrian analogies into this, because what they are doing in Ukraine is enough without bringing Syria into it.
no, I
Of course
understand.
they committed crimes in Syria. Of course they have been barbaric in Syria, and they were annihilated in Syria when one Wagner task force decided to act bombo. They
Yeah,
got
no,
effed up using American CAS. It
I
is
know.
what it is.
Yeah.
Well, just remember that they consider Kherson children their own population. They consider this is the main difference. In Syria, it was
Exactly.
a
Sir,
foreign
sir
country.
is right on the money here. They say that they annexed the Donbass, Zaporizhia, and Kherson, and they are still filing. So the irony of this, the oxymoron, the catch-22. So Russia managed to convince quote unquote citizens of those oblasts to vote for joining Russia. So it's Russians, and therefore they become automatically Russian citizens, right? This is the irony of all this whole fucking lie. Excuse my French. So Russians are bombing Russian citizens in Russia to prevent Ukraine from taking it. How beautiful, is it not? It's ugly. It's criminal, right? So, yes, they are stealing children. No, there is no way to know or to find out how many children and how many women and how many elderly they displaced. This is genocide. They are committing genocide. The year is 2022. It is the 21st century, and we have all the technological advances in place. We have all the philosophical frameworks in place. We have all the ethical frameworks in place. We have all the reporting. We have all the social media platforms. We have all the journalistic reporting on what's going on. But no, there is no viable way on the ground of reality to convince them to act in good faith and give us an Excel sheet of how many Ukrainian citizens they displaced. And no, in the domain of state level or state actor level intelligence collection, there is no sure proof way or foolproof way to give you a good estimate to a high degree of confidence of the numbers of those children. And it's a travesty and it's tragic, but it is what it is, and they will pay for it. So you're bringing up a very good point, and you're bringing up something that we should all be aware of. But the way you're bringing it up is basically not giving anyone a chance to tell you that what happens on the ground the ground of reality is completely different from what you're expecting. What Western governments or Western journalistic institutions or Western diplomacy or even international institutions can do. How can you convince a criminal to cooperate with you and give you the facts? They lie. They lie for a living. They lie during this war. They're not abiding by the rules of international humanitarian law to begin with.
I agree. I agree. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kalo. Welcome, Craig.
And I'll just add in one little point. There is a project on that was kind of in MriyaAid that is attempting to, using satellite imagery collected over all the recent months, to actually establish as much as can be established where people were taken from, how, by what means, where to, where they ended up, how they were dispersed and displaced from intermediate concentration camps, if they were, etc. And what can be done through observation, what can be done through the data that has been gathered, will be done through geospatial approaches. Can it be done foolproof to 100%? Probably not. Just as a matter of fact. Will it be done to the greatest possible extent? Yes. Will this be a key component of any talks after Russia has left Ukraine and Ukraine is again territorially integral? Absolutely. This will be right at the top of it. I think the realization is that putting the cart before the horse here is senseless, really, because what matters much more than anything else right now is to get Russia out of Ukraine first, so that process can actually begin, not just in earnest, but actually in a constructive way where it can lead to positive results. That's all. That's all there is. Craig, evening.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon. I agree wholeheartedly with those sentiments, and I think that we here in the West, for as bad of a reputation as the United States might have had over the past 20 years with the mistakes that we've made in regards to certain things, those are things that we have to take ownership of, and we should, because that's how you improve yourself, right? And why else live but to improve yourself? Why else but go forward, right? As the saying goes. The idea that we have to hold this accountable long term, I think, is, despite again what some people might think of people in the West, it matters to us, and it matters a lot, right? And I think this is just kind of my gut instinct here. I'm assuming that after Russia has left, any relief of sanctions, any relief of anything, I think is going to be important. But what I think is also important is not to treat this as a hostage situation. And this is kind of what I want to get at. There is talk amongst those in the West that, obviously we're holding all this money. We'll give them their money back if they return these human beings, right? That's ransom, right? They're taking a hostage, right? And we're negotiating with that. And I wouldn't support any politician, any elected official, any ambassador from any country, to be quite honest, as we're supposed to be an alliance, treating this as a bargain sale, right? How do we get these guys back? Well, let's give them some money, right? No, this is a moral question, and this is not to be negotiated separately, or excuse me, exclusively between these two objects. We have to hold ourselves and Russia accountable to this, because, like I said, there's a lot of people who just want to just give them the money in exchange for the children, for the adults, and et cetera, et cetera. And it's that is a position I'm not comfortable with as a person. So I think that we should hold ourselves accountable to make sure, and our elected officials accountable to make sure that we don't exchange money for people. That's barbaric, and we're well beyond that at this point, or at least we should be.
This
Very well
makes me
said,
think, Craig. It makes me think, Craig, of the policy of the Soviet-occupied zone of Germany, literally selling souls to West Germany. Right? Maybe that is another page of the decade-old playbook there.
I wouldn't say we haven't done it in the past, but you would have to argue, is that the right thing to say? Is that the right thing to do? Right. But I think that this is different. Those were people that were trying to escape. And I believe in some cases, they were educated, or they had relations in West Germany. There was something there, and they would pay to release them. So I think the circumstances in terms of the actual details of this is different. What Russia did was kidnapping, right? In East Berlin,
what I mean is,
especially
the other side, the playbook.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I thought I was looking for the parallel there, and I was like, well, no, I understand now. Thank you. Sorry.
No, Soviet side, Russian side reenactment. That's what I meant. Sorry, Craig. I should have been more clear. Yeah. Wendy, do you know what? Take my place if you can. I'll come back as speaker for a bit, but I think I need to restart my phone.
Welcome, Wendy. Let's go to Lexicon first. Welcome back, ma'am.
Oh, fourth. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for that. About this issue, I fully agree with you guys. I think that a thing that Al or Ali might want to understand is we're looking at a people, when you look at the Ukrainian side, this is a people's war. It's like all out total effort of all the people, everyone, to fight off and defeat this kidnapper of children and exterminator of the whole nation. But on our side, those of us who are outside, who do what we can in things like this, and there's like, I don't know, 1,000 souls who might be sitting around here sometime, and a larger number over off and on. But this is a really small number of people. So people do what they can. And if what you can do is lobbying with your government to make noise about this, and that's something you're good at, it's worth doing. Mainly, I want to say that who's going to hold to account for the sake of every single one of these children and women and men as the Ukrainian people? We have heard a little bit, I think on this site I've heard, and some other places, there are organizations, civil society organizations, as well as government department, working on trying to get the lists of all these populations. I mean, there have been voters lists and so on exist in all of these cities, but also to try to identify the names of all the young people, of all the children who've been disappeared or who have died, who are the people in the mass graves. And I think that that effort will continue. We can see countries in the world who have never forgotten the names of people who were massacred and who have, with greater or lesser degree of success, held these murderous countries to account. One organization, I'm not sure if you follow them, a group called Share the Truth, that crowdsources and does a daily update. They do it in many languages, so you can share it with a lot of friends. And every day you've got an update, and they tackle specific subjects, including the genocidal consequences of Russia's war. And that might be a place to explore, to find like-minded people who are pursuing this. But I have no doubt whatsoever that Ukraine will pursue this question forever, and has the greatest chance of success in finding the most number of children possible, and of women and men. The other thing I just wanted to say about the ICRC, it is not a universally reliable organization. I've worked in countries around the world where the degree of connivance with the government, I mean, they exist in national chapters. So they do what they think they want to do. We know that, say, early in the laying siege of Mariupol by Russia, that the international head of the International Red Cross was in Moscow for 2 days before coming anywhere near Mariupol. In Haiti, the Red Cross is a laughingstock is famous for having constructed all of 4 houses in its huge housing campaign since the first Haiti earthquakes 20 years ago. In Cambodia, the wife of the president takes aid and distributes it on behalf of herself and her husband, Red Cross aid, and basically leads the people to believe that she is the Red Cross. There are lots of examples. So if our Red Cross in your country is quite good, it's because people of your country have demanded it be a decent organization. But there's nothing like this that stands above us all, neither the UN nor the Red Cross nor any of them, that stands above us all and can bring murderers to bay. And we can't expect it. So I think just finally, to take part in supporting a people's war, we have to just do the things we're good at. And if we're good at writing, good at lobbying, good at journalism, we do those things. If we're good at fighting, gathering money for munitions, we do that. And so if you feel it's important, Al Kilo, then figure out where you can jump in and work on it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and don't lose confidence in international frameworks. It is actually the time to save international frameworks, even if you perceive them as corrupt, or you can prove their corruption, and do the same thing for them. Reform is always better than any nihilistic approach towards those frameworks and saying they don't work anymore, we should get rid of them, they don't function, etc., etc. It's a challenge. These are challenging times and exponential times. So the same thing that you can do with your elected officials, you can do by asking those international frameworks and international organizations to reform, by asking for more accountability. Granted, they have a lot of bureaucracy that can be a cause for corruption, and they could be doing whatever to get whatever, and then some people try to use that for their own ends and abuse it, but that's on them, right? We have those frameworks in place. So losing frameworks is exactly what Russia and China would want us to do. They would want us to give up on the international system. No, I don't want to give up on the international system. I want to reform it. If there's a problem with it, I want to call out the problem. The same way I can write to my elected official, the same way I can write to politicians, the same way I can lobby, the same way I can write a letter to the editor. I can press for reforming those organizations and making them leaner and more robust and having them deliver better results. So I wouldn't say that the International Red Cross is completely useless. I would say that they don't have enough capability, or they found themselves in a bit of a pickle where they cannot deliver on the utopian promises or the best performance that we expect. We're talking about huge organizations, a huge history, a lot of resources, human resources, and resources in field and out of field that could use some fine tuning, and they could use a lot of lobbying to push them into reform, and they can use a lot of streamlining their operations to minimize corruption and to reduce waste. It's the same with everything. But to approach this by saying that the UN is useless, the International Red Cross is useless. I've worked in so many countries, and in Haiti they did this, in Egypt they did that, in South of Sudan they did this. So basically, I would be succumbing to errors and mistakes of the past And all of a sudden, instead of focusing on the aggressor, I'll be focusing on them, blowing them up from within, and therefore losing a framework that could protect me in concept, but maybe it isn't right now for so many reasons that I can work towards fixing. That plays into the long strategic games of the Russians and the Chinese. It doesn't play into the long game of me as a citizen hoping for a better, peaceful world with more powers for international organizations to make sure that it remains peaceful and it remains a safe place for me to have a family and pursue a job and pursue an education and enjoy a measure of peace and a measure of security, right? We all have problems, and they do have problems as well. But this is a
But
nihilistic approach.
yeah, I'm not being nihilistic. I've worked for the UN. I'm on my way somewhere for
I'm
them.
not.
I'm not saying the
I
UN
addressed.
or
I addressed the concept. I didn't address
okay,
you
but
personally.
don't
I'm
toss
talking
out
about.
being nihilistic. I never have said the UN is useless or the right.
I'm not
Okay,
talking
okay.
about
I
you
know you're not
personally,
talking.
ma'am. I didn't
Okay, I
engage in
just
any
want.
ad hominem attacks against you. I'm discussing
Okay,
the
but when
concept.
the
I'm
person
discussing the point that you raised.
okay, and I want to say that the UN is nothing more than us. The UN is a collection of the governments that are in it. And we can see what is done to the Security Council by Russia being in the Security Council. But no, I've worked for UN organizations and still am. And there's no better way to find out what exactly they are. And in every single country, the national offices reflect the countries that they're in.
What's
And
the name? What's the name of the job application website of the UN, ma'am?
you can do UN jobs, UNDP jobs. There are different sites. It's a hydra. It's a massive thing that. So the
No,
development
but there's
office.
one portal where you want to apply for the UN. I'm sure you're aware of it because you worked for the UN for so long.
Well, one that I find quite useful more frequently is jobs.undp.org because they do development. But you can also just, so I don't go to a main just UN. They do not contain all the available jobs.
They actually have a website that contains all the available websites.
You may think so, but the one I'm on now isn't on that
I know
website.
so. I know so. I
You
have
know
a UN
so.
patch in my house
Okay.
to prove so.
Hey, I
Okay.
just want to say, Em and Alexa, I really agree with everything you both said, and I told the UN Charter starts by I think it's like we the people, so it's not even nation. It comes to us as individuals, and so I totally agree. I do agree with you said, Em. I mean, those are extremely large organizations. I mean, like billions of dollars of annual budgets. And I think they got caught off guard by this. This challenges all the post-World War II concepts. And you're right. It's either we forget about them and just move on into a total new order that, Russia and China would be more than happy to help with, or we try to beef up. And that was kind of the point I was trying to make. And is it going to be easy? No, it's not going to be easy. But and you're right. I should start squawking and talking. Maybe I should, start, move my butt and do something about it. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Lexicon. Thank you, Kalo. And for those interested, it's called Inspira, from inspiration. Dan, please go ahead.
So 3 or 4 things in terms of from the top down. To whatever extent international law exists, and that's a highly debatable question, because there is no court that has the authority to enforce its decisions. It has broken down in Ukraine completely. Our negotiation with the Russian consists of HIMARS rockets and main gun rounds. And I would simply point out that we are not negotiating hard enough. First of all, again from the top level down, NATO's conventional superiority over Russia at this point is essentially absolute. We've got 6 months to watch how bad they are at this. There is no question that the combined NATO air forces can end this thing in 4 days if we would get off our butts and do it. We're chickens. Wake up every morning and remember that. We're too chicken to just end it. The Russians don't want to fight NATO because if they did, they would have done it 50,000 casualties, 50,000 KIA ago when they had an army. If we made them go home, they would. Secondly, if we won't do that, someone just mentioned that we've given them Ukraine about somewhere around 30 to 40 HIMARS and 200 M777s. Double it, double both of them, and send them some tanks, for God's sake. Win the bleeping war, and you can work on the rest of this. Here's how you negotiate with the people who have taken Ukrainian children hostage. You arrest them, you seize them, preferably with a very bad helicopter ride on their way to wherever you put them. You lock them in a room with a little tiny window and a little tiny light, and you feed them once a day for a week. And then you come in and ask them if they would like to discuss things or not. And if they say no, you come back for another week. Repeat. That's how you get these questions answered. Anyone who believes the Russians are going to tell you anything has lost their bleeping mind. Apologies for being quite so forceful.
Craig, would you like to take this one?
No, I mean, I think that there in 1991, the United States invaded Iraq with allied forces of roughly about 500,000 men. That took roughly, again, 3.5 months, 4 months to do that, to move 500,000 of our own troops there. That was with access to seaports, aircraft, international, otherwise, so you can get stuff to where it needs to go easily. You can just airlift it once you're in Saudi Arabia and in other places. There's no slow walking here, right? I mean, there is no slow walking of anything. And I think that nobody is saying, oh, let's not win the war, or let's win the war. I think that this is a question of, respectfully, not to beat the the composted horse at this point, but this is a question of logistical capacity. That's all this is. If we could get access to seaports and we could start dropping stuff off in Odessa, this war would have been over probably by July, if you want to know the truth of the matter, right? That's what we're talking about here. So I don't think anybody is saying we shouldn't win it. I just think that we have to remember that something that weighs 70 tons or what have you has to get from point A to point B. And there's a lot of that. There's a lot of those. And there's a problem with math when it comes to capacity. So I think Ukraine, when you look at these offensives, what you're seeing is Ukraine building up a reserve and then moving forward, pausing, building up a reserve and then moving forward, pausing. They're not going in half cocked with only 50% of the ammunition and stuff that they need to get the job done. But the reason that they have that, it takes time to get there, right, and build up that reserve. So I think we have to be respectful of the fact that Ukraine is doing, not only are they transporting military hardware by train, but they're transporting people. I mean, the CEO of the company brags about it all the time, about how trains are running on time and you can go visit your relatives and life is returning to normal. They're doing all this in the midst of a war. So we have to keep, some measure of perspective, because we did that in Iraq in 91. Look what we're doing in Ukraine now without any access to seaports. I think it is absolutely, I think it's beyond contestation that this is probably the moment in history where people will look back and say, God, the United States they have all these bases, and the United States is this, it's omnipresent around the world. Gosh, look at this, and these imperialists and all moving. But then as soon as Ukraine needs help, as soon as a country cries out for help, what's the first question everybody asks? Where is the United States? Right? So perspective is warranted, while albeit realistic perspective, but also being critical of it as well. But yeah, it's just a question of weight and math. That's all.
Guys, let me just, on behalf of Ukrainians, just let me thank all American people and the US Army military for helping us to survive, especially the first months, because I was desperate as well. And guys, I'm so grateful for your support, and I'm in the middle of Kiev, and I think we will continue our fight on the front line, and with your help we will defeat Russians. But just please be aware that we feel your support, and I think that we are like one family, and we will defeat our enemies and support our values and democracy and rule of law and respect for human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Sarai. Ziad, please go ahead.
Thanks for allowing me to speak again. Sorry about my earlier mistake. On the topic of sanctions against Russia because of kidnappings and because of killings, I wonder whether the Libyan experience and the sanctions against Libya for the 1988 Pan Am bombing over Lockerbie, Scotland, could provide a bit of a model or an example to follow. So from the 1988 bombing of the aircraft, Libya experienced sanctions right through until 2003, and those were only lifted after Libya paid $2.7 billion in reparations to the families of the 270 victims. And there is some complexity here that will affect Russia. The sanctions against Libya from 1988 on were sanctions against revenue except for oil and gas revenue. And then there were equipment export restrictions into Libya for oil and gas refining equipment, but not for oil and gas production equipment. So Libyan crude oil was still able to be exported, and Libya could receive the proceeds, but they couldn't refine the oil within country. So that seems to be more of an economic interest thing for the West than it was much of a punishment against Libya. But I just kind of wanted to table that. I know there's many experts here, but I just wanted to table that as a potential model with some pros and cons for the situation with Russia and Ukraine. Thank you.
Libya was a state sponsor of terrorism. That's number one. They actually had camps to train terrorists. And Gaddafi basically funneled funds to the IRA and other terrorist organizations. What happened in Lockerbie was the nexus of several services working against one another. I don't want to go into that because there are still information to be declassified about it, and more information had been declassified about it. Muammar Gaddafi basically did that because he wanted to turn the page, try to get back. He used Hassan Tatanaki to hire lobbying firms in the United States so that he would go to the UN and give his speech. So whatever Libya was doing in that specific incident do not compare to an overt invasion of a sovereign nation and committing war crimes. So you're comparing apples and oranges there, Ziad, and it doesn't apply for what we're dealing with. And it doesn't provide a historical precedent or framework for dealing with Russian crimes in Ukraine or trying to create a framework for financial compensation for whatever war crimes they committed. Or sanction. There is a sanction regime already in place. All Western oil services companies have pulled out of Russia. So they don't have human resources or the technologies to expand production. They
have what they have right now, and they can operate what they have right now using Russian expertise without any Western expertise or Western equipment brought in to provide them with oil well services for a paid fee. So that's already in place. But thank you so much for bringing this up to our attention. And Ben, please go ahead. All right, Ben seems to be away from his mic. If you have a question to ask us, or if you want to bring a topic for discussion, feel free to send us a speaker request. We have several. Oh, Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask a quick question because I'm getting a few. I'm getting corrected here in accordance to my thought that I had earlier. I had thought that these were merely marine-based drones. I'm watching some of the craziest video I've ever seen in my entire life. Like I'm really watching the Terminator circa post-nuclear apocalypse from Skynet. Can somebody kind of give me a little bit more information as to what exactly happened in Sevastopol, and break that down as if you're talking to an idiot?
All right, so this is a theory, right? And we have Battle Moose coming up. Probably some special operation force team approached the port. So there was an infill point, and they inserted those unmanned surface vehicles. And then unmanned aerial vehicles or drones were flown towards the port. Somehow those sea drones, I'm going to call them sea drones for short, so water drones, sea drones, they basically look like canoes. So the design factor or the form factor of the design is a canoe that gives you buoyancy and gives you maneuverability. The propulsion part of the design is a jet engine that you can use with a jet ski. It had some what seems to be IR sensors on the front of it, judging by the photos of a previous sea drone that beached near Sevastopol, and a camera and an antenna. So hypothetically speaking, those sea drones connected to air drones, and those air drones provided a relay link to whoever was operating them from wherever and guided them to their targets. The amount of drones used could be to provide redundancy for providing a comm relay link, and for C2 or command and control mission objectives. Some of them could have been distractions to distract Russian air defense systems. They could have used loitering ammunition as well. And simply, we don't know what happened. We don't know who did it. We don't know why they did it now. And we still don't have confirmation on the damage. But we do have a couple of videos, and we have the reaction of the Russian government. How's that, Craig?
That's about as good as it gets. Battle Moose, I'm sure, can kind of add a few more points on.
I think I was watching the same video as you, and was that the one with the little sea, call them sea drones for lack of better terms, getting shot up by the helicopter?
Yes, sir.
I was literally in my seat cheering on the drone as this thing was jinking through the water, avoiding. And I dare say, like from a helicopter, that'd be a pretty hard kill. Because they're not that big. But I was just going to ask Em, and he did touch on it. Could they be using these as RRBs? Rebroadcasting terminals for the drones, or the air drones? I guess the Ukrainians have so many damn drones now that we have to specify what branch they are.
You know what's interesting to me though, Battle Moose, is that you see the helicopter aloft shooting up the drone. I'd be interested to see how they saw it and what kind of surface detection radar that they have. Because this object, I mean, the swell isn't too bad. I'm looking at the swells of some of these, the crests and the troughs of the waves. And so in terms of, you know, radar for an object this small, obviously if you're a freaking frigate, wave across us and the trough isn't gonna matter.
You're breaking up there, Craig. But I smell what you're cooking. I dare say it was done with the C1A1 eyeball, because
Okay, there you go.
I think these things sit so low in the water, you're going to be pretty damn hard pressed to detect it.
Exactly.
And it almost looks like they're made of carbon fiber, and so most radar detection is going to go right through it.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I got the idea. These things were approximately what? I mean, I'm trying to use something for reference on some of these pictures to get an idea of scale, but it appears these are what, approximately 8 to 10 feet long, give or take, maybe more, 12. Help.
Yeah, the
Did I
one
die?
that came up that was on shore with that the Russians took pictures of that washed up on shore didn't look more than 7 feet long.
Jeez, that's a hell of an eye. Look at and I love the color of it too, because it blends in with the water, and at least with the watercolor at that and a cloudy day. Because what's interesting to me is another thing in terms of like tactics, marine tactics. If you look at the weather, it's not a blue sky, right? It's a dark vehicle that provides almost the same color as the water on a cloudy day. And if you look at it, it's a cloudy day. And so great planning by the Ukrainians. But the fact that the Russians caught these or saw them to the point where they could launch a helo to try to shoot it, that's what really is starting to tickle my brain. That because that's really hard to pick up, and I'm wondering how they did.
I bet after the shenanigans last night, and I'm shooting into the dark here. I dare say after the shenanigans that last night, anything that could fly was up in the air, and they're doing search patterns, because the Russians know that these things exist, and which is kind of sad because it limits your ability to use that platform in the future, right? Because the enemy is aware.
Exactly right. And actually we were talking about that too, in that it's this idea that what does this do? How does this change their strategic picture? Because while I'm a little fuzzy on the technical aspect of the relay and the delays and all the rest of that stuff that obviously the Ukrainians solved, my question would go towards something along the lines of how does this change anything? Now, granted, any Russian ship is a good Russian ship, especially a dead one, because it's a beautiful target. And who doesn't like to be a ship ace? But to think about how this would affect future operations, I'm not entirely sure. The best guess that I have for this is that Ukraine saw an opportunity to sink a lot of Russian ships, to do a lot of damage, to humiliate them, obviously. But I mean, how many shipborne cruise missiles are we seeing coming from the Black Sea Fleet? Is it 20%? Is it 10%? Is it this? Is it that? And then, you have to remember too that I think Russia just today or yesterday, several days ago, they are purchasing Iranian ballistic missiles as well to supplement their supply. So, yeah, I mean, I just kind of be interested to hear other people's thoughts as well.
I wish John was here. John can go down a rabbit hole with this drone stuff. I bet you Colby can too, but we got to wake him up.
What kind of charge do you think they have them on Battle Moose? How many kilograms?
On the drones, I don't think they're armed. The sea drones?
Yes.
I don't know if they're armed. Like if it's armed, why would you try to be exfilling it and getting attacked by a helicopter, right?
I see some of these guys heading directly towards a Russian ship. I'm watching a video.
Well, if they are armed and you got something the size of like a small kayak, let's just say it's a kayak, right? It's a little bit smaller than a full size canoe. So you probably have 100, 200 pounds of C4 in there.
Yeah.
Like you figure, like you get into a kayak after you put, if you got an engine, you put the fuel in it. You got your radio equipment, all your optics for your cameras and shit like that. And the camera stuff's not heavy. You're talking a couple pounds. Fuel, if you want to extend it, so let's say 100 pounds. So the average kayak can carry a 250 pound person. The problem is where you sit and like where the center of mass is in the water with kayaks, right? So with these assault sea drones, everything's low profile. So you can literally line the keel with plastic explosive and have some kind of detonator in it, and Bob's your uncle. You can have a 300-pound explosive there, which is more than some torpedoes, I imagine.
No, I agree. It's interesting and I mean, do we have an idea of losses yet? I mean, I know I've seen reports of like a frigate here, damage there. I mean, do we have any kind of rough idea? Obviously, not a complete list, an exhaustive list, but anything for sure on what exactly?
I've seen in the back chat, and like all this stuff is unconfirmed, right? The Makarov was definitely hit. It took superstructure damage. And it injured the watchman that was on deck, and a bunch of some of the weapon systems were taken out and stuff like that. I think that vessel is no longer in the war, and it's going to be out for some time. And then a bunch of the mine clearing vehicles. So it was definitely an extensive operation.
No, absolutely. I'm actually watching the Ukrainian minister. Excuse me. I believe this is the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. I'm not sure. I think there's a tweet in there. I'm not going to share it unless I know for sure. But it looks like, wow. These are so. I think that's the stern. Hold on. I think we're looking at a picture of the stern of the ship, and they're trying to show you what kind of ship it was. But yeah, geez, this is incredible, absolutely incredible.
Once again, the Ukrainians are showing how they changed warfare with using drones. No ship on the high seas is safe. Too bad Gunny wasn't here. We could freak him right out. Like, no ship is safe anymore. Not even in a guarded port like Sevastopol. Sevastopol is pretty heavily guarded. I'm sure Colby is going to go into it.
Germany has delivered 2 unmanned surface vehicles to Ukraine. We don't know what they are, but based on all the available evidence, it seems that Ukraine has utilized either something that has been provided to them or an indigenous design, and has set it up to be a loitering munition boat to go out and self-destruct against the hull of these Russian vessels. That's what it seems to me, that they've packed some sort of warhead or a bunch of C4 into the front of the boat, and that's how the damage has occurred to the frigate, allegedly.
Okay, so well, you weren't here, but Gunny went through this extensively earlier, and apparently it could be a big failure or a minor success. At least that's what he ended up concluding with. But I'm sure he's going to come on and talk more about it.
seems like at least one of these were taken out by a helicopter with some sort of ground to air to ground missile. If that's not a fake video, but I'm not sure that the kayak boat jet ski thing that we saw that stranded beached a few months ago. I'm not sure that's the same thing. Maybe that was some sort of prototype, because I think if it failed like that obviously did, I'm sure the Ukrainians changed that because they're smart.
Well, I dare say that, and I'm no military planner by any stretch of the means, but if you go to Home Depot and construct yourself a explosive torpedo canoe, for a couple $100, and you take out a capital asset like the Makarov, that's a success. That's even if they did that and they took out a couple corvettes, or I heard that they took out a landing ship, or they could have damaged a landing ship. That's a success. That is 100% a success, and the Ukrainians should be patting themselves on the back for it, for another well-planned, well-executed mission.
I totally agree. I just reproduced something that Gunny said earlier, and then he went off and hasn't been on air since. So, yeah, I think expectancy about it might have been very high, because there was a lot of news about it this morning here. Yeah, I agree. Like, if they took out a capital ship, it's a huge success, and they didn't need to use millions of dollars on doing it. Probably a few thousand plus the C4 and some sort of UHF antenna.
Yeah, and again, you don't need to sink the ship. You're just taking it out of action, right? And if the reports are correct and there's serious superstructure damage done to the vessel, then she's going into dry dock, and she's not going to see the Ukrainian war probably ever again.
But moreover, the harbor of Sevastopol is compromised.
I think they're like everybody knew that, but
Yeah,
Luca.
Sevastopol's been hit before, but nothing on this scale, obviously. But I think, yeah, Sevastopol's been hit before, just not obviously in this form.
I'm just saying that it's not secure. The Russians can't trust the way it's set up now to be a secure place for their ships. And
they could never trust that it was secure. And we all were sitting here for the last couple of months at the edge of our seats going, when are they going to hit it? When are they going to hit it? Like, we've had entire thought experiments in the back chat about how the Ukrainians are going to hit Sevastopol, and it looks like they played. I don't know if it's their entire hand, but they played their hand and they played it well.
I think next time there's not going to be a floating ship.
I see CJ's down there laughing away. He's just bitter. He didn't think this up.
The way you guys are describing this is it's like a futuristic version of the cockle shell heroes, the canoes, but they're unmanned, and yeah, it's incredible. The more information we hear about this battle moose in Erland, the more incredible this story gets. So it's very, very much developing, and it's it's terrific to hear your insights on it. Thank you. Luke has just come up, and you've got your hand up. Can I bring you in, sir?
Thank you, Wendy. Yeah, sorry, I was following the story too, but I just heard maybe Battlemoose was saying that you've seen footage or got some information that the Makarov was hit. I have not seen that. Can you confirm?
I've seen some. I can't confirm it. It's completely unconfirmed. It was one of those Dmitry intercepts that he translated, and like anything, we won't know for a couple days. And I'm sure CJ is sitting at the edge of his seat waiting for the next round of sat images to come in.
Think about
Do you know what the limpet was during Second World War? Limpet's mine.
Yeah, that's the licky sticky mine they put on sides of ships.
Yeah, it was a commandos developed weapon that the British equipped Norwegian commandos with and sent them up in canoes and sunk German warships.
I don't know if we're seeing that here. I don't think there was any Ukrainian troops on ground or in the area. That's why they're using the drones, sea drones, air drones. It could have been a combination. The Ukrainians are operating combined arms with drones better than the Russians can do it with people.
I'm just saying because they basically took a trick out of the British commandos, but took out of the equation the two crazy Norwegians with the oars and the canoe. They just made it better. It's just a canoe, no people, and a lower profile.
Yeah, I agree, and I hope to see a lot more of it.
With respect to Italian frogmen, Luca, they were also to give them their due. They were very much leading the way on limpet mines. We're very lucky to be joined by CJ. He's just dropped. I'm sure he'll be back up again. Leonardo.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, it's what's really astonishing to me is the implication which it has for the Russians and for the Navy. I mean, we know what happened after they sank the Moskva, and now they not only show they can hit all these ships, but in a way which is really, really how to describe it. But I mean, it's not like a super special game changer, but it's a makeshift thing, or looks like a makeshift thing, or maybe it's but yeah, it has in my point of view huge implications.
CJ, welcome.
Man, I'm feeling feisty. I'm ready to fight everyone on this, I think, but all in the good effort of better understanding what happened.
Draw your sword, sir.
Well,
Come on,
I
CJ.
guess I would say I do think it's a gigantic deal, and I also would say it's a bigger deal than the Moskva. Even though the Moskva was, eventually fully sunk, I think this is a more significant event for, Ukraine's war effort. I guess my starting point would be, well, as Battle Moose pointed out, this is an incredible use of joint effects. So we know for certain that there was some sort of, naval component in terms of the unmanned ships. This is not the first time they've been used ever. I think Iran used them a couple of times against Saudi Arabia, or they've been used in Yemen. And then, with suicide boats, this is not necessarily a new concept, whether they're manned or unmanned, but using them in a pure conflict, as far as I understand, openly is certainly, this is a new thing. And then using them with loitering munitions, that's also new in conjunction. And then on top of all that, perhaps, when the video and the imagery of the Admiral Makarov, on fire today came out, the damage to the ship was all in the, upper portion, right? The superstructure, the radar. It had taken several hits, not from these, unmanned ships, but from some type of missile or drones. So clearly, they were maximizing the effects across the board. And we don't really know a timeline yet in terms of, other than it happened, basically at daybreak. We know there was bad weather, but what all this means coming together is it's not some new unique drone swarm idea, right? This concept has been tested. I mean, I would hazard to say, look at Pearl Harbor, right? There was submarines, there were ships, there was huge implications for what it meant. Both sides had all this equipment, just like in this conflict, but it's a matter of how they're used to execute a strike. So what I wanted to kind of ask Craig about and everyone else for feedback is maybe it isn't so important because the Black Sea Fleet has taken on a secondary role over time, but with the fleet degraded now, I mean, with perhaps up to 5 ships, but at least 1 ship out of action, I mean, now the Russian naval air regiments that are in Saki and, the Russian Air Force in Baalbek, these will be less supported with air defense and, of course, missile strikes from these ships. And now both planes and ships will be required to defend Sevastopol's, basically harbor and airspace. And it's going to take Russian assets out of the fight for at least some time, and that's if Ukraine doesn't do it again somewhere else, perhaps in Russia proper. So just be curious if people are on board that this is as big of a deal as I think it might be.
Well, I remember, and it kind of piques my ear. I remember, I think it may have been Gunny or somebody, one of the Navy nerds that was on here, talking about the Russians were using those ships as picket ships because their radar, their land radar was not reliable. So, did the Ukrainians just take out all the coastal radar? Is Sevastopol now blind?
Well, what we know for certain is, and ever since August, even before Saki, Ukraine was targeting S-400 and other radar facilities all across, basically from Sevastopol north. Drawing a blank on the towns right now, but it has been hit with long-range missiles and with harms and a lot of things of the like. So I would not be surprised if the systems are not fully back up and operational. And you have to think too, Russia's also concerned with defending Kerch with these systems. And yes, these systems have an incredible range. There's a lot of them that can cover both, but you have to think, in terms of priority effort, if you're trying to defend too many important things with very little or bad assets, the unity of effort is just not there, regardless if, people come back and say, well, a radar can range from Kerch to Sevastopol. I got it. I know how it works, but that doesn't mean it's any easier to defend 2 things simultaneously, things that are so important for Russia that they simply can't seem to defend.
And to be honest, we'll get to you in a second there, Nick. I doubt that they'll be even able. They'd be definitely hard pressed to pick up these sea drones. They're so low profile, they're so small. Yeah, I doubt. Like, it was a perfectly executed mission. It's a thing of beauty. I'm sure you're going to be teaching it in schools there in decades to come.
Well, I'd like to learn the lessons too. I mean, this is the thing. I'm not too familiar. Well, no one's really too familiar with these unmanned, ships. And if people say they are, then they're lying to you, because they have not been used by many countries very often recently, or really at all. So, we know that they have a range of maybe up to 150 to 200 miles. So they would have had to come through maybe some bad weather at night and gotten close undetected. And this is why, basically flooding the area with so many different types of assets. It's not, I mean, they could have done, 30 loitering munition drones, or as people know them, kamikaze drones, but it's everything coming from the sky. You're kind of looking in one direction, but the second the Makarov took a hit, and now they're trying to look at their air defenses, and lo and behold, you have things coming from the water and maybe other things going on too that we don't even know yet. It becomes just overwhelming. Not just the air defenses, but just everything. And, what do they want to do? Do they want to bring more ships up to help? I mean, the Black Sea Fleet was 40 at the beginning of the war, and they lost at least 1, if not a few others that were sunk. I think the Orsk, or one of the landing ships, that are at 38, 37. Now 5 are hit today. I mean, they're running at about 75% strength if they're actually up to their full numbers, in terms of their commanders didn't lie for the last 20 years about their readiness, which I think we clearly see was very much so happening. So the reality is the Black Sea Fleet might be operating at a much lower level than Russia would like, to the point where they may have to move. But if they move the Black Sea Fleet from Crimea, then there's not as much to protect the aircraft, and the whole thing crumbles pretty quickly. So,
or they sold the propellers.
Yeah,
go ahead.
exactly.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, Adams, you were saying something along the lines of the Makarov appears to have sustained superstructure damage, which I presume implies that some of the air drones got through. The cope from Russia was that they shot down all the air drones, and a couple of the sea drones got through, which would be consistent with the video we saw. Which again, for me, the jury is still a little bit out on the video. Do we know what kind of air drones the Ukrainians would have been using? Is this some kind of custom thing? Or?
Oh, who knows? It's pretty early on. Like I haven't even heard speculation on it. CJ, have you heard any, or Colby, have you heard anything else on this?
I would just say right off the bat, like with everyone said with Saki, that the Russians are saying drones, and just take that for what it is. It doesn't mean it wasn't drones. It means that's what they're saying. Ukraine has not commented on this yet, but a couple options are, of course, the Warmate, which is the Polish loitering munition that's been very successful, but the range is quite limited to my understanding. I think perhaps maybe I'm really just guessing here, 40 to 100 kilometers. In which case, someone can hopefully come back with a better range, but it would have been launched from Crimea, or as people sort of tried to say at Saki, a ground soft team launching very tiny drones, which is probably not what happened. The other option is, I believe, the either Turkish or Polish converted drones, which were used in Belgorod months ago, but they basically was much more improvised, but had, I think, up to 50 kilograms of explosives, which is much more likely a scenario, unless it's a type of drone we haven't seen before. We know Israel has some incredible loitering munitions alongside some other countries, so there's also a chance that it could be one of those as well.
Warmate's only 30 kilometers, so probably not Warmate.
Yeah, unless, again, this is the thing. I mean, we know that the Crimean border is pretty permissible to the point where they can launch boats, they can have soft operations, but I think it's probably going to be pretty substantial launch. Probably requires a significant amount of equipment from a truck, and so it's not necessarily the most convenient way to go about doing it. But I'd say it's possible, but I do not know.
What is the what's the hypothesis on the range on something like this? If we're getting a kind of a look at it or an idea from what we can glean that we know is real, I don't think these were launched in Mykolaiv. I think that's safe to say. Maybe they were. I mean, who knows? But what are people's thoughts on the range of this? Because my question would then be, what Rostov-on-Don doing? Or the Kerch Strait for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two theories, Craig, and we were sort of talking about it in reverse earlier about how Russia gets these, Shahed 136 drones from Crimea into Odessa. At first, they were hugging the coast, and then they took an approach that was much more over the sea. I mean, so that this storm that happened 48 hours before brought some of the ships in, and that's why there was so much satellite imagery going around today of even before the strike of the ships in Sevastopol, because it seemed odd that so many were in there at one point in time. And it was just chalked up to being, well, it's been bad weather, so they brought them all in. So that makes me wonder, did these drones, both the ones in the water and in the sky, take a more sea route once the weather cleared up to avoid detection? Because as you pointed out, there's a lot of ground to cover. I mean, this is, Crimea is not necessarily the most densely populated, but there's air defense batteries, there's radars, there's garrisons, there's airfields. It's not something you could just easily go through, a large majority of that before getting to Sevastopol.
Ellen, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, when it comes to the range of this thing, and if it is something similar to what we saw beached at in Crimea earlier, that looks like some kind of a jet ski motor. And let's say that you drive fuel efficient, you can easily go 200 kilometers or even more. A normal jet ski doesn't necessarily have that much of a fuel container in it, because it's a sporty thing. You just go back and fill it up when you want to play more. But if they extend the fuel capacity, that can be very, very effective. Going on high speeds, though, not so much. But you don't need that for long. But I think the range efficiency here is more about the connectivity with the radio. And there's some speculation that this is a Starlink antenna. It looks very much like the form and shape of the rectangular Starlink antennas for RVs and boats. but I think the movement on the kayak thing is a little bit too much for that. But I don't know. I would guess UHF antenna. And if have you any one of you operated a UHF antenna before? You will know that a powerful one can bounce, and it can you can even bounce it off clouds. But if you have an extension relay point, then you can have several extension relay points, and those can be over areas where Russia doesn't have any dominance. So they can reach quite far if they do a relay. But I believe that they don't need that in this case, because I've sent UHF radio with data link for more than 200 kilometers. So I think that's maybe what's happened here.
If I could just prophesy something, I would suggest that traffic in the Sea of Azov, shipping rates have just increased, because if you extrapolate this ability and imagine a U.S.-made Oshkosh Hetmet driving from Zaporizhia for a certain offensive to a certain city in MriyaReport, or anywhere else along the coast, and you can launch this as simple as a kayak. If you can spend time over the next month building up, maybe 10 of these, maybe 12 at the most, depending on your limits and your abilities in terms of manufacturing, etc. Then Russia's been cut off from Rostov-on-Don. Not like severely cut off, but it's something they have to think about now, because how are they going to supply Sevastopol if the Kerch Strait is going to be under attack from ATACMS when Ukrainians reach, or not, whatever they're called, right? ATACMS, HIMARS, etc. Then what you're going to see is this very strange scenario where the blockaded becomes the blockee, because Ukraine will be able to affect shipping traffic in the Sea of Azov. And how beautiful is that Ukraine has done that without a blue water fleet. Absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible. If you can sustain that, it's amazing. Yeah.
All right, welcome up to the panel, Konstantin.
I'm just listening. If you need me to drop, I can drop.
Oh, please stick around. Welcome back, Em.
Sorry, Wendy, can't you see my?
Em, welcome back.
Oh, sorry about that. An emergency call came in.
I was getting self-conscious. I came up to speak and you took off.
I'm sorry, man. I'll never do it to you again.
Well, with that, I'm going into my room and cry.
Oh, please don't. How can I make you feel better? Buttermoose, please.
Just hearing your sweet, sweet voice make me feel better.
All right, this is getting weird. Bye, Nadi. He's going.
Beate, go ahead.
Bianati? All right, he's gone. Ben?
Hello. So, what the Ukraine, this is a case study in this war being the Spanish Civil War of the 21st century, and that 30 years of technical development is being let out of the lab to play. So what the Ukrainians, the specifics of what the Ukrainians did, I don't have a great deal of insight into, although I did have one thought. Given that these kayaks are basically a missile-shaped thing anyway, is there any reason they couldn't have made the warheads a shaped charge? I mean, a 200-kilogram shape, reasonably well-designed, 2 or 3 foot diameter shape charge would just blow straight through something the size of the Makarov. I mean, hold her on both sides. That may or may not be the most efficient thing to do, but it certainly seems possible. And I would also wonder what said shape charge would do for the Kerch Strait bridge piers. But speaking more generally, think about the problem this creates for every Navy on the planet. You could hide everything that did this almost invisibly in any cargo ship on Earth. And, you know, let it out in the harbor at the time and place of your choosing. And I mean, that's going to be something people have to think about for the next forever. Did that come through?
Yeah, we heard you, Dan. I think what did I catch the gist of your question correctly? That Ukrainians are striking at a time and place of their choosing and causing Moscow to be a little nervous.
Well, it's okay. So Moscow had a lot of reasons to be nervous because there's absolutely no reason Ukraine couldn't pack all this into a cargo ship and pull this same attack on Vladivostok. I mean, all you have to do is get a cargo ship within, it could be as much as 50 miles from where you want to attack. Let the toys out to play and steam quietly along. And my broader point is that every other Navy on the planet has to worry about this as well. I mean, they have just fundamentally changed the entire business of defending your fleet in a major way. And I mean, I think a lot of people who paid attention knew this was possible, but it's another thing to see it.
Yeah, fair point. Thanks for the question, Dan. Bernardo.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was glitching before. Yeah, what I was thinking about is what kind of propulsion was used, because if you use like a diesel engine or some kind of engine like this, you have sound, you have sonar, and anything else who could make it out. But I mean, if you use like these new small modern U-boats, which can penetrate really deeply into behind enemy lines and like this, you use electric propulsion. So would be really interesting thing for me at least to know what kind of things they use, and with a range of, I think I read about 100 miles range they had to take up to Sevastopol. It's really amazing.
I think this is a question for Bernardo. I think the range is it's speculation at this time, but as Em and Battle Moose was saying earlier, we know something has happened, and it sure looks like a big event.
Are we talking about the fuel range or the comm range?
Oh no, about fuel range, and what kind of propulsion was used. If it was like some combustion engine, or maybe some electric things. Yeah, like in the modern new U-boats you use.
No electrical. This is probably a simple jet ski engine, so definitely just liquid fuel, just gasoline. Again, the closest point where they could have been launched from is 130 miles away from port. It's possible, but it means that the fuel tank will have to be bigger than the warhead used, as Taylor had explained in his thread, which is pinned to the nest. Tyler Rogaway, you can find it as the second tweet pinned to the nest. More likely, or most likely, this was carried out by a team of Special Operation Forces who approached a point that was the insertion point for those vehicles. At least that's my assessment. Waiting for new information to emerge. Judging by the current pieces of information that we have, this is my best estimate right now. Special Operation Forces approaching an insertion point, probably using Zodiacs or other light crafts, releasing the vehicles, the unattended surface vehicles, and then those vehicles getting connected to the drones incoming or connected to a GSM data connection, or one of the drones was already there to carry out the comm relay mission back to the operators. They could have been used by the operators who inserted them. So let's imagine a very small team of Special Operation Forces operators with a fast craft approaching an insertion point, and then maybe withdrawing to a hovering point or another point where they could be at a safe distance from the Russians, and then confirming getting a relay telemetry link with the sea drones and directing them to their targets, all while being aided by other operators operating aerial drones in the area during the attack. The possibilities for carrying out this mission are limitless, right? And it all depends on having the proper telecom infrastructure in place. So we don't know whether they leveraged the GSM networks and managed to exploit the GSM data connections available in the vicinity of the port, or they relied on their own comm solution, which will probably be connecting to a relay drone that was relaying telemetry back to operators and maybe giving live feed to the command. I don't know. It's doable. It's doable. It's very simple, very straightforward science. But specifically for the fuel range, they would have to be launched. If they were launched from shore, then they would have been launched 130 miles away from the port. Other than that, I think it's probably a Special Operation Forces team doing the insertion.
Yeah, it's sounds quite interesting, because if you, for example, use a Special Operation Force team to insert it, you don't have this long distance, and if you use, for example, some other kind of vehicles for relay or drones for communications, I mean, it's a huge implication. Yeah, I imagine someone starting a drone, yeah, somewhere near the Sea of Azov, or yeah, it's wow. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, it's the same. It's the same concept, right? If you're sending out an air mobile or an airborne regiment, right, or quick response force, the first thing they do is that you deploy them. They secure a perimeter. They set up comms and they set up air defenses, and then they start carrying out the mission they're tasked with. So the concept is the same, right? And these things are very mathematical. So, and they have to be choreographed, and you have to take time into consideration. So time on target for the drones. So let's say the drones took off from a base that would require them 50 minutes to reach the area of operation, right? You know where you're launching your SOF team on their craft. It will take them 1 hour and 50 minutes to get on target, right? So you launch the SOF team before you launch the drones. It's simple science, yeah, and it is doable. But if this operation actually took place, then the planning was genius, in my opinion. I mean, it's not out of this world or something new. It's a very simple idea. If you have a simple idea and you can execute it to
if you can execute it well enough and don't lose human resources and achieve your objectives and scare the enemy into political action and make the whole world see it with the minimum amount of losses to equipment and almost zero losses to human resources, then good on you. That's smart. This is how wars are won. So I think it was a brilliant operation, but still I don't have enough pieces of information to piece together what exactly happened last night or this dawn.
I just want to say, as a Canadian, the thought of a battle canoe warms my heart.
Yeah, because you guys always win that in the Olympics. Just teasing you, Badamus. One day
I
the
thought
Egyptians
Battlemoose, I thought
canoe.
sorry, Battlemoose, I thought you were going to tell us that you got royalties if they every time they name a product like that.
I wish.
Battle Canoe TN.
Or battle canoeser.
All right, Erland.
With
please
that,
go ahead.
gentlemen, I got to drop down. My phone's dying.
All right, thank you, Badamus. Stay around if you can. Erland, please go ahead.
Yeah. Do you remember when you were talking about some really cool tech from Germany or Switzerland or Rheinmetall, something that can shoot down drones?
Yeah.
It's on the road in Poland.
Which system are we talking about?
I don't remember the name, but I was looking at everything when I saw it. If I can put it in the nest, it's from Weissgrad, so it's a little bit not 100% reliable, but.
Are you telling me that Germany is sending Orlikons to Poland and Poland is sending them to Ukraine?
No, but maybe going through Poland. Or are they just sending it to Poland? I don't know.
Oh, wow. Please add that to the nest. I'll be so interested in seeing it.
If I'm wrong, just shoot me down.
No. We're here to discuss ideas and find out the truth. But
I
it's
should
not truth.
add to Twitter
Social.
circle. Oh, no.
It's the MriyaReport. Yeah.
How do
All
I
right,
do
bye,
that?
Nadia.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
Just
all
send
easy.
it to me in DM, please, Erland. If you can't
Yeah,
pin
sure.
it to the net.
Yeah, Olikon, wasn't this an Austrian company? I remember correctly.
No, it's German, and then there's a Swiss part of it. It's complicated, but let's just see the information first and then decide what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Swiss, not Austrian. Yeah, that's the point. I remember there were some political hiccups and everything was yeah.
It's all about granting resale licenses, basically. Luca.
Yeah, for ammunition.
Sorry, bye, Nadia. Sorry to cut you off. Please continue.
Yeah. No, all right. Was just saying that it was about ammunitions, as far I remember. Also for some other kind of vehicles.
Yeah, it applies to everything. You can have re-export licenses on ammunition and systems as well. So it applies to whatever you agreed to when you signed the contract in the first place. All right, Luca.
Pretty big deal. I don't know if you guys have read it and you want to confirm it, but it seems that Russia shut down Telegram. I think if that's the case, they might be really shitting in their pants about like some major blowback from the mill bloggers. And yeah, I mean, it seems to be a pretty aggressive move on their side because it's there.
They shut down Telegram?
Yeah. I just got there is just a post 20 minutes ago, and I was trying to look at it, and it looks correct. But please verify it. I can also DM me.
But didn't they turn Twitter on as well? Did they unblock that, or was that just like a joke?
They say that Twitter is still on. Yeah. I mean, let me.
No, there was a claim by Jay in Kiev that Russia, the Duma, had said they were going to turn Twitter back on, but people pointed out that as far as anyone knows, Twitter hasn't actually been blocked in Russia. You know, Medvedev has been tweeting, so I think that was more of a sort of having a go at Elon Musk. You know, oh no, a lot of people have seen over the last 72 hours the world is apparently coming to an end because Elon Musk has bought Twitter. And I think it was just part of that. But I don't believe that Twitter was banned up till now in Russia, and therefore there has not been any question of actually reopening it. I think that was just a bit of wishful thinking on the left.
It was banned for the general public. Government officials having access to it doesn't really mean that the general public had access to it.
Okay, well, we've seen people on there like this Denis Sakharov guy. I mean, unless he's some kind of plant. But
all right, thank you, Nick. We'll look into it. Abdullah, please go ahead. And Nick, please. Thank you. Abdullah, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Thank you very much. Sorry, I was traveling today and I missed most of the details of the strike today in Crimea. And last time when the Moskova was hit, I was also traveling, and I've been doing some catch up. I'm hoping for maximum damage on the fascist Black Sea fleet. A friend of mine just texted me. I don't know how true it is. Just rumors that the Admiral Makarov have been sunk and joined the Moskova as a Russian submarine. I hope it's true, but I haven't seen any confirmation on that yet. And also, I noticed that the Russian DoD singled out the Brits for making the attacks possible. I wonder why that is. They could be just testing the new prime minister's fortitude. But the funny thing is that the DoD said that the attacks were limited, minor in scale. But the governor, the Russian installed governor of Sevastopol, said that the attacks was the largest since the start of the war. So basically, the DoD is lying again. So we're just waiting for the confirmation. I hope it was a massive attack. The Russian fascists deserve it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Abdullah. We don't know the extent of the damage. That's number one. Probably satellite confirmation will prove it in a couple of days. Another point is why the Russian Ministry of Defense singled out the Brits. It's just, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. Maybe the Russians have information, even though they lie all the time. But for them to accuse a specific government that quickly, I would take that seriously. As if I were a counterintelligence British officer right now, I would look into my SEALs. If there is any truth to it, it means that they had someone who could relay information to them in real time, and they decided that they need to use it against Britain as quickly as possible and call them out after the attack to defend their position. Otherwise, it would be a fabrication. So you never know. The wilderness of mirrors, right? We don't know if Russia has a mole inside the British Ministry of Defense, and if maybe a British engineer or someone helped with the operational design of the operation itself. I'm speculating here 100%, so that people don't say anything. This is pure speculation, right? We have an accusation an alleged accusation by the Russian Ministry of Defense against the British Ministry of Defense, right? The British Ministry of Defense replied saying that this is complete fabrication. It's on an epic scale. So that's the official stance of the British government and the British Ministry of Defense. Hypothetically speaking, the speed of releasing that accusation by the Russian Ministry of Defense either means that they are desperate or they actually have a source inside who shared information with them that they decided to bend or use in this way.
So it's we're living historical times right now, right? We're watching governments engage in Twitter diplomacy and Twitter war at the same time, in real time, and we get to comment about it on the same platform. So it's outstanding, but we simply don't know why they singled out the British government.
Thank you, M. And apparently, the Russians are going to take this to the Security Council and blame regarding the Brits. So it's probably going to escalate. Let's see what happens.
I mean, oh well, the boy who cried wolf. So, sure. Let's go to Nick first because he's a Brit.
On that topic, I just saw a clip, and I'm sure lots of other people have seen it, of some Russian more or less shouting at the camera and saying that they knew that British naval officials had been in the town of something or other last week. So that was their claim, that they had localized British naval personnel in Ukraine in a particular place. I could go back and have a look for that, but it was fairly specific. It was the kind of thing that would be fairly, if you were the Royal Navy, you would look at that and you would know if that particular claim was true or not. You'd know if you had somebody in a particular Ukrainian town working on that particular operation. But it was quite specific.
Like I said, I mean, good point, Nick. Like I said 2 minutes ago, they have a piece of information. Again, they might have a piece of information that they are trying to bend to fit a certain narrative that they will try to further develop and exploit. Could be. And if they have information that such a British team was in that town or that port city, it means that they have a collection method. So, again, speculation. Let's just wait and see. But good point, Nick. And welcome, Ben. Go ahead.
Thanks a lot. Regarding the Brits, I think that had the Russians pointed their finger to anyone else, I almost would have bought it. I mean, could be the Swedes, could be the Germans, who, as a payback for whatever, I would have bought it. But the Russians, and especially the Russian Navy, has an obsession with Britain. They see them everywhere. They consider them as their personal enemy, and I would say it's 98%. And I'm ready to eat my shoes if it's not that. It's they don't have any information. They just went for their default enemy, which is Britain, and there's absolutely nothing more to this. And I mean, you're an Egyptian. I'm French. We have no love lost for the Brits. That being said, this is one thing they have not done, and when they say they're not involved, they're not involved.
I wouldn't bring historical animosities into this. That's why I can tolerate being with a French and a Brit in the same space without going at both of your necks, but that's a different story.
Oh, I appreciate that. No, I mean the point is the historical animosity.
And you before him, you guys took the Rosetta Stone and then you lost it, and you lost to them, and now it's in the British Museum, right? So I blame you.
We decoded it. What have you been doing with it for
You
thousands?
You discovered it, and then you took it, and then they beat the hell out of you, and then they took it, and now it's in the British Museum, right?
Yeah, and we broke the code.
Big deal, man. I break codes too every day. Let's park that to the side. But yeah, Nick, please go ahead until we'll bring up more people.
Sorry, I found the video. Can I put tweets in the nest, or do I have to be a co-host?
No, as a speaker, you can add a tweet to the nest. So go ahead.
Okay, I'll go and try and find out how to do that on my phone. The claim is that it was held under the control of British specialists based in the city of Ochakov, which is transliterated here as OCH, AKOV.
All right, thank you, Nick. Lie Sniper.
Yeah, thank you. In Russian Telegram, there have been some claims that there would have been some British drone on the Black Sea, but these Global Hawks, which were there, or which was there, is actually operated, as far as I know, from the US. Actually, it's at least the American drone, but I don't know if the Brits operate it. But these kind of claims have been circling in Telegram, which is not a very reliable source. But that might be that these kind of rumors have been then picked by someone and they have been sort of amplified and taken for granted. But I don't know that this might be the one reason why the Brits have been accused. Thank you. Mic check.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're right, Light Sniper. That being said, I'd be mindful of the fact that this is an exact, it's an exact copy of the accusation that been brought forth against the Russians and their use of Iranian specialist. So I'm not buying it. John, please go ahead.
Yeah, I dropped out when I came up, so I'm not sure if Nick mentioned it, but the truth source staring you in the face and you're missing it. It's on the front page of the Daily Mail today. Liz Truss's phone is compromised, or was compromised, so poorly that it's had to be hidden away and locked in a safe in a secret location. So I think that's the source. It's the Prime Minister leaked it. It's turning into some kind of Bond movie. That's my theory anyway. I don't know if you. I mean, what do I know about intelligence? But it seems obvious. 2 and 2 equals 4. Job done.
All right, thank you, John. Oliveira. Luis Oliveira. Masilius.
I didn't raise my hand right now, so.
But you requested the mic.
Yes, because I wanted to say something to the guy which you just suspended, but I don't know which one was it. And before I got the facts, you can mute me actually right now. Thanks.
Sure, no worries. Wendy and then Plamen.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I thought I'd just follow up on what John Stewart just raised. Yes, there is indeed a story regarding Liz Truss's phone. It quotes unnamed sources, and it's a very typical Mail headline. Truss's radiation terror. The final days of ex-premier's doomed regime. Blah 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 blah. It's one of those stories where just let the dust settle, and it really doesn't amount to as much as this particular newspaper outlet, the Daily Mail, which has a reputation for sensationalist headlines, may want us to believe. So yeah, I thought I would just add a quick little bit of information on that.
I quite like the idea that the phone was so infected with malware that it had to be placed into a locked safe, as if it was somehow a hazard to shipping, or sort of emitting the Ebola virus into the surrounding atmosphere.
I'm telling you, it was a hazard to shipping. It was a hazard to Russian shipping. We've seen it. It's obvious.
Come on, sheeple.
Okay,
Right, yeah.
Simon, please save me for those wild British men. I barely understand a word they're coming out of their mouth.
Well, I was going to go in the same direction. I was just going to say, and this would be politically completely incorrect, but I do trust Liz Truss was a completely capable to infect her phone perfectly with even not the spyware, but the run-of-the-mill malware you can find on the internet. This person doesn't strike me as a quite clever. How shall I say? I don't think cleverness is not her strong side. Let me put it that way, and put it aside. But I was going to ask, guys, looking at the videos of those drones, what strikes me is that the mechanical engineering is rather trivial, and it could be done in nearly any country, really. Any industrial country could produce the mechanical components, including the charge and everything else. So the only trick, which is very important, is actually the comm gear, well, even not the cameras and all of the sensory equipment, because that could be also quite run-of-the-mill, given the capabilities of current phone cameras and so forth and so on. But the communication equipment and the equipment to establish links to the controllers is extremely important, and I think that is the real hint. You know, it could point well. I hope it's the Ukrainians completely, for the Ukrainians' sake. So I hope no other country was involved in producing and employing them. So let's say, well done. That's what I wanted to say about those oversea or surface drones. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, a great, yet another great victory. Okay, for all the jokes we can make about Liz Truss, I'd like to remind everyone that it's not because there are only males on this panel at the moment that women are not welcome to contribute their opinion. You are always welcome. And on this, the most feminine of us all, John, please go ahead.
Thank you. I was going to make a serious point, which was they did was the one that washed up on the shore. Did Russia find that one? Because if they did, then they might have some information about where the components came from. In which case, that could be where the allegations about UK involvement could have come from. Although I'm sticking with my original theory, that's just a second one to throw into the pile.
Okay. Well,
Ben, may I just interrupt fairly quickly? Just wanted to say, don't get my comment about Liz Truss in the wrong way. I very much liked the Theresa May. I might have disagreed with a couple of her ideas, but she was quite capable. And please do not use my comment about the capabilities of Liz Truss as a gender-specific capability. This is a person-specific statement, right? Not a gender-specific statement.
No, we know that you're a total misogynistic guy. There's no problem. No, I was just being cognizant of the fact that we're 9 guys talking about technical stuff, making fun of a woman, and we, as you said, we were not making fun of women in general, but of of a prime minister who was a minister for years and should really have known better. That being said, Nick, please go ahead. And Clement, don't you worry. No one's pointing any finger.
I put the tweet with the video in the nest. I forgot to mention that in the same presentation, the spokesman of the Russian armed forces also accused Britain of committing the sabotage on the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines. So yeah, that's that's now the official Russian position, is that the Royal Navy did that too. So I guess it's a package deal. If you think that they were involved in Sevastopol, then you also have to believe that they went out and blew up Nord Stream 1 and 2, which, yeah, I'll leave people to reach their individual judgments on the likelihood of that.
Little known fact, Baba Yaga was from Blackpool. And to confirm this, John, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, don't feel embarrassed about criticising Liz Truss. She crashed the British economy along with her Chancellor, who is a man. Together, they completely crashed the British economy in an afternoon, quite spectacularly. So don't worry about that. If anything, and I prefer not to actually criticise politicians in person. I think there's often a lot more to it, but that was pretty spectacular. So you're on safe ground there.
All right. Wendy.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, I just wanted to agree with John on those sentiments. And I mean, with regards to that particular article, it is certainly also a case that this particular newspaper is not very much in favour of the previous Prime Minister, as are a lot of British people. But to take things away from British politics because we're here to, of course, talk about Ukraine and its survival. I'm really surprised that Moscow decided to switch off Telegram today, because they switched it off.
I just wanted
at
to
the
also
time.
say I'm a female from.
Sophie. Well,
Sorry.
Sorry.
Wendy is almost finished. Just wait a second. The mic will go to you. Just let Wendy finish, please.
Yeah, it's just a little bit ironic, isn't it, that Telegram was switched off a day after that they switched on Twitter. It's a total it's a logical disjunction or something there, I think. With regards to Nord Stream, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, that is certainly a matter of great humour for a lot of people. But there's been quite a lot of analysis done from people who have far more expertise on this than myself, and I think it only takes the layman to see who the culprit is here, and it wasn't a seagull. We can say that with certainty.
Yeah, at this point, the Russians are just lying, and they're trying to find a way to develop a narrative over an attack they failed to stop. I don't know what kind of madness or cynicism is this. Basically, instead of admitting failure, that you're failing to provide force protection for your own troops and your own assets, you're going on about accusing others of succeeding to attack you and then trying to play the victim. It's just despicable at this point. I think it was Soft F who tried to speak.
Yeah, sorry for my mishap. I just wanted to say on the previous note about Liz Truss. I'm a British person from the UK who's living in Sweden, and as a female, it's fine. You can say what you want, because I think in her leaving speech, she was almost smiling. I don't think she really knows what she's done wrong. I still think she thinks she's right. So that's all I wanted to say on that.
Well, people need to know, or we're telling people, or we would like this to be the sentiment and the feeling and the belief and the thought, is that whenever any idea or any opinion or any policy is discussed on this space, it is usually focused on discussing the idea objectively. So
No bad feelings for women politicians, no bad feeling for women opinions, no bad feelings towards anyone's opinions or anyone per se. We just try to discuss and dissect every single opinion, every single policy, every single piece of information that we try to assess as such, as a piece of information, as a line of thought, as an opinion, as a policy. So we refrain from any objective attacks whatsoever, and we don't engage in any ethnic or religious or gender politics or ethnic politics or racial politics or any of that. And with that said, it is 11:31 p.m. in Cairo, so it's my bedtime. And I will wish you a good night, and thank you for being with us, and thank you for fielding your questions and bringing up topics to discuss and fielding your opinions. And I leave you in the good hands of Ben, who stole my Rosetta Stone, and Wendy, who has it in his museum. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Good night.
Thank you. As far as I'm concerned, I'll get it back. Wendy, we make this happen very soon.
Promises.
It's a new world.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you. You're great. I'm not seeing tapping for M, and I'm pretty upset about it. Still none. All right. You people are a really tough crowd. I don't want to know what you're saying about me when I'm gone, because M was pretty epic today. Anyway, so here comes Erland, whom I think may have some information for us. Erland, can you speak to us?
Well, I just tested if Telegram is down in Russia, and it's not. It's online again. It was down for a while, and it's up again. And it seems like maybe someone just did a hasty decision, and that was not in the interest of some other people.
Gosh, they really have monkeys at the helm at the moment. Yeah, thanks a lot for the information. Have you heard something else about Sevastopol?
Nothing more, but only rumors about more booms, but nothing confirmed at all that I found.
Yeah, indeed. There's a multiplication of reports that there have been further explosion heard in Sevastopol. So it is now midnight in Crimea. So there's of course no visual, no confirmation, but some extremely apt people are trying to assert what went on. Wendy, please go ahead.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, the official reason given for the blocking of Telegram by the Moscovali is that apparently that Ukrainian channels were calling for the army of the country currently known as the Russian Federation to surrender. And I think given their track record, it may be safe to presume that that whenever they say Ukraine did something, they're responsible. So not to read too much into this, but I would say that there's a fair degree of panic going on over there, and it's great to see.
Okay, I'm not sure I followed you. What are you trying to say? That the Russians are trying to call for the Russians to surrender?
They said that the Ukrainians have called for the Russian army to surrender, but given the recent criticism that the Kremlin has got from its own quote mill bloggers unquote, this seems to be a case of there's a pile of mill bloggers typing out criticisms of of Moscow losing the war it started in Ukraine, and typing out these kind of telegram messages like Kermit on a typewriter. And somebody in the Kremlin, probably during a heavy dose of Botox, flipped a lid and said, "Shut the whole thing down." And then a short while later, realized maybe this isn't in our best interests at this time. It just reeks of panic to me. So on a day in which we've seen quite a few substantial events, which would certainly cause panic, and hopefully have done, there seems to be evidence of this in a few forms.
That is very interesting indeed. Well, yeah, there's. Okay, I am not going to talk about this right now. I'll check with the smarter people than me to see if it's a smart idea to share. In the meantime, Abdullah, who has a bit of a bloodlust today, please go ahead. Abdullah? Arwa. No, Abdullah. He's probably.
Thank you. Hey, Ben. Hey, Ben, can you hear me?
Not very loud, not very clear, but I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just sorry. I don't know if Erlen's still there. I wanted to know more about Telegram. I just wanted to know, why did the Russians prefer this IM service compared to the other services available? Is it the kind of service where anything goes, no moderation, nothing?
Well, Telegram became very popular in Russia of various reasons. One reason was probably the first messaging service, or with these channels and groups, that was somewhat unfiltered. And of course, growing up in a country where everything is filtered, like they have their own Facebook, VKontakte, and LinkedIn is blocked, etc. Telegram became very popular. The reason why it's not blocked is probably ambiguous. There are some speculations that the Russian government have some kind of back channel to at least the group or channel part of Telegram. It's unknown if they can, or highly unlikely that they can decrypt or see messages from a person to person, but the groups are probably compromised, at least. That there are lots of reports about that. So that's also one of the reasons why they probably let it stay. Another reason why they let it stay is because they have huge propaganda channels there. I mean, the people that are in Russia following Telegram are mainly on Russian channels driven with lots of Russian propaganda. And yeah, it's in their benefit to stay in that platform. I think one of the reasons why they let it stay open, and they don't let things like LinkedIn stay open, is that they probably got their will when it comes to some of the server policies that they demand from social networks. But it's not very confirmed, and I've read a lot about this, and there's no real evidence or anything, so it's just pure speculation.
I will add to this. Actually, one of the reasons why they did not block it is because they couldn't. They tried to block it a long time ago, a couple of years, I think. Maybe 4, I don't exactly remember. And so it was working, then it was not working, it was jumping, but they managed to use cloud services such as AWS and Google GCP, I'm sorry, Google Cloud Platform, I think, to migrate services, create dynamic DNS records, to avoid banning, and they essentially failed to do so. It was possible because of the cloud technology, and it was possible also because of the, for example, when you go to a site, you can just block that site, and that's it. But with the Telegram, it's quite dynamic, and the only thing that they could do is try to force Google App Store or Apple App Store, Google Play or Apple App Store to delete those, and they failed to do so legally as well. So it's just it's not that easy to block a messenger.
But were the channels and groups still working when they tried to block it, or was it just
No, nothing
that?
was working. Nothing was working. Nothing was working. They found in Telegram they migrated a couple of services, created dynamic DNS records, and everything started working. And they failed to Russians failed to block anything. The channels were working, and how I say this, and all the messaging was all right. And then they gave up. They said, "Okay, we're fine. We reached an agreement with Telegram owners. Is actually, if you don't know, is the the founder of Contact Network. That's Russian social network." And he actually moved. They forced him to sell him the of Contact, so they would have absolute control over it. And then after that, he created Telegram. They tried to take it away, but he registered it outside Russia, and did the measures so they would not be able to block it. So it's just development of the story. I think maybe they came up with a way of banning it right now. I don't know if it's going to be successful. We have to ask someone in Russia.
Maybe they can take it down for a while at a time, but they know that they cannot take it down for extensive periods or forever. So yeah, they're left with the option of trying to take it down just for intervals.
Yeah, guys, I don't want to interrupt you, but actually, so Telegram was developed in Russia, and like Konstantin said, the founder is really connected, and it's I mean, it's you use it on your phone. You can, if you have access to your service provider, you can force an update on an app on the fly, and you don't even recognize this. So if Russia really wants to listen and read all the messages what the people are sending, they can do it. This is no question.
So thanks, Konstantin, and Bernarda. So what particular event do you think, what other reasons are there for Moscow suddenly shutting down Telegram today?
Can I, since I had my hand up and it's relevant to your question, Wendy, the consensus on Twitter is not that Russia has shut down Telegram. The consensus is that what Russia has done is removed access to a web domain called t.me. Now, many Telegram content short links, you may have seen them when you see a link that says t.me/ and some numbers and letters behind that. And that is essentially a way of sharing Telegram content on the web. So it's not the same as the Telegram Messenger service going down. It's a particular functionality of Telegram, again, according to the consensus that I'm seeing. The question then is, did they mean to take down the whole of t.me? Or did they perhaps mean to take down certain links and they were a bit clumsy about it? But the situation appears to be that Telegram is working, but that from within Russia, you cannot click on t.me links. Now, one reason to do that, for example, might be to stop people sharing footage of the war with other people who maybe don't have Telegram, but they can send these links by email or whatever. So just sort of point of order, because it appears to be the technical issue. It does not appear that Russia has, quote, shut down Telegram. It appears that they have shut down part, or perhaps all, perhaps a very substantial part, of the access to Telegram content via a web browser. It's not the same thing. Apologies for the interruption, but I think that's important.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Nick. So a decision was made at the highest level within the Moscow regime to prevent its citizens from accessing certain aspects of Telegram. Would that be a correct summary?
Yeah, that is a fair enough summary. And as I say, in particular, the kind of way of sharing content. I mean, I don't have a Telegram account, so occasionally someone will say, "Here's an interesting thing on Telegram," and then it'll sometimes open in a web browser or work. But what I tend to do is wait for somebody to repost it as a Twitter video. So the t.me links are ways to share Telegram content outside of the Telegram app. So, for example, I'm sure the page that Ukraine has that says "Go here to surrender," they'll probably have a Telegram channel for that. Although I suspect they also have a website, but that will be blocked. And so, if for example, I'm sure they haven't done this just to block the "How to surrender when you're in Ukraine" channel, but this would get rid of that. As well as a whole lot of other stuff. But both sides post an enormous amount of content to Telegram. So, and you know, it might be back in the morning, it might be an error. I'm not aware of anyone having actually seen a directive from Putin saying we're going to do this. So I would, these sort of things, you always want to wait 6 to 8 hours before somebody wakes up and says, "Oh, bugger, I only meant to block t.me/Ukraine propaganda," or something. So there is always the possibility of incompetence. But yes, what the current situation is that it's hard for Russians to get to Telegram content unless they are within the Telegram app and navigating the channel.
Okay, thank you, Bionada.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one quick thought. I mean, in my kind of consciousness, it wouldn't make any sense to take offline Telegram, because this is the part where the economic side of Russia is communicating with the people who have a phone, who have electricity at home and everything like this. The people which are not the people you want conscript and everything like this. If you take away Telegram, you hit these people hard, and this wouldn't be in any interest of Russia. So yeah.
It would make sense though to block the URL, because the t.me. Let's say that the Ukrainian government sent out an SMS to everyone in Belgorod, Donetsk, Luhansk, Rostov-on-Don that to surrender with a t.me link in an SMS with, you know, probably some of the videos shot of how well treated the POWs are that have been shot recently. And if that comes in an SMS and that particular domain is blocked, you won't be able to open that from your phone or anything, because when you press on that link, it opens through a web browser dialog, and then it opens the app. So it won't be able to open that specific page directly into the app.
Just wanted to clarify. I meant Telegram.
I'm not sure that that's right.
Not,
I think you can
not the part.
you can configure your phone to open the links directly without going through the browser, and even if going through the browser, I'm definitely not sure. I think Telegram, if you open it on the phone, it opens. If you click that link on the phone, it opens directly Telegram. I can just check.
But
Huh?
Konstantin, if the domain is blocked, then your internet browser, even if it's in a Telegram app, it won't open that domain.
It's
If
the DNS source you block in this case.
No, what I'm saying is that it opens with inside Telegram, and then it guides you directly to the channel. I don't think it opens the web browser. Let me double check. I'm right now in Telegram.
Yeah, so I've used Telegram for many years. I've been using it to host a group that I ran. What happens is when you're on your phone, it will open up Telegram directly. When you're on a web browser on a computer, it will open up the web browser and then go directly opening up Telegram after that. I'm sure there's a way to configure it on your computer to open Telegram directly, but it makes it really difficult to open links externally.
Break.
Telegram.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that discussion. We've got a guy here who he's got all the answers to pretty much everything. In my experience, John Ridge, welcome.
Pleasure to be here, Wendy. Well, unfortunately, I usually don't have all the answers, but just to quickly add 2 points. So if you have the Telegram app installed, at least in my personal experience, when you try to open the t.me links, it's hit and miss. You know, like to Konstantin's point, there are sometimes, again, this is just based off my personal experience, that it will open directly in the app. But there are others like that it will try to open in Safari first in the web browser. So, you know, it's potentially hit or miss whether or not that would actually, you know, impact people being able to access these links in Russia. The other critical point is that most people that have an IQ above room temperature are going to be using a VPN. So that would place them outside of the effects of this in any case, presumably.
Thanks, John. Display, you were. Does that help you out? Does that answer your question in any way?
I didn't have a question. I was just trying to relay my experience with Telegram with you guys. Basically, it's very difficult to block Telegram in Russia. And blocking this external links just makes it more difficult to get to the channel that you want to find, but you can still do it. There's still ways. So it's just, you know, it limits it. It doesn't block it. And they're not going to ever really be able to block it. It would take quite a lot along the route that Konstantin was talking about, getting it deleted from app stores like Google and Apple.
Much appreciated, sir. Thank you. Bionada.
Yeah, so the point was I mean, we saw it in China and even North Korea. Some people have internet there. You can't believe it, yeah. But the point is, if you want to censor the internet, there are basically 2 ways. You block the DNS servers, which is basically the telephone book of the internet. And the other thing is, with a VPN, you can get around this and everything. But you can't really completely block a service except you make it like China, build your kind of own internet, block all access ports out. And even then, there are ways like the so-called darknet, peer-to-peer things and everything to get to the sources you want. So the possibility Russia blocks Telegram or even links is really not helping them, and it's not a great possibility. And technically, it's really difficult. I mean, even in Germany, I think 2011 they wanted to try something like this, and you can try it, but technically you won't be able to do it.
Thank you, Bionada. Nick.
So these things go fast. In my DMs is a message. Thank you to the person who sent it. You know who you are. And it's a Google Lens snapshot of a Russian message translated into English. Ross Composor has changed its shoes, which is a nice little bit of translation. The blocking of the cart is cancelled. The t.me domain has disappeared from the list of blocked ones. We exhale. In other words, allegedly, as of a few minutes ago, it is now unblocked. The formal reason for the blocking was posts with calls to the Russian military to surrender to the AFU, which were published in the 3 Ukrainian Telegram channels. So I presume this is one of these situations where whoever is on night duty on a Saturday evening in Moscow or St. Petersburg, keeping the evil machine running, sees that there's a bit of traffic to these naughty posts by the Ukrainians telling Russians to surrender, and says, "Get this off my screen," and somebody in a back office sort of takes a, all right, well, okay, boss, we'll get it off your screen. And, they do that, and the boss goes, "Great, it's off my screen now. I'm sure there will be absolutely no side effects whatsoever of this rapid decision." Makes note to call Putin on Monday morning to say what a great job he did. And then everyone else goes around going, "Dude, you just broke most of our comms." And so they put it back. So my money is, as ever, far more on cock up than conspiracy, to the extent, of course, that this friendly message from the DM sender is genuine, but I have absolutely no reason to believe that it isn't. So it would appear that it's back up, and yeah, it appears it was a rather large overreaction to the Ukrainians using that method to tell the Russians to surrender, which tells me that at least somebody in Moscow is very jittery. But those of you who remember the movie Death of Stalin, right at the introduction to that movie, it'll be something like that. There'll be some idiot on duty and who doesn't understand very much about the internet. Many of us have had bosses like that.
Thank you, Nick. Display. Go ahead.
Just a quick thing related to what Nick was saying. I'm not sure if this account is official or not. It's labeled Ukrainian Defense Staff, and they have the same logo as the Ukrainian MOD. But they said, quote unquote, "Too many Russian prisoners are becoming a problem for Ukraine," end quote. Thought that was funny. But I just wanted to clarify one last thing about Telegram. There are, as of 1 or 2 versions ago, there are about 4 different types of communication that you can do on it. There's a chat group where there could be numerous people involved all talking to each other. There's a broadcast only chat group where one host is speaking to everybody else in the group and nobody else can speak. Direct message and message. And I say this to remind everybody that Telegram is not secure. It is not encrypted. The only form of messaging that you could relatively trust is the encrypted direct message to one other person, and that's it.
I'll add
Good
about
evening.
Telegram. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Just an update real quick. Sorry, when a lot of stuff going on. So, yes, apparently the prosecutor's office in Russia, whatever, Grand Poobah, separate motorized prosecutor's office, special brigade, Salinas, ordered Telegram shut, obviously for obvious reasons. More and more of the Gong Show, which is the Russian military, is being destroyed, and people are talking about it. So what I can notice, I do survey about 80 channels, and of the ones that I know are suspected to be in Russia, all of them went off roughly at the same time, within about a 10-minute span. However, a couple have been able to transmit. I suspect that people are just going to do a workaround and use VPN or do whatever they need to do to go around it. But it's just interesting that these are ones that if I don't read every day, we'll have 1,000 posts. So basically, posts are just coming in like crazy, and then all of them just stopped in and around 5:17 Eastern Standard Time, New York and Washington time, 5:15 to about 5:27. So that was really weird because it was a really tight gap, and it was all of the ones that I tracked there. I just looked at one right now. posted at 5:59. So I'm not sure. I suspect that people will have a workaround, and I do think it's a little suspicious that at least 7 or 8 channels that are the most popular ones shut off at some time. Anyway, not too much to get into. It just means that Russians are going to find other ways to communicate, and obviously, as we know, Mr. Putin is pretty upset that people are talking about what a crap job they're doing. But we are going to circle back later on. I will do in a military update, proper style. We're going to do Kharkiv, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, and then another area. We'll call it the Black Sea, and then we'll make some pronouncements that we didn't start, but we might finish. All right. So John had his hand up. John, if you want to go, and then we have Mr. Meyer Flask from Italy. We'll go to John.
Thanks, Yehuda. So the initial, as you were saying, the initial extent of the restriction and the blocking was kind of unclear. I mean, I follow a number of Russian Telegram channels. All of them seem to be continuing to post as per usual after this was announced. So it's maybe they did something. They may all be VPN based in any case. But it's unclear if it's anything beyond the links at this point. So hopefully we can get some clarity on that.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we really, really don't care if Russians can communicate, or well, to an extent, if they want to talk about how bad they're doing, that's great. But the truth is, they'll find a way around it, and that's what counts. Okay, let's go, Erlen Meyerflass. Go ahead.
I love that you think that I have that I'm Italian, but anyways.
Well, what's that flag there?
Vabbè, parlo italiano pure tu. Anyways.
Sono italiano pure, che dici?
C'è un accento particolare.
Ah, va bene.
Siciliano, ti piacciono i siciliani?
Sì, certo. Tu lo sai. Io non lo sapevo niente, mi ha detto. Yeah, wow. So
Anyways.
he knew. How did you know? Incredible.
Anyways, I'm Norwegian, but I speak Italian. Anyways, about the comment earlier about why they probably took the T.me back online again is that a lot of these bots that are on Telegram and other similar medias, they need a telephone number to work, but they can be operated from a browser. And if you want to have multiple accounts at the same time, you want those from a computer. There are ways to do this. You can either just open them in a private window and open lots of different accounts. And I've seen the setups that they use for this. They have like a array of SIM cards, and they open various Telegram accounts, and they sit there and just punch shit, and they do this even from Ukrainian numbers to try and fake being Ukrainians, and they've done this since before the 2014 invasion. And if the T.me domain is down, they won't be able to use that without rerouting through some proxy or other solutions. So probably that's why they were panicking and got it back up again. And apparently it was very fast.
All right, thank you, sir. John.
One thing to also note is that it's somewhat unclear to me. So if anybody has any insight into how this might work, please feel free to share. But it's unclear to me how exactly this ban would take effect in the occupied territories of Ukraine. I'm not sure how exactly that would all be set up. So that's another thing to consider.
Bernardo, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, John, you mean from the network-based factor, or?
Yes.
Yeah, so somewhere these people in these areas need to get their internet from two possibilities. direct connection via cable, or the usual thing I would guess is most used there is via GSM, 4G, or whatever. So if you're the provider, you can just get to your DNS servers, take out these addresses and or block the address, and there's no DNS resolution for this, and yeah, it's blocked.
May I offer a quick word on how to block stuff? It's not necessarily needed to block. Well, you can block the DNS, but what you would do is to change the border gateway protocol to exclude those addresses from being routed out of your country. So the packets will go nowhere, and you'll basically isolate those servers outside of your perimeter, not to be reachable from inside the perimeter, right? But
Did you
that's
say it's a gateway computer or learning computer?
no border gateway protocol. This is something which is okay. I don't want to go into the deep sort of what it means, but it's basically.
I just trolled you, Clement. I just trolled you. It was an Arnold Schwarzenegger meme joke from like the 90s. Gateway computer, learning computer. It's okay.
Yeah, might be. Yeah, well, you're pointing at a weakness in my statement, which is it's going too technical. But what I was going to say, it is not enough to block the DNS to stop the traffic flowing. So what you would have to do is literally stop the packets, the network packets, the information, the pieces. The information travels in principle in packets through the network. Okay, that's the basic principle of the internet or the Ethernet inner workings. So those packets needs to know every piece of equipment they pass through needs to know where to route them or where to send them, where to forward them. And at some point, they'll reach the perimeter of your country or the 2 or 3 providers which have links between your country and the outside world. And at that point, you will just stop those packages being forwarded further. The technical term to do it is with the so-called border gateway protocol, which will determine where packages are forwarded and how they're treated. So that's yeah, in a very brief words and probably very unclear words how it works. So and that, by the way, could be used to stop VPNs as well, as long as you know the IP address of the VPN server or servers. You can block everybody from within the country to connect to this particular VPN provider. For sure, when the next VPN provider brings the new servers, you have to know about them and block them. It's a game of hide and seek, but VPN is not a panacea you can apply to get out of a, let's say, guarded network environment. And if you know how to do it, there are ways how to block VPNs as well. That's I just wanted to say. And basically, I would suspect that all the channels who were able to continue communicating were sort of a special people known to other people and had special network settings so that they got through while the common Russian probably didn't get through. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Let's go to John and Bernada because we're gonna. Everyone knows what's happened in the Black Sea, right? Is it just me or Wendy, Ben, John?
No, what happened in the Black Sea?
No, I'm serious. Does everyone know what happened? We're not gonna play this draw out. We do this like Abbott and Costello thing, me and Ben. But there's too much going on. Where are we at, John?
Yehuda,
Or Ben?
I think it's not a bad idea if you offer us your perspective. It's always good to know from one source.
I want to know what other. I'm not going to repeat my. Often I'll say, come in like this, and we've spoken about that already. So please, John, give us an update, or anybody really. Colby, Ben.
Yes, we all know about what's happened in Sebastopol. For anybody who's just joining us, there has been a attack on Sebastopol harbor, reportedly combined operation with unmanned surface vessels and unmanned aerial vehicles that has damaged a number of targets in Sebastopol harbor. I will kick it over to John Rich now since he came back up.
I had my hand up to mention that the internet is down in Donetsk, but yes, Colby, to your point, the various Russian sources were claiming that I believe the numbers were 9 loitering munitions of some description, and 7 USVs, unmanned surface vessels of some description, presumably loaded with some quantity of explosives, were used to target various vessels of the Russian Black Sea port. Excuse me, of the
And
Black
John,
Sea
and
fleet.
John, and what did they say? What did they say happened to those loitering munitions? The Russians. What did they say?
They claim that the attack was repulsed, yet a number of ships seem to have rather large holes in them.
It's weird. They shot every single one down. Incredible. It's amazing how that works. Also, John, I don't know if you know, it wasn't the Ukrainians who did it. It was the British. The British actually did that in Sevastopol. They actually had plans from the Crimean War from the 1800s, and they dug them up and they used them, and that's how they found all the Russian boats, because there was like an oil painting that had a boat, and so they just figured that's where the Russians would have it. Yeah, it gets dumber and dumber. But sorry, yeah. So that's in the cards there. So they talked about what did the Ministry of Defense say, that they shot down all the air because their air defense was turned on. It's so good, but they just got terrorist British Navy SEAL commandos. They don't even have Navy SEALs, and they attacked these ships by submersible bombs. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if we wake up tomorrow to find that Admiral Macaroni is met the Moskva's fate or close to it, that's 5 ships in total, maybe 6 are gone. So I guess we will know that it was the British, right? Who knows? But interesting points to be had by all. Some news going on in Kharkiv and Luhansk. Ukrainians are moving and grooving, and that's good news. And in Kherson, also movement. I guess we shall wait and see. I just wanted to get an update, kind of a flavor of where everyone's at, because I want a custom tailor just for you, Ben. The next update I do. But thank you so much, Colby and John, and I think Bionada has something to add.
Oh yeah, thank you, Yoda. It was on the topic before with the internet and the blocking and the access. And I just wanted to mention I haven't seen any country which were able to really block access to something, even China. And I had friends in Russia, and yeah, they block like 1 or 2 domains and internet providers, VPN providers, but it's not like there's a whole list of VPN providers that block or something like this. You can set up your own VPN. It's not something magical. So I don't think they even try to block whole of Telegram. Maybe the link solutions and some groups, but yeah, not all of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we get it. The whole point was they made the order. That's kind of what we're getting at. So what's the point of that? It means that they're starting to feel that Telegram is not their friend, and they're not very much a fan of all the news that's coming out on there, because it's probably starting to affect them internally. I think that's the key. I don't want to have like all these, no offense, like super nerdy discussions about bleeps and bloops. I get it. They can go around it. That's what they do. They don't live in basements for a reason. For no reason, rather. It's because they know how to get around systems. But still, it's a sign. It's a sign that Putin and his friends are none too impressed. I like that. I'll take that for $1. I think Plamen wanted to give some more bleeps and bloops, and then we'll go over to Feisty. Go ahead, Plamen.
No, not really. Whatever. If you guys not interested in listening to that, I'm not going to bother you with. So please continue.
Plamen 011000011. We got it.
Well-
Go around it, right? No, but you go ahead. That's why I went to you. If you want to follow up with something useful, please
No.
do.
No, it's not. It's not useful. It's not useful. It was going to go too deep into some speculations which are not useful for anyone, and won't help anyone. So please go ahead. Thank you.
All right, no worries. Well, at least I'm honest, right, Plamen? I'm the friend you need. Let's go to Feisty.
Hi there. So I've been in some meetings today, and I've been missing out on what's going on with the news. I do know about the Black Sea, but the last I heard, there was like 1 ship was damaged, and that was all I really heard this morning before I had to get off. So, but you had just mentioned possibly 6. Could you give a brief recap on which ships or what kind of ships seem to be damaged and how many there actually are? And then, and is the discussion about VPNs, is that because of the internet turn off?
No, the discussion of the VPNs was about Telegram being ordered shut off, and then how a lot of Telegram channels fell silent for a bit and some restarted, and then our very intelligent computer experts kind of chimed in about all the ways that you can work around it. And I think the take-home message was the Russians doing this will eventually be able to circumvent it and do what they want to do. I think that was the key point of that. And then I think once it got really technical and half of my brain shut off, I kind of jumped in and I said, "Yeah, we got it, but thanks to Plamen and Bionada for that." I actually didn't name the ships. I said I suspect there'll be 5, 6 ships, perhaps 6. I did mention the Admiral Makarov. I called it the macaroni, but that was a joke. And I cannot confirm that right now. Or I wouldn't confirm it. I'm not even anyone official, so who cares what I say? But I suspect I have it on good authority that the Makarov was hit, or at least hit, if not sunk. Unsure right now. I said we'll have to wait till tomorrow to get a real count. The Russians said it's a minesweeper. I think they wanted to downplay the attack, and I don't think that's going to work out so well for them. I will come back later, Feisty, to do a military update that does a comprehensive take on it, and wait and see. All right, I'll hand it back to Wendy and Ben.
Thank you.
Thanks, Yehuda. And yeah, Feisty, it wasn't HMS Temeraire and Redoubtable, as Moscow might want you to think. It was exactly as Yehuda just described. There was an official release early on from Moscow, and yeah, it was pretty revealing. We had the privilege of having CJ up earlier and discuss this in some detail. So basically, the Kremlin released a statement that said the flagship project 11356P frigate Admiral Makarov was damaged, hit by a drone, damaged both superstructures of the ship, disabled radar equipment, fire control systems, and communication systems. A watchman was injured. It also says a transport ship was damaged, possibly half flooded. A boat was sunk, either landing or the Kamos project, or a missile of the Lightning project. I think that bit gets lost in translation. But it goes on to say that a minesweeper called the Ivan Golubets was damaged, and the fire continues on it. Also, there was surface damage received by a large landing ship and several auxiliary vessels. So make of that what you will. And I'm sure John can provide better information than I can. John.
Yeah, just to clear up some of those very literal translations from that post, the project 11356P, the Admiral Makarov, that's a specifically, we would know it as the Admiral Grigorovich class frigate. The Lightning project, that is the Tarantul, which is a type of Russian, it's a class of Russian missile corvette. And then the Chamois, if I'm probably mispronouncing that one, that is I'm still trying to figure out what class that is. I think it might be Lavina, or potentially a variant of it.
It could be the car wash class, Chamois.
I think that's ShamWow.
No, chamois. It's a French word. I don't think you use it in the States. I think that's why you even use ShamWow. That's funny. I forgot about that. It's a rag made out of deer skin. All right. That's actually pretty cool. Thank you. Where'd you get that from?
I believe it's from a Russian Telegram channel. If you look up in the usual place, it's buried like somewhere from a couple hours ago.
Yeah, it's tough. It's because these guys like to write a lot of nonsense. So sometimes my eyes just hurt going through it. I like to ask them if they could just be more like concise. Dear Russian people who are on Telegram telling the world of how crappy your army is, military, can you just tighten it up a bit? Not so much verbiage. It gets annoying. Thanks, Russia. I wasn't waiting for Russia to respond. Go ahead, Wendy or Ben.
Thanks, Yehuda. Yeah, there's been a fair bit of an analysis on the video that was released showing. I don't know if we can call them loitering munitions. I'm not sure what the exact terminology is. I've heard them described as naval drones, but it's a little bit outside my bailiwick. But yeah, there was quite an incredible video of those heading towards a ship which had the profile. I hear had the profile of the Makarov. John.
They are
Frigate for
loitering
sure.
munitions.
Yeah.
Just if there's any confusion on terminology, they are in fact loitering munitions. It's possible they could have been, originally designed as UAVs that have been repurposed as loitering munitions, but they are in fact loitering munitions.
I think some people are confused, John. They're confused. Are these drones flying close to the water, or are they boats? Some of the questions I got a lot.
So to kind of clear it up, there were both loitering munitions in the air, attacking from the air, as well as USVs, unmanned surface vessels, which, if you've seen any of the footage that has been or purported to be from the strike that was released, you'll see a lot of little boats driving around, and with footage from them, those are the USVs, unmanned surface vessels. And think of them as the naval equivalent of a UAV. And the terminology gets a little bit tricky because my understanding is a loitering munition specifically refers to an airborne vehicle. I'm not sure if there is a naval equivalent of the term loitering munition. So for now, loitering munition USV would probably be the way to go to describe it.
And there you have it. Phil Spector. Oh, no, Phil Scumpia. I always call you Phil Spector because I see a Phil S, and I think he passed away after murdering people. But anyways, go ahead, Phil.
Okay. I just had a question. Like when the Moskva sank, it was a big deal because the radars that the Moskva had were really important for patrolling the Black Sea. I'm wondering, the damage to them. Let's say the Makarov does have significant damage for the next couple of weeks. How big of a deal would this be for their ability to patrol the Black Sea? Thank you.
John or Colby. They have radars. They have a lot of radars. Actually, the Russians do have a lot of radars. The question is, do they use them right? Are they in the right place? Are they harm magnets? Harm meaning the missile that goes boom on them. I'm not sure they really ever really had a good grasp what was going on in the Black Sea. If I'm being serious, but any loss of any asset on the Russian side is a good thing. It's the reality is the Russians are just outdone in every aspect of, especially technological. They're outclassed in every way. Besides that, everything American that flies in the sky or in space has been looking at the same bit of land on planet Earth for the last 8 months. Okay, every single bit. And imagine thousands of super duper technicians who study maps. They could probably give you when you see those slideshows and those little viewers as children, they can make maps of what's going on in Russia, but like real time. They look like real time. They're really good. They're really, really good. So with all of the technological superiority the Ukrainians have available to them, all they're doing is they're just waiting for the right time. Same with the Moskva. They had that capability the whole time. They waited for a juicy enough target, and boom. I don't know if this is a result of the attacks on civilian infrastructure and that, all of these ships were involved in them. Maybe one was the frigate, if the frigate is down. But they obviously wanted to send a message. They wanted to send a signal. I wouldn't be surprised if the counteroffensive in Kherson kicks off in the next couple of days because of this. They did a big push just a day ago. Five brigade frontages opened up and engaged the Russians and pushed them back in certain areas. And then all of a sudden, I would call this, the deep fires. This is the deep battle. You have the close battle, the rear, and the deep. So the Ukrainians are starting to hit stuff in different places. I think it's pretty obvious that this is just going to get a little more kinetic. Let's get kinetic. All right.
Thank you, Yehuda. I just had my follow-up question was now, if that really, took out another sensor, could they do more seed mission with the HARM missiles into Sevastopol area? Because I know they have several more S-400s in the area as well. Thanks.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure that makes a big difference. They've got S-400s everywhere there. So Makarov, I'm not so concerned about that. Bionada.
Yeah, I just looked at the specifications of the vessel, and I was thinking it has 8 cells for caliber and zircon cruise missiles and something like this. Could it maybe be the Ukrainians just going after the source of all these terror bombings and saying, okay, we take now we try to take out one, or not take out, but at least damage and take out of service in this kind of way to the possibility for Russians to lose to fire these cruise missiles and these things.
Sorry, I was reading some update here. Go ahead, Colby.
Sorry, what's the question about the cruise missiles being added?
Yeah, not directly about the cruise missiles. It was about if I look at the ship, they have space for or the possibility to fire 8 cruise missiles from the ship. So if they start going, for example, maybe after the sources of all the bombing attacks and something like this, maybe it's I mean, it was a great signal and everything like this, but it could also be maybe, I think, that the Ukrainians try to get to the source of the problem and take out all these platforms who are delivering these cruise missiles.
Yeah, certainly. I don't know if there's been confirmation that the Grigorovich class frigates have been engaged in the missile launches or not. I think.
I mean,
I think a lot of
you don't have to sink them. You only have to damage them, and then they have really problems in this kind of matter. Yeah. So
yeah, certainly. It's one fewer platform they have that can potentially launch them. I don't know if they have been or not. I think it's been more of the submarines. Could be wrong about that, but certainly it's one fewer platform that has the ability to launch cruise missiles at Ukrainian targets.
All right. Does that answer your question, Bionada?
yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you. Plumman.
But yeah, I think the question was answered. But again, if I remember correctly, a lot of the launches were performed by maritime assets or maritime platforms, e.g., from those corvettes and various other ships who were reported to have been launching cruise missiles at Ukraine. The other source for sure is the Strategic Bomber Force, which is shooting from, I think, the Azov, from somewhere a bit further afield. But in any case, these platforms have been used for sure to launch cruise missiles at Ukraine. But even if we forget about the launch capabilities, Odessa has been always under pressure. Well, perceived pressure from the Russian Navy to do some landing or some other sort of maneuvers to attempt to retake the area or Odessa itself. So damaging the Black Fleet is going to ease the southern part, and for sure the capabilities of the Russians to launch cruise missiles at Ukraine. Thank you.
That's good news, and very welcome news, saving Ukrainian lives.
Yeah, I always laugh when I hear the Odessa thing with the paramount, like the what do you call them? Naval Marines, naval infantry. Would have been the dumbest thing the Russians did to date in the war at that point. Very heavily defended beach, mind mutinies on Russian ships, commanders refusing to sail towards it. Just a gong show. Nothing the Russians have done. You could even, I mean, they're not even qualified to say they're a professional army. It is an absolute clown show. Only reason why they're there is because they came in force with a lot of numbers and a lot of equipment. But that would have been an epic failure, like people would be reading about naval warfare and laughing for 100 years. Biggest joke ever. But good point. Good point. Yeah. Go ahead, Ben. Bring up whoever you want. We're good. We're golden. Things are changing. Ukraine is one day closer to victory, one day closer to liberation, and Russia is one day closer to war crimes tribunals and reparations and demilitarized zones along their borders. They'll probably ask the West, or they should ask the West, to help relieve them of their nuclear arsenal, which is broken. And it's actually, that's the biggest risk to global security right now. The garbage that they have in their silos and hidden away in storage. But we're going to turn it up tonight. I think it's time. It's been a while, and I've done the military update, but I think we have enough information. I think we're on the cusp of a big counteroffensive by the Ukrainians. This is all, if you've noticed a pattern, and before every major Ukrainian offensive comes the shaping operations, the deep fires, the hits on logistics, all sorts of stuff, and perhaps hitting things in Sevastopol is a sign that they'll push from across, from Kherson, Kherson Oblast. Maybe they intend to do all of Kherson right away. Maybe push down from Zaporizhia. These are all possibilities. And in order to do that, they might want to limit all Russian naval abilities, or even sink everything in the Black Sea, which is what they should do, because they're getting awfully close to Crimea. So it's interesting. If you were to look at a map, you see the Ukrainians are tightening the noose on the approaches to Crimea. That's the effect. The next major tactical bounds or strategic bounds that the Ukrainians will take will put them within standard artillery range of Crimea. So there's more to follow. Lots going on. I feel my spidey senses are tingling. It looks like things are going to go. So on that note, I will pass it off to you guys. I have to get some groceries. BRB.
Cheers, Yuda. Leonardo.
Yeah, to a different topic. Today I saw a video of recruitment or something like this in a town in Russia, and my Russian is not that well, but I think the subtitles were some kind of correct, and they literally said to the new recruited soldiers, "You're not cannon fodder. You're good trained man, and yeah, you have 5 minutes or something like this." And then they had to say goodbye to the loved ones and go. And yeah, some people were complaining, and yeah, well, there were also, I think, an invalid person, and something like this was really. I mean, we have seen it before, but it's really shows the state of mind of Russia at the moment.
Yeah, the panic is setting in Moscow, isn't it? And it's great to see. I mean, we had CJ up earlier talking in depth about the significance of the events today, and yeah, he put it as more significant than the sinking of the Moskva. So we will see. I think what we're waiting for is visual evidence, and it's highly significant, I'd say, that the CCTV around Sevastopol was shut down apparently this morning. So by the sounds of it, they're clamping down pretty heavily on anyone with a camera and anything that can provide photographic evidence of a burning, smoking wreck.
Yeah, I think the effect of it, or I mean the actual damage which happened, is not really so important. It's more important is that it happened and the way it happened. Yeah, um, it was not some super hypersonic. What do I know? Some cool new stuff. It was something simple. They could make it. They did make it in a kind of way nobody expected it, and yeah, as expected, the Russians were really, they had no idea what's hitting them, how it's hitting them, and from which direction it's coming, and how much is coming. Yeah.
Indeed. Plumman.
I just respectfully disagree that it is a simple thing. Yes, the whole mechanical part, it is simple thing, and it's probably assembled from fairly standard parts. And the charge, yeah, that should be a standard military stuff, I guess, as well. But the communication, that is really, really, really the crucial point. How do you steer that thing? How do you keep in contact? How do you get not jammed, hacked, and in otherwise incapacitated electronically? That's really the important part of the thing they've done. And that's brilliant because obviously the Russians had a captured one, couldn't make it, couldn't understand how it works. They couldn't jam the one which they shot down. So it is a brilliant com work, and that's really the innovative part, because all of those remote controlled weapons, they die and live by the ability of the operator to control them. So take that away, and that's not a weapon any longer. The remainder, all of the drones, even the flying drones, the aerodynamic stuff, it's trivial. I mean, we have autopilots for like 50 years flying planes and stuff like that, passenger planes. But the communication, this is really the real trick, and I think that's astonishing what they have achieved there. It's really astonishing. So I don't think it's trivial. The mechanical part, yes, but the electronic, not the electronics, the really specifically the communication is really, really interesting piece. The remainder of the electronics, like cameras and stuff, well, come on. We all have mobile phones. We all know the quality of the cameras. So yeah, that's not the problem. But really, how to keep the stuff not being hacked, not being disturbed. So that's really great work.
Yeah, absolutely, Clement. You said it. What I mean was simple was the way you build it. Yeah, it was like I don't want to call it like before. What was Scandinavian canoe, which was a bomb or something like this. But the actual device which delivered the explosion or whatever doesn't have to be something really special high amount. If you have the possibility with the communication relay, I mean, whatever it was, if it was a unmanned vessel which was in the area which relates to communications, if it was a multi-channel device, maybe via GSM and satellite and whatever. The point is, as soon as you got these kind of possibilities to use it, I mean, it's only the question where can you get a person to insert this device. And I mean, it doesn't have to have such a long range, 30-50 kilometers. You just find a guy on the coast. You already have the possibility with the connection, telemetrics and everything. You just get it to a guy behind enemy lines, get it into water or in the air or whatever, and then you steer it at your destination. And that's really amazing. Yeah, that's the special part of it, and what I also meant with yeah, a simple thing, but it's really really high tech, complex background. Yeah, and amazing.
I doubt that could be a GSM based thing because you need still the terrestrial network, and if you're out in the sea, you don't have any GSM signal out there, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But for backup solutions, if you're near at the coast and something like this, I think you always plan for backup and with channel solutions and something like this. Yeah, I mean, and I personally, if I need to guide something somewhere, I mean, I would at least take the wireless 5G and wireless networks I get from your router to see where it is, because it's all mapped and all open source. Yeah. So take every data you have, try every channel, and yeah. And I think the Ukrainians are really, really, really tech savvy and have many potential knowledge in these areas, and they are adapted to work with everything they have, and yeah, maybe they use a combination of all of this.
What I really find astonishing is that the Russians had an example of it, and they didn't find a way to spoof it. They didn't find a way to jam the signal or jam all the communication channels, because we've seen clear video from the one which was destroyed. Or no, we've seen a couple of videos actually, couple of ones which have succeeded, and one of the drones which was apparently destroyed by the helicopter or something. But they still were able to transmit clear video, so no jamming, nothing. I find that extremely astonishing how the Russians, they had in their hands an example, a specimen, an exemplar of this unmanned drone, of these drones, and they haven't managed to decrypt and disrupt the communication of these things. That's it's really it's beyond me how that's possible. If you have the hardware, if you have it in your hands, you will know how it works. You'll know how to jam it. What sort of frequencies, what sort of communication protocols it uses. It's really beyond me how the Russians couldn't manage to defend a little bit better against those unmanned drones. So, well, but hey, there's always a first time. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and that's why I think it was possibly they can block some channels, but not all channels. So, and this is, I think the Ukrainians know it, and but it's really amazing, astonishing, the whole thing. Absolutely, yeah. And in some kind of case, I would in my thinking as a IT guy, I would say, okay, if they block all the satellite and everything which is modern and something like this, dude, I would try it with Morse code or something like this. So this is the point. Some things they are missing, some communication channels they are missing. How you can at least give basic communications, open a channel with this device, and it's yeah, absolutely amazing. Maybe we'll find out in a few years, but yeah, now we can just watch and enjoy.
Probably not. Probably not. I guess the Ukrainians will guard this secret quite closely for quite a few years to come. Yeah. If I were them, I would, given the success they had so far.
What I want to know is what happened to the attack dolphins that were supposed to prevent this sort of thing.
Oh, I think they don't want ladders. They're smart enough not to, die for a ladder.
Yeah. They definitely made the right choice.
There was a book by a guy called Douglas Adams or something. Thanks for all the fish. That's what they said. And the dolphins, and then evacuated the earth. That's what the Russian dolphins said to the Russian army. Thanks for all the fish, and they evacuated the area.
100%, Plowman. Gunther.
Hey, so two questions. One, if this forces them to keep their navy in port, then it really isn't a navy. Like that's effectively as almost as good as sinking it if it can't actually leave port, right? But to that point, how does this affect the picture of them being on the open ocean where they don't necessarily have all the the air defenses and everything of Sevastopol, but they do, I assume since they're at sea, they would probably be more alert and everything. But if you have this little kayak filled with explosive just sitting there somewhere out in the ocean and it decides just to turn on and make a run for your propeller, I don't know. How does it affect their ability to operate on the ocean, their surface vessels? Thanks.
I think it's like a modern day cockle shell hero story, Gunther. But Plumman, do you want to have a go at this one?
I just want to make a quick remark. What we have seen is that those kayaks operate in a very smooth water. But in open sea, especially in the Black Sea, the waves, they have a fairly specific characteristics, which is the ocean waves might have a great height, but they are fairly sort of raising along during a long distance. So basically their steepness is fairly small. The angle at which the wave rises is small. So you might have a wave of, let's say, 5 meters, but if you're climbing those 5 meters over 10 meters, the angle is fairly modest. But in the Black Sea, because it's a small sea and close one, the waves tend to get quite violent in terms of steepness of the angle. So you will have 2 meter wave, but it will be like raising over, let's say, another 2 meters. So it's quite disruptive. So every small vessel of this size will have a problem to navigate in a choppy waters like that. So I don't know how those devices, how those drones will operate in the open seas. We have seen them operating in a fairly close harbor type of setting where you don't have those waves. But I don't know whether they'll perform well enough to be able to attack a ship at high sea, especially in the Black Sea, especially in the winter region. So I assume there will be some limitations due to the very size of the device, right? We've seen it, the device is literally of the size of a kayak. And if you have like, I don't know, 5 ball, like some sort of, higher, stormier sea, you wouldn't probably be able to operate them. Why by the ships the Russians have will have no problems operating in such an environment. So I don't know. Probably it's more likely to say that those drones will be effective in the harbor areas, but at the high seas, probably not so much. As well, because the distances involved might be not quite well as to be established and estimated. And as it was said in this space, those drones might have a limited range. So you have to be relatively close to the ships in order to get close enough to detonate.
Can I just offer sort of 2 counterpoints that's completely uninformed? I read on the internet that a jet ski can go up to 100 miles, just a normal jet ski. So, and then 2, like if you watch like the big wave surfing where they're going up against like 100-meter or like really big waves, the big wave competitions, they use jet skis to get the surfers in and out of there. So, I don't know.
A jet ski is fairly heavier than this, and you have the man on top. By the way, that can, if you're on top of a jet ski, you can kind of surf the wave with the counterweighting with your body. So I think if a jet ski is remote controlled, it will tip over in those conditions. By the way.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I'm just speculating here. Thank you.
But I wanted to come back with to Plumman and Gunter, and yeah, a jet ski can go if you go economically, it can probably go very far. And if you add external or added fuel tanks like this kayak thing probably did, you can go very far. It's very efficient engine on a low rev. But I'm thinking that this might be battery powered actually, because there are fairly at least if we assume that the thing that we saw earlier this summer, a few months ago, if that's the same thing, that looks very much like one of those surf kayaks, which are electrically powered. The small engine on the back there. So it might as well be battery powered. And to Plumman, what if that first one failed, because it did, and the communications array has been changed? If it failed, I would guess that would be most probably a communications error, and then it just stranded. But yeah, I think it's wild speculations. I'm tipping towards the UHF with the relay, or UHF using cloud cover as a bouncing. That is possible. I've done it, and you can get a pretty good link. But when the kayak is tipping that much, I think they need a very special antenna to do that.
I agree with you to a certain extent about the reach of those things. However, if you have an electric propulsion, you will be trading reach, because the energy density of a battery is not comparable to gasoline, right? It's about 10 times less. So what I'm saying is, per kilogram battery, you have 10 times less energy, and therefore you can go 10 times less than compared to a gasoline tank, give or take, given the efficiency of the engine and conversion of the energy into propulsion. But let's stick with a 10-to-1 ratio, right? So if you have a 10-liter tank, you'll go, let's say, 50 kilometers. With a 10 kilos battery, you'll go like 5 kilometers. That's sort of calculation you have to make. So I would, if the range is an issue, I wouldn't consider electrical propulsion, because just the battery doesn't cut it. It's not, the energy density is not there. Full stop. Right? Simple physics, unfortunately. It's probably a gasoline driven, and then you're right. Probably 100 miles is achievable. Then on the communication link, UHF. Well, right. Having seen the video, it seemed to be a quite high quality video. I don't know whether you have the bitrate over UHF to do that. I don't know. You might have over multiple channels. And then what you said about changing the comms array, well, that's possible, and they probably have done so, given the fact that the Russians couldn't jam them. So they might have invented something, or they might have plugged in something new. I don't know. Wild guesses and speculations. Thank you.
Well, the reason I'm pretty sure that was an electrical device. There are a lot of reasons for why I believe so. A jet ski engine is quite heavy, and that will be, in such a small device, a very large trade for efficiency, while the engine of a jet ski engine, or water jet engine, is very compact and could be very lightweight. So in such a small flotation device, I would believe that the trade-off could actually be not maybe in favor of the batteries, but pretty close to a fuel, liquid fuel, gasoline in that case. Another thing is that electrical engines, especially electrical water jet engines, are very quiet, and that Black Sea is probably most certainly full of detection devices and submarines, and they detect small boat engines quite easily. Yeah, you cannot see them on radar. You don't know exactly where they are, but you know that there is something in the sea. And if you're lucky with an electrical water jet propulsion system going on low rev, you can go very quiet for a long distance. And actually, you see that in the video, that at some point this thing is going very slow, and then it speeds up, and that's when it was detected. So that's at least my reasoning for this. And I don't know about the Starlink thing. The first one had an antenna that looks very much like the Starlink squared antenna, and with those kind of waves, I agree it's very difficult to keep a stable device, and a satellite link would be difficult. Um, I'm a lot for UHF in that case. There's a lot of speculation about GSM and 4G. The Russians might be stupid, but I don't know that stupid. Yeah, that's my comment.
Futuristic super naval, super loitering munition naval drone. It's actually using modern day within a country which is not theirs. And in response to this, which is not, it was certainly predictable. Moscow has gone ahead and, in a very childish, infantile fashion, withdrawn from the grain deal because they're running out of options. Their malice and their theft of Ukrainian grain and Ukrainian lives. It's we've seen it coming since 2014. Ukrainians have experienced it since 2014 and for hundreds of years before. And I think in Moscow they can probably see the writing is on the wall, because Ukraine can strike and has the right to, at will, to protect its land and people. So thank you. And Hendrik, go ahead.
Yes, actually, I'm looking at this design of this kayak, or whatever you want to call it, and I've noticed there's several different interesting aspects in the design. Number one is the fact that the unit should be self-righting. And what I mean by that is, if it gets turned over by a wave, it has to right itself back up, because the antenna needs to be in the air. And so obviously this design, okay, weight is not so much a factor, because the weight is actually going to function as ballast, and it's going to maintain it just like a heavy keel maintains a sailboat in the upright position. The other thing I've noticed, if you notice to the front, there are like 3 wide bands going across the bow portion, and it's all rounded. Now, I would imagine what this is for is when you have high seas and the boat wants to surf, okay, the bow would normally go into the water. And these rings up there is basically to stop the unit from penetrating too deep into the wave. All in all, like I said, the top has to be completely weatherproof. You know, and obviously they can't capsize, because if they did, they would not be of substantial use given the rough seas in the Black Sea. That's just my opinion, and that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thanks, Hendrik. So what you're saying is they're designed to strike at wave top heights around the waterline, and for any Russian ship that was hit this morning, well, there's somebody in Moscow right now, and for them things are sinking in.
Yeah, if you look at the photos of the unit, and if you look at the top deck and the way that's all formed and everything else, it really looks like it's pretty much substantial, the way it's done. In fact, you know, I would almost guess it was like form molded. And I also look at the width of it, and the wider it is in the stern, okay, the more difficult it's going to be to flip the unit. So somebody, you know, with the knowledge, did a pretty in-depth design on this thing. And yeah, I think that this is very, very catastrophic for the Russian Navy, especially even if they're out of port, they're going to be susceptible to this. The real question would be, what's the top speed of this is going to be? But yeah, I mean, I just love it. I just think it's a tremendous design out there.
Yeah, it looks like it was hit by a Yorker, Hendrik. And Ben's here because he'll understand the cricket reference at the waterline. Erland, you got your hand up.
I saw what you did there, Wendy, with the about the let it sink in. Maybe yeah. I'm sure you were subconsciously prompted.
You are full of the milk of human kindness, and thank you. Erland.
Yeah, just for fun, I googled easily, quickly, electric kayaks. I've actually tried one of those, and they are very fun, and it feels like you're going very fast when you're on one of those. And I posted it in the comment section. It looks like I'm blocked from putting stuff in the nest because I can't do it. So if somebody wants to put it up in the nest, it's there.
An electric kayaks just to me sounds a little bit like cheating, Erland. But
yeah, it does.
Yeah, apologies, you can't put something up in the nest. I've absolutely no idea why not. It's just I'm really useless with Twitter, and it will probably take me months before I figured it out.
Yeah, I've done this before, but it seems like I'm blocked from doing it because I don't get the option up there. Anyways, electric kayaks are, yeah, it's something that it's a toy, you know. It's not. I'm sure somebody already made a sport out of this thing, but I think it's widely used by fishers actually in lakes because the engine is so quiet. The one I tried was more like a toy. It's basically a jet ski formed as a kayak, but it's battery. The propulsion is electric. But the funny thing is that the engine for that thing is so small. It's tiny. Like you can basically hold the engine in your hand, and it's really small.
Sounds like a organic system. Incredible. Plumman.
I just wanted to remark, actually, the previous comments about the self-righting behavior of the kayak, which requires your center of gravity to be low in order for the boat to return back to upright position after being rolled by a wave. This would speak for electric propulsion because the batteries can be formed and molded in any shape or form. So you can put them as a keel on the boat. Well, put them closer to the keel, put them at the bottom. So, and make it heavier and make the center of gravity as low as possible. So that would work will speak for electric sort of propulsion. And secondly, actually, again, the quietness and that the sonar wouldn't be able to easily detect these type of boats, that speaks for it as well, because it will give it a little bit of additional stealth. Again, trading range for stealth and for stability. But these points are actually quite convincing, to be honest. So potentially we're looking at the electric drone.
You know, most torpedoes are electric propulsed right now. So even in the Second World War, before they had electric propulsion, so it's not a new thing. It's just evolved a lot. If you pile together a bunch of RC plane lithium batteries or drone lithium batteries, you'll have a substantial amount of kilowatts, or whatever that you can use. It will probably overheat if you go max, but you don't need to do that for the whole way. You know, you shouldn't go fast. It's as with electric, they have as a normal gasoline engine, the efficiency is definitely not when you go max speed. But when you're at sea, it's a bit of a strange thing though. You want a plane to go, or at least partially plane to go most efficiently when you drive a boat or anything at sea. So there's a threshold where you probably have max efficiency, but it's definitely not going max speed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about the efficiency. However, the basic fact is energy density, battery lower compared to gasoline. That's that's physics, right? So
Yeah, I
kilogram for kilogram, you'll go further with gasoline compared with a battery. That's
agree, but
whether
with if it's a small device, that doesn't necessarily make up for the weight of the engine. That's my thoughts. And maybe they just didn't need that range. If you want to go very far, gasoline engine all the way, or maybe a hybrid.
agreed. I mean, we're widely speculating. We don't know the specs of the device, and actually, uh, again, you might be right. The range might be not the crucial point. You know, if you have range of 70, 80 miles with electric, why bother? So again, wild speculations might be not useful to waste people's time on the space with these things. But you're right. Thank you.
All right. John Stewart, great to see you up here.
Hey Randy, I've been out most of the day, so just kind of following it by listening without being able to see anything. And I was just watching the footage of the sort of James Bond run in the little boat. Incredible footage, and it seems to the one that was posted by Special Curse on Cat 9 hours ago. At 1:28, it turns into what looks like a harbour and goes past a small boat, which looks like a fishing boat, and it looks like someone just jumps out of the boat. I don't know if anyone spotted that or if it has been commented on earlier, but it must have been terrifying.
I
There's
did
two
spot
guys on
that,
this
John.
boat. Yeah, and someone just dives off the back, and then it goes over. He's obviously gone underwater, and it shoots. It's going very quickly. It seems. I don't know if it's because it's low down. But I've only just. I might be the last person to notice this, but I've only just noticed it, and it's a very compelling set of images, I have to say. With a little comedy moment where a guy just dives off what seems to be a fishing boat. So you've seen that, had you?
Do you blame him, John? If you were on that fishing boat and some strange naval unmanned surface vehicle starts zooming towards your boat, it's difficult to imagine what the normal human reaction would be in that situation, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like the other guy's going to climb off the front, and they must have been relieved when it went past, I guess. But I'm sure it was carrying a sufficient payload for it to be the end of the boat. So yeah, it must have been a real shocker. I mean, it was very effective action. I hope I'd be as quick thinking if I'm ever on a fishing boat and a unmanned drone comes sailing through the water at me. Assuming it's a guy, he did a good job getting out of the way.
Yeah, indeed. Hendrik.
Okay, not to go sideways and go into boat design. There's really no such thing as a free or best hull. It depends on the situation. The most economic hull design, okay, is basically the round hull, okay, that goes slow enough that it has laminar flow around it, all right? And which is basically what you have with a trawler when you're going, let's say, 7, 8 knots. That's the most efficient form of propulsion. If you go higher speeds, you can go to a planing or a semi-planing hull. Okay, and with that, you burn a lot of fuel at the lower speeds, but you're more efficient at a higher speed, but still not as efficient as you are with a low speed hull. So it has a lot to do with design. And the what I'm seeing with the shape of this hull, it does seem to be like a semi-planing hull toward the back because of the width. Now there's a trade-off on that, and that has to be in the handling in rough weather, because the flatter the hull in the back, the higher possibility of the hull pounding. So this actually, I mean, I'm looking at the design, I just find it very, very fascinating that they've come up with this design, and obviously it has worked. So, I mean, kudos to whoever went through and actually designed this whole thing and came out with it.
Well, it's certainly sounds like a very in organic and interesting design, Hendrik. Like you say, streamlined, designed to hit at the waterline, designed to hit these vessels like a Yorker at a point where, I mean, I think CJ and Yehuda were on earlier saying every measure of defense against such an attack like this, the Russians absolutely failed every time in terms of electronic warfare, in terms of just simply being alert and on watch on their ships and looking out for this kind of thing. Sure, there was wave height. These things may well have been difficult to track on radar, but in one of those videos, these things are being fired at. And what we can undoubtedly tell from the reaction from Moscow is that there has been a degree of success in this attack. We've seen this, as Yehuda was talking about earlier, by the panicked nature of the communications response from Moscow, and by Moscow deciding to just suddenly pull out of this grain deal. So, yeah, John Stewart, go ahead.
Yeah, apologies if this is a basic question because I've been out all day, but what's steering these things? Do we know? I mean, I'm assuming it's been discussed ad nauseum already here, so apologies if this has been over, but I guess they're watching the video feed from the camera that we now see and just pointing it left and right remotely.
We have been speculating through a vast array of different solutions, but it could be all from autopilot to you have basic autopilots that can send this thing to a certain longitude, and that's fine, a GPS location. But then the last part was probably navigated with a direct data link of some sort. But which one, we have been speculating through satellite, GSM, 4G, and UHF antennas, but we don't know.
Fantastic, thanks. It's going to be interesting to read what the media makes of it over the next few days, I guess. It's going to turn into another truck bomb / ATACMS missile quandary, isn't it, I suppose?
Well, they're probably gonna say that it was some kind of AI or whatever, because I saw it already. But yeah.
Don't forget, it has to be a mutant AI, right?
It was probably powered by Google and SpaceX and Amazon altogether.
The mutant part is important for the Russian population to buy it. It has it has to have the sort of the feeling of something not being right. Being mutant, not really the righteous or the orthodox AI the Russians would like to have.
Is there any other kind of AI?
You mean
AI
any other than mutant AI? Or
mutant, gone rogue, dystopian? I think we managed quite well enough with that in the West, actually, from time to time.
Well, I don't know. It would be a Russian propaganda for domestic use, so we'll be speculating. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see soon.
I think there's going to be a fair degree of speculation, some of it in the hysterical form across various medias that we've seen in response to events like Saki and Kirch, which is good fun, isn't it? Really. Bloke, great to see you up here. How you
Oh,
doing?
hi, Wendy. Good, good. I was didn't have a lot of internet access for most of the day, and can see that one or two things has happened. So I'm just trying to get caught up now. I hope they don't blow anything up, at least to give me another half hour or hour to get caught up. But it seems I might have even missed that because their stuff is still blowing up in Sevastopol, according to the news, but we don't know yet. That's all unconfirmed stuff. So, yeah, what a day. Just getting caught up.
What a day indeed. Yes. Yeah, there's a few theories out there. One of them is that it's HMS Temeraire versus the Dolphins. But we're gonna. I'm sure things will become much clearer once satellite imagery gives us a few extra pictures to look at.
Yeah, I mean, this could be, Ukrainian bio dolphins, or engineered bioweapon dolphins, or whatever it is. The Russians are accusing them of. Let's play along. So, has anyone? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, funny thing, we have this whale thing in Norway, the beluga whale, that stranded up in the north of Norway a few years ago, and it was the name of the whale. We gave it a name, or media in Norway gave it a name. It was Valdemir, because the whale had some equipment strapped to it, and there was a tag attached to it, and it was basically saying some St. Petersburg institute that was researching naval stuff. So it was deemed a spy whale, and that beluga whale disappeared from the fjords. So who knows? Maybe we turned Valdemir towards its former owners.
Oh dear, more Russian projection. I think John has his hand up.
I can imagine whatever they strapped to the whale probably confused its sense of direction and caused it to get lost in your fjord. But I was thinking one of the cameras on the on the boat seemed to be heat sensitive. So maybe we're going to see long poles sticking off of Russian ships with cans of Coke burning away in them to try and confuse them going forward. Maybe they'll borrow that idea from the Belarusian tanks.
Yeah, I can just picture that now, John. One of those Coke buckets, Coke cans, just hanging off the back of an SN Makarov. Oh, sorry, they're at the bottom of they're potentially at the bottom of the sea right now. For me, that's just sinking in. I'm not sure that would work, but it's probably something they would try.
Someone coined the phrase Coca-Cola yesterday. I don't think that's had near enough usage. Coca-Cola seems to be a very good meme version of it.
Yeah, that's sinking in for me too. Ben, you find my jokes funny, don't you?
Yes, Wendy, of course. On a completely different note, is my check coming this month or not?
I can't confirm that, Ben.
Okay, then I'm gonna have to tell you about your jokes. No, they're very good. They're very, very good. They're witty and dry, the way I like it, just like my whiskey. All right, I think we've killed the subject of the naval drones, which is one more difference between us and the Russian defenses. We do manage to kill drones. But what's absolutely fascinating is the well, I don't want to say consequences because it's not, but something that is presented as a consequence by Moscow, which is the end of the grain deal. It was in the air. People had been talking about this. Elena Fage had spoke about it on the during her interview. That we knew it was coming. We just didn't know how, and we didn't know. Most importantly, we didn't know what excuse the Russians were going to use to break that deal that had been brokered by Turkey and the UN, and what would be the consequences as well, the discourse around it, because they were making a big deal out of it, saying that, oh, look, we're doing our very, very utmost to feed the world, whereas anyone with half a brain would be aware that what the Russians are doing is increasing debt for the less well-off countries, because the rising price of grain had tremendous consequences for those countries. It forced them to borrow, and it participated to really bad year 2022 for the debt level of developing countries, and which was a catastrophe, all the more because now the American dollar, in which many of those debts are denominated, the American dollar is growing, again, as a more or less direct consequence of the Russian adventurism in Ukraine. So this is the first thing. And the second thing, which I absolutely remember, I did not forget, did not get lost in my own mind. The second thing is, what were they going to say to all those countries that until now were buying both the Ukrainian grain and also the quote unquote Russian grain that was being exported through the Bosphorus? Because there's a strong possibility that the Turks are not going to be very happy about what just happened, about the Russians canceling the grain deal, and they might take action. And by taking action, I mean closing the Bosphorus to the Russian ships. So that is a strong possibility. And the Russians, seeing this coming and being conniving, have officially offered 500,000, I think, tons of grain to Turkey. A massive offer to allow the Turks to sort of weather the crisis without growing too much. But if there's one person who knows about 100,000 times more about the subject than me, and about the consequences that the Russian potential blockade of the Black Sea grain could have on the world as a whole, it's the man, the legend, Mr. Akash. Hello, Akash. How do you do?
That's quite the introduction. I'm pretty sure I'm absolutely certain I can't live up to it if I'm a legend, as they say. He's a legend in his own mind. But thank you for your kindness, nevertheless. I did think I would offer some thoughts on the Black Sea Grain Initiative, because this is a major development, as you pointed out, though it's a somewhat complicated one, and part of me can't help but think that the Russians are playing a bit of a game here. I should start off by just giving a a brief sense of what. Although we tend to focus on the fact that the Black Sea Grain Initiative allows Ukraine to export grain and allows in exchange to raise hard currency, which it does need very badly. There's another side to this, which is that part of the bargain is that Russia is allowed to do so as well. Russia is allowed to export its grains and is able to obtain desperately needed hard currency. Russia has not agreed, or in the past did not agree to the initiative because they were trying to be kind to the people of Ukraine or kind to the people of the world. They did this purely because it was in their own interest as a way of getting around the sanctions. And it was an agreement that the world was prepared to abide by, not so, because that was considered an acceptable price to pay to ensure that the rest of the world does not go hungry, and also to ensure that Ukrainian farmers have access to international markets. It nevertheless the threat by the Russians to cancel the initiative and not renew it rather is a serious one, much like they are trying to blackmail the world with a large, in my view, largely hollow threat of the use of nuclear weapons and engaging in Cold War style nuclear blackmail. This is a kind of starvation blackmail. We should be in no doubt that what the Russians are doing is in effect saying that they will cause people around the world to starve to death if they don't get their way. There are about 36 countries in the world that obtain a majority of their wheat from Ukraine and to a lesser extent from Russia. And we are currently seeing a very severe drought in the Horn of Africa, as well as a war in Yemen. As we're holding this conversation, the UN estimates that about 45 to 50 million people are caught in a famine or in famine-like conditions. So access to that grain is a matter of life and death for tens of millions of people across the world. The Ukrainians are currently exporting grain under this initiative, and some Russian grain is going to market. So about half of the exports are corn, a quarter is wheat, and the rest are other grains. The Russians, I think that one of the reasons why they are now turning the thumbscrews on this is in part because their own agricultural sector is starting to collapse during the war. As a result, they have less and less that they are able to export. They need to keep increasing amounts of their own food to feed their own population. And even so, their population is likely to go, large sections of their population is likely to go hungry this year. There is a threat or a risk for the Russians as well, though, by cutting off this deal. And that is that they are quite dependent on the rest of the world in an attempt to run their own agricultural system. So there's probably no foodstuff more closely associated with Russia than the potato. But more than 90% of potato seeds that are planted in or used in Russia come from abroad, notwithstanding the fact that they are a vast and agriculturally dependent country. Their economy and their political system is in such shambles that they constantly need to import veterinary supplies, seeds, stud stock for their livestock. They've never been able to develop their own self-sufficient agricultural industry, largely because of political corruption in the country. As a result of that, yes, it's the case that if the Russians stand by this decision and cut off and don't renew the Black Sea Grain Initiative, that grain will rot in Ukraine while people starve outside of the country. But it's also the case that people will go hungry in Russia itself. And I think we all know that Putin does not care about his own population any more than he cares about people in any other country. But there's a limit to how much suffering people are willing and able to endure before they rise up against the people who are imposing that suffering upon them. Already, the people of Russia are becoming restive about the thoughts that their sons are going to go to die in Ukraine. And that restiveness, though it is not that severe in the main cities, in Moscow and in St. Petersburg, it is much more pronounced in the parts of the country that we don't generally see in rural Russia, and especially in the parts of Russia where a majority of the population are not ethnic Russians. because Putin is disproportionately sending those people's children, those people's sons to die. Add to that the possibility of grave hunger, even starvation in rural Russia, and you have all the ingredients necessary for a popular uprising. Because ultimately, I don't think that Russia has ever had what one would call a very robust political culture. And Russians have shown a willingness and a capacity to absorb almost infinite levels of suffering. But if you put people in a position where a dictator is saying, I'm going to kill your sons and I'm going to leave you to starve to death, then you're leaving people in a position where they have nothing left to lose. I wish I could say that I believe that the people of Russia might rise up against Putin because of what he's doing to the Ukrainians. I know that's not the case. But it is possible that some of them at least will rise up if they come to the conclusion that his policies toward Ukraine are going to cost them their lives as well as their children their lives. That's all.
What do you mean that's all? That was one of the greatest speeches I've heard on this space. That was amazing. Thank you, Akash. Although now I've got a lot of questions for you. Do you have the stomach for them?
Absolutely. I may not have the answers, but I have the stomach.
Oh, right. First of all, just to come back to the question of the sanctions, you said that one of the one of the things that were in the maiden basket with the deal was the lifting of the sanctions on the Russian grain. But I was led to understand that there was no sanction on Russian agriculture, and this was confirmed recently by a sanction specialist. So, what are you talking about in that regard? Is it specifically the question of no one was going to ask where that grain was coming from? Was it stolen Ukrainian grain, or was it actually Russian grain? Or are you pointing to something else which I don't know about?
No, you're quite right that the food supplies were made exempt from the sanctions for the purposes of combating food insecurity. But so from that perspective, no. When I say it wasn't so much free from the lifting of legal restrictions on export, but first there's the practical business of getting the grains out, because it's one thing to say you're allowed to buy Russian grain. It's quite another to say that Russian ships are allowed to dock in your ports, for example. The second aspect of it is precisely what you said, that there has been no stigma attached to buying Russian agricultural products, although currently most of them are being purchased by countries such as India and China. The Russia would really like to sell their agricultural goods to Europe, South America, and North America, both because of gaining currency from those jurisdictions, but also because the same commodities command higher prices in those jurisdictions. The more people buying their commodities, the more of the prices are likely to go up. More buyers with a fixed supply of food. But in addition to that, if anyone had a choice, he would rather accept American dollars than Indian rupees. You're right, though, that even if the Russians don't agree to renew the Black Sea Grain Initiative, they will still have the legal right to export their foods, though they will probably find themselves having a much smaller market willing to buy them.
Oh, okay. So it's this. There's what you're saying is that there are sanctioned, like hard sanctions and soft sanctions, and they were trying to dodge both.
That's exactly it. I mean, in some ways, the scarcity of food has been good for the Russians because it has caused the price of commodities to go up significantly, and that means that Russia has been able to profit from it. It's a kind of war profiteering by imposing hunger on other nations. But while grain was being exported from Ukraine, there was less political pressure on states not to buy Russian products, but that pressure is likely to reassert itself. There were some, and I'll have to go through the details and the technicalities of it, but along with part of the agreement or details of the Black Sea Grain Initiative also allowed Russia to import certain elements that supported their agricultural industry, especially seeds and the like. And I suspect that window may close.
Well, that would be massive. Like, yeah, absolutely phenomenal. If this was to happen, there would be a before and an after. Yeah, because as you said, the majority in many countries, the majority of imported wheat comes from Russia and Ukraine, and if both were suddenly to stop producing, or not necessarily, but were to stop producing, that would be tremendous. All the more because even with the capacity to export, Ukraine's own production is tremendously limited by the war right now, imposed by Russia. So there's only so much that they can do. Yeah, that would be. There were. Let's not hide the fact that there were people dying of hunger. When was it? Last May, in Somalia and Ethiopia, and people in Yemen have been starving for years. The Russian decision is it's absolutely horrendous. But I had another question for you, Akash. You're talking about the agricultural collapse of Russia, and that the Russians themselves are likely to go hungry very soon. Do you know that for a fact? Is it established? Is it the FAO has sent alarms, or is it your spidey senses that tell you this?
The Russians have not confirmed any of this, and even if people were starving to death in the Russian countryside, Putin would not admit it. I'm drawing this from secondary decisions they're making. So, for example, a major source of income for the Russian government has been the export of fertilizer, especially to Central America and to South America. The Russian government has imposed export restrictions. That is to say, it is prohibiting its fertilizer producers from selling fertilizer to outside countries at a time when the Russian government desperately needs hard currency from those states. The only way that makes any sense to me is that Putin and the people around him are terrified that their farms aren't going to produce enough food. That is the only reason why you would say to your fertilizer producers, you have to use your fertilizer in Russia. You cannot send it abroad, even though we desperately need that hard cash.
Okay. I'd like to come back to you on this, but Bloc Québécois has his hand up, so welcome on board, boss.
Hey, thank you, Ben. Yeah, my question was for Akash. I was just looking at a post someone had put up that actually China imports a lot of Ukrainian grain, much more than I had imagined. And they appear to be, quite dependent on it. So I'm wondering, we're talking almost 20% of their grain, if these numbers are believable. So I'm wondering if this could not really backfire on the Russians, because I mean, they haven't got a lot of friends in the world, and if they piss off Turkey, China, and India, I can't imagine this being a popular decision with any of those countries, and it just may solidify the world in their opposition to what they're doing. I was just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
The China question is a fascinating one. You're right. China does import a lot from Ukraine, including a good deal of grain. I think their total imports from Ukraine are about 10 billion US dollars a year. So it is significant, and it's very significant for Ukraine. Up until the Russian invasion, Chinese imports of all goods and services from Ukraine was about 15% of the country's foreign trade. However, the differences in scale of the two countries are so great. that although China is very important to Ukraine, Ukraine is somewhat less important to China. So that bilateral trade that I mentioned is 15% of Ukraine's foreign trade, but less than 0.5% of China's foreign trade. The result is that China is able to source its needs elsewhere, and especially for grain, it's able to. It has the capacity. It will probably have the capacity to meet its needs elsewhere. It's the countries that will be really vulnerable to the loss of access to Ukrainian grain will be places in sub-Saharan Africa, primarily in sub-Saharan Africa, and especially in the Horn of Africa.
Absolutely. And to add on Akash answers, Ukraine is actually the main contributor to the UN food program. So if Ukraine cannot export anymore, we're talking about the very people that are considered as the most at risk at the moment could be the one suffering from a lack of food. It's precisely people who don't have the possibility of substituting grain for rice. Well, I mean, wheat for rice, or to eat a bit less of something. We're talking about the people who are presently starving, the people whom the UN food program is sending food to, and they're the one who are going to suffer immediately from Russia's decision. Well, I guess crime against humanity has seldom deserved its name so aptly.
I was going to say as well, I think you raise an important point, that as much as the people of Ukraine would suffer from being unable to export their grain and their other agricultural products, the people who will suffer the most will be people in other countries who are dependent on Ukraine. So in many ways, I strongly suspect the actual target of Russia isn't Ukraine itself. I think the Russians suspect that if the Ukrainians, in the worst case scenario, the Ukrainians who've been able to rely upon the support of the international community will be able to at least mitigate the impacts of losing their exports from support from the international community, he's really blackmailing the rest of the world. The rest of the world has been more or less united, with a very small number of exceptions, in standing up to Putin. I think that he is trying to blackmail countries like Tunisia, Libya, Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, countries who are at risk of going hungry. And he's hoping that by doing this, he may be able to peel them off the international alliance of support for Ukraine. It's a desperately cynical move. Effectively, he's saying, if you remain united in your opposition to me, I'm going to make your people die. And needless to say, we cannot reward those kinds of tactics. It means that we have to find some other way to enable Ukrainian grain to get to market. And I mean, clearly Putin is hoping that these countries, especially sub-Saharan African countries, who have been, in many cases, in two minds about how strongly they wish to support the people of Ukraine, not because they support the Russians, but because there's often a sense of disappointment or resentment that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has attracted so much sympathy, whereas other wars in Africa have not. Putin is hoping that they will come to his side, but I think that we need to be clear that as we fight Russia's or Putin's attempt to use starvation as an instrument of politics against those countries, that we do what we can in the free world to support those countries, to make it clear to them and their populations, the person who's making you starve is Vladimir Putin. So whatever you do, do not support the person who is visiting these horrors upon your own population.
Hear, hear. And yeah, this is an opportunity to demonstrate to the world why it is so vitally important that Ukraine win, and sooner. And I hope this will help convince many governments that they need to step up their support of Ukraine, because the longer that Russia remains in Ukraine, the longer that this misery will continue, and it's just unacceptable. And the Russians need to be ejected from Ukraine as quickly as possible. And that's why we're here. Just a reminder to everyone, MriyaReport is, for those who are new listeners, MriyaReport is 24/7 and has been broadcasting since the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. We're all volunteers here. However, we do support MriyaAid.org. If you would like to make a difference and help Ukrainians liberate their country by providing non-lethal aid, you can do so, and we encourage you to visit that site and make a donation if you are able. A couple of housekeeping notes. If you do wish to come up and speak, please request the mic, raise your hand, and we'd be happy to get to you. And a note to John, we do take requests. So I have posted a Coca-Cola advertising from one of the fellas, Robert Goodfella. So if you want to have a look at that, I hope you find that amusing. Akash, do you think it is likely that, I mean, despite the bribery Russia is offering Turkey to have them acquiesce, do you think it is likely that the Turks will acquiesce to this sort of intimidation from Russia? Any speculation on that? I realize it's speculation, and if you're uncomfortable speculating, that's perfectly fine. But I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
You know, I find it difficult to read Erdogan on this one, as in so many things. He clearly has been enjoying his role as the person who was able to broker a deal with Putin when so many others were not on other subjects. But at the same time, I mean, Turkey is still a NATO state, although well, it is a NATO state, although it is one that has had uncertain relations with NATO policies. And you know, I think that, well, it is speculation as you put it, but I don't think that Putin is going to gain the kind of leverage with Turkey or with others that he's expecting. If you look at around the world and across history, what has actually caused revolutions? For those of us who live in free societies, we tend to think of revolutions as rising up against political oppression. And sometimes that does happen. It's happened in Ukraine during the Revolution of Dignity, for example. But in most cases, people rise up against hunger, going all the way back to the French Revolution, which became a revolution as a result of a bread shortage in the country, itself the result of poor harvests. By and large, people are sadly willing and able to accept very high levels of political oppression, but they aren't willing to accept going hungry. When you have entire nations and multiple nations, in this case, 35 to 40 countries going hungry, that's when the people rise up because they have absolutely nothing left to deal with. And those governments know that. Not just Turkey, but other governments that may have been somewhat sympathetic to Russia or engaging with Russia, they all know that if their populations go hungry, that is it potentially for them, that their hold on power is at risk. And just as there's no honor amongst thieves, there is no friendship amongst dictators when people think that one dictator believes that his ability to remain in power is being jeopardized by one of his fellow dictators. So I think that not just with Turkey, but with all the states that Putin is trying to appeal to, he's playing a high stakes game. Yeah, it's a high stakes gamble, one that is, I suppose, a calculated risk, but not a really sensible one. It goes to show really how desperate he is. The fact that he's doing this should be interpreted by all of us as a sign that he knows that there is no way he can win the military campaign against Ukraine. He is looking for other ways to hold the world hostage.
Yes, and this would explain, all these attempts to, claim the attention of the media talking about everything from dirty bombs to biolabs to, all this nonsense. It seems as if they're thrashing, right? And it also drives with. I was speaking to someone who was Russian, who had emigrated in the 90s, and who told me, like, early in the war, I was still holding out a hope that Putin would be deposed. And this gentleman explained to me that he was very skeptical of that happening. He said that the Russian people are generally far too willing to acquiesce to these sorts of repression. But the one thing he did say, he said the only way that the Russian people will potentially rise up is if they are starving. He used those exact words. And so I find it fascinating when you brought up the idea that this would have an impact on the food supply in Russia itself, because maybe we are finally getting to the point where the Russian people may decide that their interests are better served by another leader. We shall see. I noticed a speaker just came up, Luis, or he dropped down again. If you want to come back up, please try again. Request the mic, raise your hand, and we'd love to hear from you. And that goes with for anyone else.
Bloke, I've got a question for Akash. I'm quite fascinated by his interpretation of the rising price of, the rising level of taxation on exports. For him, it's evidence that the Russians are trying to limit exports. But what we're talking about is a mere doubling of those numbers, going from, okay, I'm talking from the top of my head, but I think it's going from 5 to 10%. So we're far from something that is sufficient to really limit export. And I'm wondering if you're not reading a bit much into this, and if they're not just trying to raise more money. All the more because of this proposition by Petruchev, the agriculture minister, to Turkey, offering them to give the world, and in particular Turkey, 500,000 tons of grains, which in the grand scheme of things is not that much, but is not something. If they have any intention to follow up on this offer, which is another business, that's not something that a country that is about to go hungry proposes. So I was wondering if you had other ammunition, other sources that were pushing in the direction of Russia going hungry. And I'm gonna say, I really hope you're right. I'm just a bit on the fence a little bit still.
I understand what you're saying. Although there are export taxes that the Russian government is imposing on other exports, what's unusual about fertilizer is that they put quotas on it. So, in other words, beyond a certain level, there's no amount of tax that you can pay to get your fertilizer out of Russia. Right now, Russia produces about 50 million tons, about 15% of the global total of nitrogen-containing fertilizers. So it is a major world supplier of fertilizer, nitrogen-based fertilizers, and it has. I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but it has put a cap on the export of those those fertilizer. And in the official Russian government announcement, it said explicitly that it is aiming to prevent a domestic shortage of fertilizer and prevent food price rises. It did not say that it's trying to prevent hunger, but I think it is fair to say that the Russian government has never been particularly concerned about expensive food. it has been concerned about the absence of food. And given how desperate they are for hard cash, it just strikes me that I cannot see a good reason for putting a cap on the export of fertilizers, especially when it's so important to their economy, if it weren't for the fact that they are very worried about the consequences of the absence of that fertilizer for their own farms.
Okay, I'm convinced. Thank you.
We have some hands up. Erland, Gunter, and Lena.
Yeah, thank you, Akash, for very insightful information. And I'm wondering if you have any insights on what the FAO or other UN institutions are doing, because it doesn't. I don't see any big announcements or anything from them. But there must be panic in these institutions. I know that the FAO can be somewhat of a tedious and slow institutions. At least that's the word on the streets. Do you know anything about that?
Certainly at the highest level, both the FAO and the WFP, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and the World Food Program have been sounding the alarm. David Beasley, who's an American, is the head of the World Food Program, and he has publicly stated that if the Russians do not renew the agreement, the international community should organize a convoy to break the blockade, to run the blockade. Now, that is not a small thing. He is basically calling on, he has not gone so far as to say that there should be a military convoy, but the idea of just basically sending a fleet of civilian ships to run the Russian blockade and to resist being fired on. That's not the kind of suggestion that the head of a UN agency makes lightly, because if the countries to whom he's appealing to do that agree, and if the Russians open fire on those ships, then that is an immediate escalation to this conflict. For all that's going on in Ukraine, the Russians have not shot at foreign vessels, not intentionally. The moment they do that, those countries have a stark choice, because an attack on a country's vessel, flagged vessel, is legally the same one and the same thing as an attack on a country's soil. And I can't imagine a developed nation with the capacity to respond not responding.
Gunter.
Hey, actually, I have two questions, but I'll ask my first question and then I'll put my hand up again later. So, Akash, so the program with running the ships has been going for a while. Presumably, they've gotten some of the grain out, like there's some storage capacity in Ukraine, and they've also had time to sort of develop other alternative means. Nothing, of course, replaced shipping, but how is the picture different now in Ukraine than when this agreement first came into place?
Well, are you asking, are the Ukrainians being able to produce grain? I mean, as the agreement has been in place, they have been able to export a good deal of grain and get it to market. A lot of grain is piling up in grain elevators, but there's a limit to the supply. So one of the reasons the Ukrainians want to empty out those storage facilities is so that they can make room for the next year's harvest. The risk is that if they can't empty them out, if they can't get what they have in storage to market, that the next year's crop will rot in the fields. So at this moment, there isn't what I would call an immediate crisis. The crisis is not yet upon us, but the existing agreement ends on the 19th of November, which is about 3 weeks away. The moment that agreement ends, then the world, either the Russians tighten the noose and there are no more ships going in and out of those ports carrying Ukrainian grain, or in the alternative, the world runs the blockade and breaks the Russian cordon.
So let me rephrase. So how much more percentage-wise can they ship out by alternative means now than they could, say, 4 or 5 months ago?
Oh, I see. Have they built up enough of a capacity to get grain out overland or through other means if those ports are closed off, you're saying? You know, that's a very good question. I'll have to look for that. I don't know the answer off the top of my head. I apologize.
Thanks so much. I've got another question, but I'll wait for my turn.
Yeah, and to be clear, the Ukrainians, in cooperation with notably the Poles, have been working on other ways of getting the grain out. But the difference is the capacity of shipping grain out by sea is far higher, right? And then by alternate means such as rail. There is also an effort to use barges. And I noticed Victoria was down in the listener panel earlier. Perhaps she could shed some insight on that. They are definitely working on this, but the capacity just isn't there yet to the same extent. That's my understanding. Lena, I noticed you dropped. If you want to come on back up again to ask your question, please feel free to do so. Gunter, did you have a follow-up?
It's tangential, so if we want to stick on grain, I'm happy to stay there. But it's another question for Akash. Oh heck, I'll just ask it. Hey, so for everyone that's maybe new in the space, Akash is very eloquent in describing the value of democracies and their effectiveness against authoritarian regimes. So that's the context. So Akash, just as a comment, sometimes when I've heard you discuss this, I literally have this flashback to being in college and reading Pericles in his funeral oration. Do you think about that when you are discussing that topic? That is sort of my question. Also, I don't know if you're familiar with the American historian Stephen Ambrose, but he also says things about democracies when they're united are a force like no other. And so anyway, that was sort of my question to you. Thanks.
No, that is a funny question because I do think about Pericles and I do think about his funeral oration, and what he described as the greatness of Athens. And I'm conscious. I mean, I should couch my remarks in saying that as much as we talk about Athens being a democracy and it was far more democratic than many of its sister republics in the Hellenic world, it wasn't a democracy the way we would think of it. Only a very small number of people had the right to vote, but that was still more than in the majority of the city states. And I think, yes, I do think about that. There are, I mean, when the praise goes to the laws of Athens in the funeral oration, the fact that there's equal justice for everyone, and that individuals are left free to pursue their own interest and their own idea of the good life. And I think that as well, he also, one of the interesting parts is when he talks about the difficulty of speaking for the dead, that on the one hand, one praises those who have sacrificed their lives for the state, but what is really important is the quality of life that is experienced by the living, that we best honor the dead, not by an adherence to tradition or some kind of artificial idea of national greatness, but instead by the extent to which we respect the rights and enable a decent standard of living for the people who are alive. And I do think that is one of the great differences between democratic states and authoritarian states. Putin is sending people to die for a fantasy. He's sending men and boys to die for his fantasy of imperial greatness. And I would ask any Russian, even if you are drawn to the idea of a time when, or a fiction of a time when Russian was a great state, what does that mean to you? What does the idea of a czar with a crown mean to you and to your children, to the hope that your children will have a better quality of life than you did, and that your grandchildren will have a better quality of life than them? It means nothing. Democracies, because as imperfect as we are, because we are controlled by the living, by people who vote and express their views, we have to answer the needs of the living, and we have to answer the needs of the living as they imagine them for their descendants. It's one of the reasons why I think that authoritarians dream of empires and democracies dream of a high standard of living for their people. And in the end, empires may be an interesting thing to gaze at in history books or in museums, but it is whether you have food on your plate and whether you can look to the future with optimism that really determines whether you live in a great nation or not.
So agreed. And I was just curious, are you familiar with Stephen Ambrose and his quotes around democracy?
I'm not, I'm afraid.
Oh yeah, I'll just share one anecdote that he mentions. So during the Second World War, after Pearl Harbor was attacked, there was a contingent of Navajo Indians who joined, and they were definitely not well treated in the United States, but they still joined, and they served a very interesting and important role during World War II. And he gives that as an example of the power of democracy. So he is probably most famous for Band of Brothers too. So thanks.
I just got a message from Lena. She wanted to share with you, Akash, a Russian expression that is used to describe the food riots. That apparently the mere mentioning of this expression would put fear into the heart of the Tsar and the boyars. And that expression is "golodny but." The golodny but. That's the food riots, quite literally. I don't know. I give it to you through Lena gives it to you through me, and hopefully one day you'll put some Russian diplomats into a fleeing panic just with the evocation of Golodny but.
I've written that one down for exactly that purpose.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. No, I do have another question for you. The developing countries, those that import quite a large part of their food from abroad, are finding themselves in a bit of a perfect storm at the moment. They borrowed probably quite a lot this spring to be able to buy the food that whose price was rising at level that were previously unknown, and now they find themselves forced to repay those loans. But in the meantime, the value of the dollar has increased by 20%. That's that. I don't think I'm too wrong there. And so that's a massive issue for them. They have more debt than previously, and the total amount of global debt for developing countries seems to have increased nearly tenfold, I think, compared to 2018. Are there a lot of people complaining in the background, and are they pointing fingers towards Russia, or is Russia not being not even evoked into the discussions right now when it comes to debt?
It's an interesting question. Some of the countries that have been hardest hit by a lack of access to food are countries like Egypt, and the combined effect of food scarcity and also debt are countries like Egypt, Ethiopia, Yemen, Lebanon, Palestine, Turkey as well, South Korea and Bangladesh. Those are quite a varied group of countries, and there are countries where, especially if you were to take a place like South Korea, I would say that the discussions over what is causing the lack of access of maize, for them it's more maize than wheat, people are talking about the fact that they have had a drop off or an increase in prices because of Russian aggression. But if you go to other countries like Egypt and Iran, I would say that at least the people I've spoken to don't really make a distinction. They just know that they and their families and their neighbors are at risk of going hungry. So in those countries, the debate is more at a political level rather than at a street level. But I do think that there's broadly an understanding that the cause of the crisis is the war in Ukraine. I wish I could say to you that my sense is that everyone understands the person responsible for this is Vladimir Putin, but that wouldn't be fair. I think there are a significant number of people, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, who will say that yes, it's the Russian invasion of Ukraine that has caused this crisis, though to whom they would allocate blame varies tremendously.
Okay, thank you. That's quite interesting. All the more when we're looking at the latest vote in the General Assembly of the UN. If I recall correctly, every single country of the Horn of Africa abstained from denouncing the Russian referenda, all the way down to Djibouti. Djibouti refused, Somalia refused, Ethiopia refused, of course, Eritrea refused. When we see this, we understand. I understand at least. I think I understand a little bit better. And yeah, it's terrifying to see this. Blackmail. I don't see any other word that is imposed by the Russians on the rest of the world, and particularly on the most on the weakest and the poorest among us. That's we're not expecting much from them, but this is absolutely horrendous. Okay, Akesh, I'm sorry. I'm going to turn to you for something completely different. Have you seen some information recently that could be more positive, that could incite you to a bit of a smile? Anything that you? Well, I do have something in mind, but is there anything that got you thinking, maybe things are changing for the better?
There's a great deal that's making me think that. I mean, the obvious successes of the Ukrainian forces in the field, they have performed magnificently well, and I expect them to perform still better as this conflict goes on. One thing that's worth from a military perspective, and I'm not a military specialist, the space benefits from having some extraordinary people who are active soldiers or have a history in military affairs. So you should always take their thoughts far, far more seriously than mine. The one thing that I would say, though, is that I would expect that as this war drags on, if it drags on, there is one massive advantage that the people of Ukraine have, and that is the longer it lasts, the more able Ukrainian troops are becoming, and the less able the Russian troops are becoming. What I mean by that is the Ukrainians are being defended by the people of Ukraine who are profoundly committed to protecting their homes and their families. Most of those people did not have a lot of military training when Russia invaded. As time has gone on, because they're committed and because they've been fighting longer and longer, they are getting better and better at it. Conversely, Russia has already used up its best trained troops, and it is down to emptying its jails and pulling people off the streets in Russia. As a result, Russia's fighting capacity is only going to become worse every day this war goes on, whereas the Ukrainians are only going to become better. The other aspect I would say is I find myself often wondering, what do the people of Russia actually make of this? And it's so hard to plumb public opinion in Russia because it is not a free state. You can't. It is difficult to ask people questions, and even if you can ask them questions, most people aren't going to give you an honest answer. And there are, in any event, very few institutions that conduct polling who are at all trustworthy. One of the most recent, fairly reliable or reasonably reliable polls that was carried out was by Levada. And they said that it is still the case that 70% of Russians say they are in favor of the war, that they support Putin's invasion of Ukraine. However, when you scratch the surface of that, only about 35% of the respondents say that they support the war unconditionally. Another 35% of the respondents say they support the war, but they wish that Putin had never invaded, or they would only continue to support the war under certain circumstances. And while on the one hand, it is dispiriting to think that 70% of Russians support this war at all, those are really very soft numbers. What's more, if you can't trust what people say, you can often trust what they do. And so, what happened in Russia when Putin announced his so called partial mobilization? Hundreds of thousands of men fled. That is not the response of people who support a war, and that is not the response of people who think that Russia can win the war. You only have hundreds of thousands of people abandoning their homes and running for the border if they think the alternative is dying in a Ukrainian field. What this says to me is, notwithstanding the numbers that we see coming out about Russians supporting the war and believing that Putin is right, perhaps they are saying that when pollsters are asking them, but I can well imagine that, if someone were to ring you up out of nowhere while you're sitting in Moscow and say, "Do you support Vladimir Putin? Yes or no?" You'd be pretty foolish to say no, because you'd expect a knock on the door in the middle of the night. But their actions betray them. The fact that there are people fleeing the country rather than facing conscription means that those people don't believe this war is winnable. And the fact that the Russian government has had to give up hard currency to keep fertilizer in the country means that the Russian government is at least concerned about potential responses from the population if they end up going hungry. And the fact that we have seen restiveness, I will put it that way, in regions of Russia like in Chechnya, in Dagestan, Ingushetia, Karabino-Balkaria, North Ossetia, Alania. These are all regions of the Russian Federation that have a history of resistance, a history of separatism. And Putin has in the past been very successful in crushing those people, often very brutally. They are not fomenting what I would call open rebellion, but there is movement there. And that says to me that at least those people believe that the Putin regime is faltering or that it is weak. All these things put together are imperfect indicators, but they say to me that Russia that Russia is definitely going to be defeated in Ukraine. There's probably a greater chance now than at any time during Putin's regime that he could be defeated from inside as well.
Thank you, Akash. And I wanted to point out a few other things that are other indications of, I don't know the correct word to use. I like the way you put it, unease or disruptions occurring. They are practicing deployments of internal security forces in Moscow and St. Petersburg. I don't know if you've noticed that. And as of 5:30 today, the last I heard, 17:30 Eastern Standard Time, Russia shut down Telegram. I have it from at least two reliable sources. I'm trying to get further information on this to confirm it. And as you know, Telegram was one of the platforms where there was a lot of criticism of the regime. And so I'm curious if you would see these as additional indications of something of unease within the Russian Federation, as well as giving the regions more power.
I had not been aware that they had disrupted or shut down Telegram. yes, I would see that as them being worried. You don't try to stop people from talking if you think that what they are saying is supporting your regime. You're only trying to stop them from talking if you're afraid that what they're saying might weaken or even bring down your regime.
Prince, you have a question.
No, actually, I don't. Well, I do, but I don't about this. I have a comment about this. And I'm looking for the tweet right now. I believe it was Jay in Kiev who tweeted some information about it. It was blocked for about an hour, but it came back online. And our friend John Ridge was here and talked about that a little bit. It wasn't necessarily that Telegram was totally shut down in Russia. What it was when you like share a link to what is the URL? It's like t.me. That link wouldn't work. So it wasn't that they couldn't do stuff on Telegram as much as they couldn't share links to stuff on Telegram. But that's all been restored now. I'll find the tweet and I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you for the correction, Prince. As you know, I was offline most of the day, so these were two things that I saw, and I thought that was curious. But thank you for the correction. That's clear, very clarifying. So it looks Cash, I apologize. It looks like it was just a technical glitch, and we have awesome listeners who share great information. Thank you, Prince. If anyone else would like to come up and ask a question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, please do so. Request the mic, raise your hand, and we're very lucky here to have Akash with us. Akash is a subject matter expert on the subject of corruption, and spends a lot of time working internationally. And so, subject matter expert on the eliminating corruption in governments. I don't know, Akash, maybe you could do a better job.
Anti-corruption rather than corruption.
Sorry about that. That was awful. I will endeavor to be a better co-host. Prince, go ahead, save me.
Okay, I'll try. I did send you that tweet. It was from Jay a few hours ago. But while we have Akash here, I mean, it's always logical to ask Akash about what the UN doing, especially what UN Security Council doing. I've not kept track of it as much as I'd like to this week, but I've heard that there have been a couple of meetings where countries have displayed or expressed their frustration with Russia, calling repeated meetings to do nothing but spread lies. I could be really wrong about this. I think I saw some tweet about bioengineered mosquitoes from the US going to be released upon the Russian. Yeah, well, that's a whole nother, that just is some form of cuckoo. But then with this, or of frustration from different countries with the Russian Federation continually calling for Security Council meetings. I heard again today they called for one on Monday because of this drone swarm attack, which just sort of makes me laugh because of the amount of drones that they've been sending into Ukraine lately. So I wondered if you could give us a little ditty on what's been happening with the UN, because I know you keep track of that better than anyone. Well, except for maybe Peter Duran, you both do a very good job of it. Thank you.
Thanks. And you are quite right that people have begun to become extremely exasperated with the Russians and their conduct. I mean, it is an old trick in diplomacy that if you don't want people talking about what you're doing, you try to tie them up in meaningless conversations. And the Russians are very skilled at doing that. But their stories are becoming more and more preposterous. In some ways, it's a kind of filibustering. So people in the United States will be accustomed to seeing cases where senators in particular who want to prevent something from going to a vote will refuse to cede the floor, and they'll just talk nonsense for hours and hours on end. Sometimes it could be reading out of the phone book. The Russians are doing the equivalent of that, except that instead of reading out of phone books, they are weaving increasingly outlandish and absurd stories, none of which I think they expect anyone to take seriously. But I think the hypothesis is that while people are talking about weaponized mosquitoes, stink beetles, and birds, they're not talking about the crimes that Russia is committing in Ukraine. And I think the American ambassador to the United Nations, or rather the American permanent representative to the United Nations, put it best when she says that those meetings are all, in her words, a colossal waste of time. And she's absolutely right. At the same time, there are some things that have come out of the UN system that I think are important, and they're not to do with anything the Russians. So they're the things that the Russians don't want the world talking about. In particular, the United Nations Human Rights Commission sent an independent inquiry of 3 people into Ukraine a few months ago, and it reported just a few days ago. I posted a tweet in my own account that that contains a link to it, and it is damning. I mean, it doesn't say anything that will surprise anyone who is part of this conversation, but to have an official UN body that obviously does not have a Russian veto come back from Ukraine and say that Russia is committing all sorts of crimes and crimes against humanity, and it's everything in the book. I mean, they listed off the intentional targeting and killing of civilians, the torture, the rape of adults and children, the intentional destruction of hospitals, and in some cases they talked about Russian troops forcing children to watch as these terrible crimes are being committed against their parents. As I said, none of this will surprise any of us here, but it does show that the UN has found some ways to get this information out to confirm it. And while they're not acting on it now, I think it increases the pressure so that after this war is over, the people in Russia who have perpetrated these crimes, either the direct perpetrators, and in addition to that, the commanders and political officials who sent them to do it and allowed them to do it, have to be brought to justice. And there are mechanisms to do that, some of which are able to work around the Russian veto at the Security Council, and they absolutely have to do that. The risk, in my view, there will be some kind of negotiation after the Russians have lost this war about what happens next on questions of how much reparations do they have to pay, under what conditions will sanctions be lifted in the far future, and so on. One thing that I personally have argued over and over again to my colleagues is that under no circumstances can the international community bargain away the right to bring the perpetrators of these crimes to justice, because these findings that they have committed these crimes are important only if they lead to justice. If the UN reveals these crimes and then does nothing about it, in some ways it's worse than not revealing them at all.
Gosh, I can always count on you to share some good and wise words. And I had seen that report. I had seen some news about that report, and I was as hard as it is to say you're happy about seeing things so horrific being documented, I was, I was very happy that they are documented, and we're seeing more. I'm seeing more in other sources also where all of these war crimes get documented, and it's good to know that it's happening in multiple places at the same time, because the more documentation you have, the better it's going to be in the long run to be able to address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Akash. For those who are new, I noticed there's a speaker up, Joe.
Hello.
For us to be able to know that you want to speak, we usually ask people to mute their mic and raise their hand, and then we go in order of the hands. You'll see those hand icons. So just hit the heart-shaped icon at the bottom of your screen, and you'll see a pop-up menu, And to the far right, there will be a raised hand. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I wasn't quite sure of the order, but I believe it is Carl, Plummen, Ben, and then Joe. Go ahead, Carl.
Hi, Akash. When you're talking about the famine, you mentioned like a number of maybe 50 million people potentially famine was.
Oh, Carl, your microphone is cutting in and out. If you're on Bluetooth, maybe you could just use the normal speakers on your phone and perhaps try again, or if there's a Wi-Fi. Oh, it's gone down to listener. Poor Carl. Carl, please feel free to re-request and come back if the connection is once the connection is better. Plummen, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question for Akash. What sort of measures should we have taken in order to, because ever since the agreement with the Russians was achieved, everybody was expecting, or at least there was always some speculations that this agreement won't last for long, or it will be breached in one way or the other. And now we have that. What should have been done, in your opinion, to prevent not the breach of the agreement, but to prevent the consequences of it, namely the famine of that many tens of millions of people, especially in Africa, and the associated with it propaganda which the Russians doubtlessly will unleash on the world. What could have been done to prevent that, or is there anything being done at the moment to prevent the famine, which is the most important thing for sure, but also to stop the Russian propaganda? Thank you.
Those are very good questions. In terms of what's being done to prevent existing famine conditions from turning into a global catastrophe, both the World Food Programme and the FAO are making appeals to especially North American and European Union states to provide funding and food to be transported to those countries. And both regions, North America and Europe, have responded generally positively. I think it is fair to say that they are themselves worried about not about their populations going hungry, but about the effects of food inflation, which are serious concerns. But they have signaled at least that they will take some steps. Propaganda is an interesting point because we are, during the course of this war, the Ukrainians have been, in my view, masterful in their communication strategy, and that is probably because they have had to themselves live through Russian propaganda and understand how important it is to combat it, how important it is to reply and to flood the world with the truth, to wash away the lies that the Russians are trying to put forward. If you live in an English or French speaking, or English, French, or Spanish speaking developed democracy, you're probably not seeing as much Russian propaganda as one would have expected. But that should not lead us into a false sense of security, because in reality, the Russians have been focusing a lot of their propaganda efforts on the developing world. And it saddens me to say this, but they have been relatively effective at it in pumping out propaganda in local languages, which may not be widely spoken outside of that country or that region, and in tethering their propaganda to local events so that there is a false sense of relevance and authenticity. So in terms of, are there things that we could have done about it, or that we should yet be doing about it? A lot of developed democracies have done a better job now than they have done in the past in preparing for and in repelling propaganda. Finland is an exceptionally good case. They have an entire program in their public school system to cultivate critical thinking and to develop a generation of Finns who are resistant to propaganda of all kinds. I think that kind of work needs to be exported across the world, because even after this war is over, propaganda, either from Putin or people like Putin, is only going to become worse and more intense. and we have to be prepared for it. I guess that there's one other thing that I would add that is broadly related to this, but that could have been a crisis, but has been averted, and that is internet access. We saw how potentially disruptive it would have been if the Starlink system had been turned off by Elon Musk. And for a while, he was saying that he was going to do precisely that. Either he was going to turn it off or say that it has, at least financing of it has to be taken over by the United States. In the end, he changed his mind and he backed away from that position. But had he held firm on that, it would have been calamitous because it would have badly limited the amount of information that was coming out of Ukraine and the amount of support that was going into Ukraine. And indeed, even some of Ukraine's military coordination is done through encrypted channels over the open internet. What that says to me is that in the medium and long term, countries that support democracy have to do a better job at ensuring that there's a stronger web that allows countries not to be cut off from the rest of the world. It's no coincidence that in Iran, for example, another authoritarian state, once there were protests and people started calling for the government to stand down, the first thing the mullahs did was cut the internet, because the ability of people to talk to one another, to coordinate, and to organize is one of the greatest instruments in fighting tyrannies. That's true not just inside individual tyrannies, but it's also true across borders in conflicts like this one.
Thank you, Akash. Ben, aren't you co-hosting? You don't need to raise your hand. Also, Ben, I'm having trouble bringing speakers up. I think that either we have a full speaker panel, in which case, just in advance, people, I might have to drop a couple of people down so that I can bring new speakers up. And also to our new speakers, Khalid, if you could just mute your mic and raise your hand. There's a heart-shaped icon at the bottom of the screen. Perfect. That's excellent. I believe our order is Ben, Joe, Andreas, and Khalid. So go ahead, Ben.
Thanks, Luke. If you want, I can take care of people requesting. Akash, I was mentioning earlier good news. And I've got two things in mind. The first one, I'll need your confirmation for it. I really, really hope it's true. And the second one, I just wondering what's your comment. So the one which I cannot confirm completely, even though it has been repeated and not really denied. So there's this, but the sources I'm using are not 100% reliable, is the fact that apparently the Wagner contract with the government of Mali has been ended and will not be renewed. Strangely, at the request of Wagner itself, not of the Malian government. First of all, have you seen anything confirming this? I know that the US government has confirmed recently that the new junta in Burkina Faso said that Wagner was not present and not welcome in the country. So if they fail to expand in Burkina Faso and lose Mali, do you think it's the end of this one particular threat? And would you rate it as good news? And the second one is relative to the recent, can I put it, change of heart of the German president, who apparently has found a new feistiness in supporting Ukraine, and hopefully will soon be pushing towards heavier material being sent eastwards.
Okay. Well, on the question about Mali, I'm afraid I can't offer you any independent or additional confirmation. I know that this subject was brought up in the press briefing about, I think it was 2 days ago, with the National Security Coordinator for Strategic Communications. So it was a White House briefing, and the press asked specifically about Wagner activities in Mali, but the response, there wasn't a response, or rather the response was that they could not provide any additional information. So if that has occurred, the White House would be aware of it. My gut tells me that if the White House felt comfortable with that information, that in fact it had been the case, they probably would have announced it because it would be very good news. From a broader perspective, though, I would say that there's been a growing understanding that the Wagner Group is not seized with the satanic greatness that people had ascribed to it. People have used their name as a term to conjure with, as if they were highly trained, lethal, and highly effective troops. And while it is the case that they have demonstrated greater combat experience than the average Russian grunt, especially now, I think that if one steps back, it does seem to me that the effectiveness of the Wagner Group has been not so much in their ability to fight as it has been in sowing terror. In other words, they have been most effective at creating panic in countries by killing civilians, by killing people who are unable to defend themselves, and by committing the kinds of war crimes that curdle the blood. And that, unfortunately, has been effective for the Russians and has been effective for the people who have hired the Wagner Group, because that kind of terror can be effective in getting people to run from a fight, and in getting people to be afraid to fight back. The reason I think it has not been as effective in places like Ukraine and elsewhere is that it is one thing to terrorize unarmed civilians. It's another thing to defeat people who have dug in their heels and are fighting for their own countries. So if there is a kind of good news on that respect, I would say that it is at least possible that what you reported, Mali, has happened, because people are asking questions, and they're asking questions about it at the highest levels. It's not certain because the government of the United States has not confirmed it, and I would expect them to have an incentive to confirm it if they felt comfortable doing so. But more broadly speaking, the Wagner Group has proven to be not as effective as they have been. They have been effective because they are ruthless, not because they are particularly skilled. And when they collide against troops who are well organized, determined, and skilled, they have not prospered. And I'm sorry, Ben. What was your second question?
The second question was regarding the German president, who, since he came back from Kiev, has seemed to have had a change of heart and has been heard recently making a very strong worded speech in favor of Ukraine.
Yes, that I would absolutely say that is encouraging. He himself has not always been, as you pointed out, enthusiastic about supporting Ukraine, and indeed there was a time during which I believe there was an earlier trip that had been planned for him to visit Kiev, and it was cancelled because he expected to get a poor reception, and then he expected to get a poor reception precisely because of his and the German government's stance towards Ukraine. I think that the Germans are improving with time. I will put it that way, and that is all to the good. I wish that they had shown more backbone and more determination sooner, but better late than never.
The fact that the Germans are improving with time is well known, especially in East Germany. It's funny because they're Reds. Anyway, Joe, please go ahead.
Did I hear the name Joe?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I'm just wondering, in the area of the propaganda and the information and the mainly the war to win hearts and minds, if we could not make the mistake that a lot of people made in, you name a war going back from now to centuries, it's not the Russian people that we are fighting. It's a despotic, horrible government in the Kremlin. And it's natural, I see very naturally on the web and in all these places, I see people just naturally using the term Russians when I think we ought to think about an alternative and
Yep,
say
yep.
say
You're
Kremlin.
right.
Yeah.
Joe, I think Akash has a fantastic answer for you on this. So I'll let him get back to you. I'm not going to hide to you. It's a well-known question, that one we've covered several times, but no one better than Akash to answer you on this.
Okay, I'm just saying use the word Kremlin or something else instead of Russian. All of us.
That's a fair point. I mean, it is fair to say that this is a war that, although it apparently has the support of large sections of the Russian population, was a war that was unleashed by Vladimir Putin for his own purposes and his own ambitions. And every dictator in every country wraps himself in the false patriotism of his country's flag. And when they are criticized, they say that they are being criticized because people hate their population. That's obviously not the case. It's fair to say that the Russian people are also victims of Vladimir Putin and were such even before Putin invaded Ukraine. He has made himself a dictator over the country, not because he loves his people, but because he expects his people to serve him. I do believe that it's important to say, though, that in every country, the population, in a democracy, the population bears clear and explicit responsibility for a legitimately elected government. If you elect a government and it acts in a way that's outrageous in the international stage, the people bear some responsibility. In a country that is a dictatorship, that is less the case because they have not chosen their leader. But there's still some level of accountability and responsibility to stand up to your dictator, especially when they're committing terrible crimes. I am very much in awe of the small percentage of Russian people who have been willing to stand up to Putin because of the fact that in doing so, they are taking a terrible risk. They are risking the knock on the door in the middle of the night. They are risking the police coming not just for them, but for their families and their loved ones. And truthfully, for all of us who have the luxury of living in free societies, I think it's fair enough to ask ourselves how many of us would take that risk if we were in their shoes. There are a lot of people in Russia who support Putin, and I am somewhat baffled by that. Putin has been very successful in selling himself and selling a false kind of patriotism to the people of Russia.
Okay.
I would like to think, though, that in the end, when this war is over, the people of Russia will be in a position where they can choose someone who will put their best interest first. And that kind of president isn't the kind of person who will go out invading other people's countries.
Thank you, Akash. There's something else to be said, is as unfortunate it might be for bleeding heart liberals like me, the people who, just to take one example, the people who killed the 4,000 men, women in the forest of Liman were not members of the Kremlin intelligentsia nomenclatura. The people who put 3 little girls into a hole, they're not the Kremlin. The people who shoot prisoners of war in the back of the head, they're not the Kremlin. So while I appreciate the fact that we have to be careful in our wording, we also have to be facing reality. Russians are fighting that war, and Russians must be defeated. They'll have hundreds of years to clean the good name of their country later on. But for the moment, they must be defeated. And I'm sorry for using a euphemism. By defeating, I mean pushed back, shot at, and killed. It's disgusting. I hate them for it, for forcing perfectly normal people to have to take a gun and go and shoot at a fellow human being. This is part of the tragedy. and this has to be said. Russians are doing it. This is Russia's war. This is the Russians' war. Putin is not alone. If he was alone, he wouldn't be there. I think he'd be smart enough to understand that he has no appetite and, he'd be smart enough to realize that his people has no appetite for his adventurism, and he wouldn't even try this, and he would be trying to develop the metallurgy industry in Knox or whatever. I'd like to remind you of the important words of none other than Tolstoy, who said that it's not Napoleon who invaded Russia, it was the French corporal, the German soldier, and the Portuguese horsemen who were fighting in the Grande Armée. And it was true then, and it is true now. I think Plumman wanted to add something to this.
Yes, absolutely, Ben. Absolutely on your side about that. And I just wanted to say, ever since Nuremberg, defense like I just followed orders doesn't hold, and it's not accepted as an excuse for committing those atrocities and crimes. And indeed, it's not these are crimes committed not by the Kremlins themselves directly, but the people who have done them. And it appears that there are enough of them to do them. So let's not get too far ahead with, let's say the Russians are not bad people, they have done nothing wrong, it's just Putin. No, that is not exactly accurate. Not at all accurate. Thank you.
I'd also add, I mean, it does sadden me to say this, but I think it's important that we face reality with eyes open. Hundreds of thousands of people hundreds of thousands of men did not flee Russia when Putin invaded Ukraine. They fled Russia when they were at risk of being conscripted to go into Ukraine. In other words, they were happy with their lot when other people were being sent to die in Ukraine. It was only when their own lives were at risk that they left. I do think that, I mean, I'm a proud Canadian, and as a proud Canadian, I am conscious of the fact that my nation isn't perfect, and part of my responsibilities as a Canadian is to have a clear-eyed view of the strengths and the weaknesses of my country and of myself as someone who is an inheritor of that culture. I think the Russians have a duty to do the same, because though Putin is a dictator, he is a dictator whose power is propped up by an entire system, and to a certain extent is propped up by a culture that still yearns for fictitious glory. I think there will be after Russia is defeated, it won't just be a question of who is next, because if nothing else changes, it'll just be another dictator who will be like Putin, but with a different tie. There has to be structural changes in Russia, and there have to be cultural changes within the country as well, so that they are willing and able to have government that does not trade upon this kind of toxic idea of greatness. Instead, a country that tells them and answers their desire to be a great nation by providing a great standard of living for their population and making a great contribution to the rest of the world, rather than trying to dominate it.
Thank you, Akash. Ben, I think I'm getting my technical difficulties sorted out. I rebooted, so I believe Khalid was next.
Yes, hello everybody. Thank you, Maria. This space was my source of information since the beginning of the Putin aggression against Ukraine. So thank you so much, guys. I am a Muslim. I'm from Mecca. I live in the US, and I want you guys to understand or know that not all Muslims, not even the majority of Muslims, does not agree with Kadyrov, and I don't know. He just gave us a lot of pain. We spent a lot of years trying to fight the Islamophobia, and now he ignited it again. So Slava Ukraina, and when Akash was talking about the propaganda, there's so many things I don't understand. There is a huge propaganda in Arabic, in the Arabic world, and it all support Putin. And I know that the Arab people are not stupid. I mean, they understand what's going on. However, most of the propaganda focus on in a very it all focused to show that Putin is right, he's a victim, and he's winning. And on the other hand, the Alexander Dogan style of propaganda is this is the end of the world and it's an Armageddon and I don't know, blah, blah, all these things. I don't see the point of focusing on the Arab world in Arabic and using the Arabic language to spread this propaganda in the area, in the Arab world. So that always a big question I don't have any answer for. So I like what Akash was saying, and this is my question to him. What is the benefit of this? I mean, I know the war magic stuff, but who care? I don't know. They're spending a lot of time and money focusing this propaganda in the Arab world in Arabic, and I never understand why.
That is an interesting question with deep roots. I don't think I do think there's a connection to the fact that going back to the Cold War, there was a lot of Soviet propaganda that was projected into the Arab world even back then, and it was probably at its most intense in the 1950s, shortly after the death of Joseph Stalin. At that time, there was I think a sense amongst a lot of countries in the Arab world were part of the non-aligned movement, and there was a sense within what was then the Soviet Union that by flooding that region with propaganda, they might be able to tip the population in non-aligned states into the Soviet camp. And so, for example, that is one of the reasons why the Russians were so supportive of Egypt during the Suez Canal crisis. They were also able to appeal to Arab nationalism, and in particular Arab nationalist rejection of Western imperialism, because that was the period when many of the Arab states were pushing off occupation or control by Western European colonial powers. I think there's a connection between that and the propaganda which we are seeing today, so that it's a well-trod path. As well, there's a sense, I think, amongst Putin's allies that to the extent that the United States is associated with Israel, that countries who have and populations who have a bad relationship with Israel might be more sympathetic to anti-American propaganda and therefore anti-Ukrainian propaganda. I think the last reason, though, is that there's a lot of, for a variety of reasons, some of them historical, but some of them otherwise, there's a lot of Arab language capacity in the Russian apparatus. There's much less Arabic language capacity in Western European states. The result of that is that in my sense, is that a lot of the propaganda that Russia is pumping into Arab states goes unread, undetected, and underappreciated by people in Western European governments, and that is a failing, I would say, by Western European governments. As I mentioned before, I'm Canadian, and it wasn't that long ago that in Canada's entire intelligence service there wasn't a single person who could speak Arabic as a native language speaker, and that is preposterous. That is definitely not the case in the Russian intelligence services.
Thank you so much, Akash.
Khalid, please stay up if you have more questions. We'll be delighted. And meanwhile, Beth.
Hello, hello. I wanted to respond to the gentleman who was speaking thoughtfully about a distinction between whether or not this war is generated out of the Kremlin and we can separate it from the Russian people. And I don't know what country he's from, but I'm guessing he might be an American, and I am also an American. And for those whose minds are not corrupted to be a Putin supporter, we Americans are generous people. We've known democracy, and we sympathize with those who live in regime states, under dictatorships, et cetera, et cetera. And for an American listener, I'll just posit our own history, where that in the 13 colonies, there were decisions that had to be made, very difficult decisions that separated families and neighbors. People had to decide, do we want our freedom, or do we want this supposed security under what we've always known with the king, with the status quo? And those who separated away from the status quo, who risked something different, paid a high price, a very high price, often with lives being maimed. And whether or not it's the time for Russians, is the decision always there? I can say, no one can say, but I do believe that every human being is imbued with a sense of morality. And it does trouble me that the conduct of the Russian army and military and the rhetoric on some of the state-sponsored television does not deeply disturb many in Russia. I don't judge them. I do put out there that a choice is always available for people. And it's not easy, it's frightening, and sometimes we pay with our lives. But that's a choice that even today, the Russian people can make to take a stand against what is a genocide? Neighbors against their neighbors and family members. So we have that in our own history in America, and sometimes we forget that. So thank you. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you, Beth. And Ben, look, I'm afraid the time has come for me to bow out. Thank you for inviting me up, and thank you for giving me so much time to speak with you and with the other members of this space. I'm grateful to the organizers, as I know we all are, for the amount of time and energy and sleepless nights that you put into keeping this space going. I hope I mean it sincerely, and I hope you will take it as such when I say that when the people of Ukraine are victorious and they've pushed the Russians out of their country, there will be many people and institutions who will deserve credit for having made that possible. You are amongst those people because you kept the candle burning, both for them, not just for people in Ukraine, but you helped them to make friends and to mobilize support across the world. So, thank you.
Thank you, Rakesh. Technically,
Thank
the
you.
candle burning is the preview of Yehuda. But thank you very much. And when you go away, Blok and I will return to throwing food at one another or whatever it is we do when there's no civilized person around.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Akash. And just a note, actually what makes this possible is our listeners and the people who come up to speak. So please retweet the space to get the word out that we are here for the people who are doing the most, which is the Ukrainians themselves, who are in an existential fight to liberate their land and their territory. And we are here for them. And our thoughts go out to them. And you, as listeners, if you want to help, you can do so by donating to any number of organizations that we sometimes promote in the space. But one that we know well is MriyaAid.org, which provides life-saving, non-lethal aid to Ukraine, including everything from trauma kits, tourniquets, to body armor, night vision goggles, even drones. So if you feel so inclined, please make a donation. Everyone who works for MriyaAid is a volunteer. So there's very little administrative overhead, and the Ukrainians could use our help. And just once again, thank you so much, Akash. Ben and I will get back to throwing tomatoes at one another. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right. So, Bloke, do you want to take on the recent slight on the Canadian owner?
Well, as I said, I've been out of internet access for a lot of the day, so maybe I don't know about it. Could you let me know what it was all about?
No, I was just mentioning Beth. She was saying that at some point the Americans had to decide between good and evil, and I think that in her worldview, good was the Americans and evil whereas the Canadians. But never mind. No, actually,
I missed
Canada.
that.
Canada did excellent today. I'm not following them. I'm not following the arm delivery thing from up close, but apparently, while Greece has delivered infantry fighting vehicles that are now older than my own father, while France has delivered infantry fighting vehicles that are older than me, Canada has just delivered 30 brand new. Okay, of course I don't remember the name, but they look really impressive. They look like, if a truck made love to a massive safe, and that would be the baby. That's what they delivered. They look fantastic. I'm sure our Ukrainian friends will be over the moon. I also saw that they sent the Ukrainians some smaller stuff. They look like nimble. The picture I saw, there was a great black paint job on it, making it look very serious. Okay, yeah, I'm judging fighting vehicles based on the color they paint them with because I'm an idiot. But everyone seemed to clap loudly your country. So thank you, guys. Next time, leopards, something, you can do it.
We should free the leopards. I will be writing my MP. The IFAs you're referring to I believe, are the bisons. I have to go and double check on that. I believe there are 39 of them that were going to be delivered. They're not the latest LAV models like the LAV 3 but they will definitely be useful, hopefully. And the other interesting announcement was, Colby's here. Colby's going to correct me, no doubt. The other interesting thing that was announced yesterday by the Canadian government is that Canadians can now go ahead and purchase bonds that will be issued by the Canadian government. They're called Ukrainian sovereignty bonds, the proceeds of which will go to support Ukraine through financing. So that's something that can be done. And I thought that was a rather good idea. And so hopefully we'll see. And winter uniforms. We have a few of those. It gets cold up here. So some of those have been donated. So hopefully the support will continue. But Colby is probably here to correct us on the IFVs. I don't even think there are IFVs, actually. I think there are more APCs. But Colby, can you let us know about the 39 donations?
So Canada is sending 39 LAV-6 armored combat support vehicles. So these are armored personnel carriers that can be configured in a number of different roles in addition to just generic APC. They're designed to fulfill other specialist roles on the battlefield. I don't imagine it's possible that the ones that we're sending are going to already have some sort of configuration for these roles, or they just may be like fairly stock and just set up basically to be armored personnel carriers. But you know, our intention is to use them for a lot of different things, other than generic APCs. Like they can be ambulances, they can be command vehicles, they can be engineering vehicles. They can do all sorts of different things, and we're going to purchase well over 300 of these. So in our nomenclature, they'll be known as the Super Bison, replacing our existing fleet of just regular Bison vehicles, which are an older LAV 2, I think. So our government decided to, rather than sending our existing Bisons over to Ukraine because those are being phased out, to just send Ukraine some of the initial vehicles that we're receiving from General Dynamics, which is good. You know, there may be opportunity to send some of the older Bisons in the fleet as well as we continue to receive the newer vehicles, or they may just decide to continue to maybe offer some of the new vehicles as they come off the assembly line. But yeah, so we're sending 39 of these. I don't know whether they're in country yet. I haven't seen any images or video of them in country yet. I'm not sure what the timeline is on that, but they will be going over at some point in time.
That is interesting. So this, Colby, correct me if I'm wrong. So the earlier announcement was for the earlier version of the Bison. So this is brand new. This must be a new announcement then, right? Or is it just
no, it was always this. It just if you saw the media saying Bison, it's just the media being lazy. It's not the current Bisons in service. It is the new LAV-6 ACSV Super Bisons that are being sent.
Outstanding. Yeah, much better. That's great. Great news. Thank you. Zodiac, I believe you're next.
Thank you. Colby actually beat me to it as a bunch of what he said I was going to say as well. But so, Colby, from what I have seen, there was some anecdotal photos potentially taken in Germany of a couple of these things on flatbeds. Looks like they're getting the TCV, that's the troop carry vehicle or troop cargo variant, as well as command post variants and armored ambulance variants. Those are the three variants that I'm aware of that they're getting. If they're getting anything else, who knows? But I know Ukraine's also been pushing the Canadian government to actually send LAV-6 armored fighting vehicles. So, but key thing with these is these things are up to STANAG level 4 or 5, I believe. They can take up to 50 cal rounds and 155 explosive artillery rounds coming within 100 meters of them. So they can sustain a lot of brute force. So especially for armored ambulances, that's important for getting Ukrainian troops battlefield evacuation capability.
Thank you. That's great information. If you have those pictures of those vehicles in Germany, I'd love to see them. That's great information to know specifically what variants are being sent over. And yes, Ukraine would love to have some of the LAV-6 IFVs that we have in service. IFVs are very much requested by Ukraine. They very much want vehicles that have that kind of mobile firepower, having weapons or vehicles that have automatic cannons is something that they very much want very badly. They are very happy with their BTR-4, which has a 30 millimeter cannon on it, which is also a wheeled 4x4 wheeled vehicle like the LAV 6, and I'm sure they would be thrilled if they could receive that, because we have quite a few of those in service. So it's beyond me why the Canadian government has not been willing to spare a few of them to Ukraine, because they could certainly make a big impact.
Your co-host, Ben. You don't have to raise your hand.
No, but I wanted to make clear that I had a question that I totally came up by myself. I don't understand. I thought those bisons were, in effect, Swiss piranhas, and that those piranhas, well, since they're Swiss, they cannot be exported towards Ukraine because of the whole neutrality and export ban and etc. Can you enlighten me on this?
Yes, so it is based on the Moab Piranha, a lot of these vehicles, but they are manufactured in Canada by General Dynamics. So even though the initial design is in fact Swiss, they don't have export control over them. This gets into a lot of complexities and nuances of how these international laws and trade agreements work, licensing deals for the technology. So there's a lot of complex nuances that determine whether a country does in fact have export control or not. I know we went over this with the Gepards, the issues around the guns that they use and the ammunition. So if the ammunition was produced by a Swiss company back when it was under Swiss purview, then that would mean that the Swiss government still has control over it. But because these systems are Canadian built in Canada or built in General Dynamics, is an American company with facilities in Canada and the United States, it has control, and the United States and the Canadian governments would have control over things that are being made by General Dynamics, even if the design for what they're building is originally Swiss.
I think Zodiac wanted to add on to that.
Colby caught me exactly what I was going to say. He's reading my mind tonight.